Here we go.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville. No surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that Jasprit Bumrah, Jofra Archer and Ben Stokes are not actually playing in this game, because it would probably be over by now and all of us would be sitting at home looking glum and looking for the results of the FA Cup extra preliminary round. But as it is, none of that trio is present for this test match, and so we've got another corker on our hands. India resume 75 for 2 in their second innings, leading by 52. You feel like Jaiswal has taken the bull by its horns, whereas England have lost complete control of the ball. And the ball, which they have managed to ground 3 times already in this innings. How crucial will that prove to be? It could be very crucial, because we possibly got the best batting conditions of the test so far. Sunshine, high cloud, and a certain amount of blue popping through. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket, and welcome to Guerrilla Cricket if you've never listened to us before. It's great to have you along. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I am joined by a fellow Hendo, Jeremy Henderson, otherwise known as Messy Jez, the traitor himself, born and brought up in Sussex, departed for the colonies in 1970, has barely been back, and he's an Australian supporter, and he's backing India. Morning, Messy.
Good morning, Hendo. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but
Anyone but
it's
England.
the real world.
And
Yeah,
also,
anyone but
definitely.
England. But no,
Go on.
I also blame Anindo for where we're at, because in both of the last two tests he has posted, "Oh, well done, England."
Yeah.
When you thought the game was over, when it wasn't.
He's a wily old fox, is Anindo. It's clever psychological ruse that he's been using there. But it is great to see him up and around again and back in his own house, one presumes, after your trials and tribulations in hospital. But so has this picked you up, seeing, I guess yesterday, around about lunchtime, you were feeling fairly down. Did you retain faith that India could come back in that afternoon session?
I was feeling down because I think India was bowling particularly badly at that point in time on a pitch which was giving them so much help. They were spraying it all over the place. It looked like a team of Josh Tongues without his excellent deliveries. But then when Siraj came back, and that is the time when I posted. I think that's the earliest in any test match that I've ever done where I've conceded the match to the opposition.
Well,
lunch on day one.
you counted against England's buttery fingers. Amongst them, poor old 12th man Liam Dawson, brought back after 8 years.
You say that.
Dropped.
You say that, but you look at the series stats. It's been a series of missed catches. India's dropped 18. England's dropped 17.
Is that right?
I mean, it's
good stat.
I mean, it's
good
just
stat.
It's just outrageous. How many catches have been dropped and potentially matches lost.
That is interesting. 35 catches. Mind you, they have been out there longer, and there's been longer between wickets, hasn't there?
It has been a long series.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Well, I think every match has gone to the fifth day so far.
Absolutely,
right?
and well into the fifth day, if not almost to the end.
Sorry, Hendo,
exactly.
I need to interrupt you for a technical thing. The stream on the website is playing this, but it's also playing yesterday's at the same time. Can you ask the bear to turn off yesterday's?
We're playing yesterday's on the stream. Can you get that off as well? So hopefully that won't have destroyed.
Just before we start, just on Jaiswal, I think he should consider himself very lucky to have been dropped twice. And it's up to him to essentially, carry the innings on his back now and not get out to a stupid shot, which he'll probably do in the next 3 minutes as I speak.
Well, this is a very curious and interesting opening to the day, because it's going to be Jacob Bethel, would you believe? Talk about funky.
Which Pope didn't want to do it last night. Specifically.
Did they come off in the middle of one of his overs or something last night?
No. But Pope was given the choice of letting spinners bowl because of bad light, and he refused. And he said, "We'll just go."
But now he's going to bowl them. Right. Okay. Well, I'll jingle players up in a minute. We've got a slip and a leg slip, and Bethel just coming in off a couple of strides, bowls down the leg side. There was a little bit of air given to that, but the actual direction of the ball was poor, and Akash Deep, who is the night watchman, was unable to make contact as he tried to sweep it. Bethel is coming in from the pavilion end, and there's an appeal for LBW. That seemed like the slowest ball I've ever seen.
I could bowl better than this.
This was just... well, I just don't know what to make of that. How has Akash Deep actually missed that? It's hit him on the pad.
I think it came in an hour after he anticipated it.
He's gone for the big hit. That might be the idea. Well, it might have been the idea if we'd had anyone out, but there isn't. And it's gone for 4. Well, I don't know what to make of this, chaps.
You won't like that one.
Great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
You won't like that to a number 10 without any protection in the outfield, and that's what you get.
Do you know, I just feel what form of cricket is this? Throws it up, goes for another big swing into the outfield. Nobody there. 8 runs given to
This is
Akash
ridiculous.
Deep in the first. Oh no, it's just dribbled to a halt, and Jamie Overton has chased it, and they've settled for 2. So 6 runs given to India and given to their night watchman, who now moves into double figures, 10 off
Probably
6.
for the first time in his life.
Yeah, why do you give a rubbish to a night watchman who's got nothing to lose?
Unless he's trying to change ends of.
He's probably going to bowl him at some point in time. But
Well,
you know,
yeah,
it's
but
a bit, it's outrageous.
I'm
They
only.
should have had fielders out there at least.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that perhaps this one goes, well, not even past the outside edge. He played well inside the line of that one, taken by Smith. The only thing I can think is who bowled the last over last
Atkinson.
night. Right, so unless he's trying to change Jamie Overton or Tongue to the Vauxhall end, I don't really understand it. Defended into the offside. I'm trying to process it.
Well, he is there as a spinner, as a spinner who can spin, at least someone who can bowl a few overs of spin.
Yeah,
We've
no, but yeah,
we've
hang
got
on.
a rash of super chats we need to deal with.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So, the wonderful Rich Turner Music has sent us £10. He says, I'm busy at
Wow.
home, so I can't make it to Ladywell for 12th man duties. Here's an overpriced beer for the bear. And Alan Turfmore is very kindly sent us a £5. He says, hi guys, can I get a shout out for Walston Cricket Club, a small village team on the Lancashire border, UTC. Thank you very much, Alan. And Disinterested Handjob has sent us $5 Australian, says more super chats. And Jay Grovers sent $2 and says no. Thank you very much. Sorry to
Super
interrupt.
chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
But money can always interrupt us.
It's very true. I mean, that's a good start to the day for us, if not for England. Josh Tongue is going to bowl. Let's see. Is it Josh Tongue from last night, or is it the Josh Tongue from the first day? Gyswell pushes into the offside. They won't get a run. Let me jingle up those involved.
Comes from Surya in Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaswal.
And the bowler is none other than this man.
Love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
Ooh, that looks a bit more like the tongue of Thursday as he sprays that down the leg side. It's one of those that continues to
Twisted tongue.
swing. And poor old Jamie Smith. Well, I suppose Jamie Smith's got to do something. He didn't do a great deal with the bat. Very disappointed with his shot
That was
yesterday.
done firmly on the edge of the cheek.
Well, I'm trying to get my head around while commentating, while jingling, while all these things as to why England started with Bethel outside the off stump, left alone by the left-handed Gyswell.
Because this was the end Tongue was bowling from anyway.
Right. Well, then
Maybe he wants Atkinson to bowl at the other end, and he couldn't do that.
That's possible.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that must be right. I'd be very surprised if we see another over. However, on that basis, surely it would have made sense to have a couple of guys back, because Akash Deep is the kind of bloke, as a tail ender, who's going to swing, isn't he, at balls like that. This is jabbed down into the gully by Gyswell. He'll go through for his first run of the day. Goes to 52 from 53. 82 for 2. The lead 59. That's all gone quiet.
I'll say hello to a few people. Sean Elliott, Jessica the Transmetal Alchemist,
Oh, my word.
Bernard Murray, Tom, Alan Turfmore, JW, Jay Grover, and Dan De Castro, all with us.
Great to have you along. Tell your friends, tell your enemies. Press gang people into listening to us. Tongue over the wicket to Akash Deep. No great venom in that one. It was back of a length. He had to play it quite high up towards his chest, but there wasn't the zip There wasn't the zip of tongue from yesterday, or whether that it signals that the pitch may have finally died down a little bit. Shubman Gill,
just to pick up on
waiting.
something you were talking about, but Akashdeep, whatever happens, he's going to swing. I mean, this is the beginning, the top half of the innings, right?
Yeah. In comes Tongue. He defends this one, though, straight enough. Up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 82 for 2. Messi.
So Bertamari says, hopefully Mr. Dutta will not be disappearing off camera multiple times today. Yesterday he was like Schrodinger's cat.
Yesterday was a bit tough.
Yeah. Alan Turpmore says, wow, so many drop catches, that's nuts. To which JW says England took many blinding catches as well. Well, they have in the course of the series, that's quite true.
Yeah.
Jay Grover says A up. Alan Turfmore says that they need counting as missed chances. They've seen it often drop catch batsmen go on to make huge score. It's unforgivable sometimes. Yeah, well, they dropped Jaiswal twice already.
Especially the second one, which was straight down his throat. I mean, that.
Yeah.
Well, Jacob Bethel has come out of the attack after his one over that went for 6, and this man has just delivered his first ball and it's been left alone.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
Well, I saw Gus Atkinson talking about the fact that he can really let it go. He can really give it everything because he's only playing one match this summer. Defended into the offside, well spotted. Another quick single for Jaiswal, moves on to 53. India to 83 for 2. I mean, that was in response to the evening that Chris Wokes injured himself. And of course,
Yes.
Atkinson did bowl very well
I think
the next morning.
he was at the press conference after that.
Yeah. Poor old Chris Wokes, he's out of the Ashes, but I mean, to be honest, was he going to be taken
he's
to
out
the
of the
Ashes?
Ashes as well.
Well, that's what I read this morning, I thought.
Wow.
But
I guess
frankly,
dislocated shoulders take time.
I don't think his performance this year would have got him into the Ashes, even if they're the same conditions.
Full
wow.
swinging delivery. The bottom hand is utilised to great effect by Akashdeep.
Excellent.
Not entirely where he expected to go, but he'll probably be surprised that it went all the way along the ground. 4 more runs. He's hit 2 4s and a 2 already this morning, and that's just the night flipping watchman. So he got a nice sighter from Bethel. Now he's seeing the ball well. He's even hitting half decent
That's an
bowlers.
elegant on drive. You're being very unfair to him. And the Yorker.
Yes, by
He's
his
a number
standards. Oh no, what's happened there? Has he been beaten by that
I don't
one?
know.
I didn't.
Where's the ball?
I lost the ball. I think he might have lost the ball. England have certainly lost the plot. But where did that go? I know you rely on me to say that. Did he not glove that? Went through to Smith. I thought he...
Somewhere between his hand and his body to the wicketkeeper.
Well, there was no appeal, so presumably not. A man has gone back to a very fine third man, Crawley. I would like to point out to the England skipper that the ball hasn't been going there this morning. Defended on the back foot by Akashdeep.
Sorry. If it does go there, it's probably because Akashdeep was trying to high keep over mid-on.
Well, exactly. It's a no ball. It's a no ball to add to England's woes. It's all going horribly wrong. I think I'm probably going to need to go and have a lie down in about 5 minutes. I'm still recovering for the fact that despite an incredible rearguard action last night, Wimbledon lost to Luton with a loopy-headed own goal in the last 5 minutes. Onto the front foot comes Akashdeep, defends back to the bowler. It was one of those classics. He was trying to leap. It was going over his head. The goalkeeper was beginning to come for it, and it caught the back of his head, looped up, stranded the goalkeeper, hit the underside of the bar, came down on the line and dribbled in.
Oh, you hate
it doesn't-
to be a goalkeeper there, right? You really hate
It doesn't
to be a
get more
goalkeeper.
Wimbledon than that.
It doesn't.
does
I figure if that's the way that the season is going to continue, I think I'm going in to hide under a rock. Full, a little bit of swing, but defending.
To be fair, Akashdeep is batting really well.
He's batting. Very, very well. End of the over. Messages. Cheer me up, please.
Oh, well, we got another super chat from Jay Grover, who sent us £2 because Hendo's glasses are proper.
Yeah, indeed.
He reminds me of that character in what's that Australian disaster movie?
All of Australian movies are disasters.
The ones with the trucks and
The truck. Wolf Creek. No.
no.
Mad Max. Oh yeah,
Mad Max. Yes. Yeah. Dan De Castro says today feels like a World Cup ODI.
Yeah. Here comes Tongue again. Bowls, and it's a good ball, just slightly back of a length, but straight, and gets Gileswell in behind it, showing good technique. Defended.
In response to Alan Turfmore, no, there is no rain forecast for today, although there could be the occasional tiny shower.
Where's rain when you want it? Where is it when you need it?
Up north in Burnley land. UTC. Is UTC just up the city, or?
I don't know what the UTC stands for. Isn't it a form of milk? Outside the off stump, left alone by Gileswell, and dies a little bit on its way through to Jamie Smith.
I think UHT is the milk.
Apologies.
Yes. Me and me acronyms. Well, actually, I'm trying to display my inner Ozzy Osbourne, based on the fact that I've never knowingly heard an Ozzy Osbourne song. Tongue in again. He has a little jab at that. Oh God! Oh, through the slips it goes.
Beautifully put through the slips.
And what else can you say?
Slips.
What I mean, not only has it gone through the slips, but of course, there's no flaming third man.
And he's going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Now, I don't understand it with regards to Gileswell, because he likes to lift the ball backward a point, down to third man as well, if he's given any width or any height. And why would you not have a third man for Gileswell? Tongue in, bowls, better ball, but very well adjusted by the batsman, steers it into the offside, takes another single, backs up the boundary, goes to 58. Now, has there been any reporting in India as to what exactly Prasid Krishna did say to Joe Root? Because let's face it, because England are doing so badly, I'm gonna talk about controversy.
I don't think anyone's figured it out. What exactly riled Joe Root? Prasid Krishna, he doesn't look like the kind of guy who's going to really swear or anything.
No, it came a bit out of it. It came out of nowhere, didn't it? Tucked away to mid-wicket by Akashdeep, and there is no run. I did like the fact that he was saying, I just said he was looking good. I can't believe
is that what he said?
That's what he said. That's what I heard him talk. He was interviewed, I guess, in the press conference. He just said he was looking good.
You're looking in great shape.
Well,
sorry, I'm going to have to disappear for one minute.
Okay, there he goes, the great disappearing Anindo. If only some Indian batsmen would do the same. Tongue in to complete the over, jabbed. Jabbed even by Akashdeep through third man. And guess what? There is no third man. And I am going to go absolutely ballistic. I'm going to play a jingle, but in the background you will hear me gnashing, grinding, and probably expleting somewhat. So
It's a while since we've had a full-throated Hendo rant.
Well, to be honest, I'm just tired, Messi. It's been a long series. We're not used to doing 5 days, much like most of these test players. and I'm feeling a bit scratchy. I mean, I should be feeling happy because I have received a wonderful present this week from Richard Peel, a beautiful pillowcase. Atkinson in, bowls defended into the offside, clever running again. Is that Duckett coming in? No, yes it is Duckett. He puts in the full length dive, gets the underarm throw away at the same time, but Akash is in. So already, what? They've scored 23 runs this morning. 23 runs in 17 minutes. And most of them...
It's baseball gone mad.
It is. And most of them to Akashdeep, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of following on from the opening partnership of England's yesterday, where, throw caution to the wind, go back to baseball 1, and it worked really well for a while, didn't it?
Well, I thought, actually, England batted very well. I mean, I know Anindo was saying that he didn't think India bowled well, but I don't think England let them bowl well. What more perturbed me, and fortunately he went on to get a 50, but Harry Brooks' second ball, I mean, what was he doing? He just launches down the pitch, tries to drive, gets an inside edge, and is lucky not to be bowled. Now, he went on to get 50-odd runs, which could prove crucial. This is defended into the onside by Akashdeep. But his last 2 innings, he's played appalling shots at vital moments, and he is really in danger. I mean, it seems like a weird thing to say about a man who's ranked number 3 in the world as a batsman, but he's in danger of actually wasting some of his talent.
You're talking about Harry Brooks?
Yep.
Yeah.
Atkinson in. Oh, he has a little nudge at that outside the off stump. Who's that out there? It's Jamie Overton. I thought for a moment it looked like Chris Wokes. I thought he's made a recovery. But he's significantly bigger than Chris Wokes, to be fair. 98 for 2, Jaiswal 59, Akashdeep 18. Akashdeep alone has hit 14 in 18 minutes. I fear it's going to be a long Storm Flores can't come soon enough. That's what I say. Atkinson bowls another big swing, gets an inside edge down to long leg. They take another single. 99 for 2.
I mean, you'd think what Gil would have said to Akashdeep this morning: go for whatever you can get. It's all a plus. There's no point trying to hang around. Just take what you can.
Yeah, and then by bowling spin, and not even very good spin for the first over, just to get Atkinson down one end. It's not like both of them, both Tongue and Atkinson, are actually bowling very well from the ends that they're at so far.
No. And he's not going to do a Dizzy Gillespie anywhere.
No, jabbed down to gully by Jaiswal. Yeah, so it's all mystifying. I don't know. There's something about Ollie Pope captaining at the Oval. Was he captaining at the Oval last summer when, having won 5 tests in a row, England went absolutely demob happy and utterly pathetic against Sri Lanka? Atkinson in, better ball, finds a thick outside edge. Down in the direction of third man, but there isn't a third man. There's a deep backward point. He runs around to his right, but not before they've got back for 2. The 100 is up for India. The game is up for England, and Messages has some restorative YouTube contributions.
Ollie Pope was captain, but he did make 154. So Steve Chilton says morning. Andy Reevely says morning guys, all right. Jay Grover says Hendo's going to drive me to drink today, I can tell. Steve Chilton says my second team Wimbledon after Millwall, used to live in Wimbledon for a time. Great days. There you go, you got a supporter.
Happy days.
And Alan Turfmore explains UTC is up the Clarets.
Oh yes,
burned his football team.
Indeed. Josh Tongue into Akashdeep, who is getting more and more confident. Jabs this backward a square.
He's batting better than
offside.
KL Rahul, that's for sure.
Well, he's on 19 now from 21. I mean, I've got the Ozzy Osbourne sunglasses on, so everything outside looks gloomier to me. I'm trying to sort of. If I
maybe we should give you some rose-coloured glasses.
Well, yeah, but if I look through dark glasses, I can pretend that the weather's getting worse for batting. Tongue is in bowls. It doesn't seem to be a lot of life in this pitch this morning, and that might be a very big worry for England. Deep defends the next delivery. 101 for 2. Now, I heard. Dan Norcross being interviewed this morning on the radio as I drove over, and it wasn't something that Dan said, but it was something that the presenter of, well, quite frankly, not a cricket programme, just a general Radio 5 programme, was asking him and saying, and she started saying Jamie Overton's been poor, and I thought, hang on, actually, I thought he bowled really well in the first innings. I think he was. Oh, come on, but let me finish. He was getting regular swing away from the batsman. I think he was very unlucky, and he had a catch drop last night as well. I'm not going to try and stick up for his batting because
no, that would be tough.
But he actually wasn't bowling badly at all.
I didn't think so. I thought he was bowling regular away swing, getting it to go quite late. I think just the figures made it look like he hadn't bowled well. Certainly bowled more consistently than Tongue, in my opinion.
Oh, well, that wouldn't be hard.
Well, that wouldn't be hard, no. Down the leg side, a tumbling Smith takes it on the half volley, and there is no run.
Norcross also said that Tongue's bowling yesterday was the best spell of the whole series.
Yes, I heard him say that. I'm not sure I agree with that, but it's something I'm going to have to think about, because I've got such a bad memory now that I can't even remember what happened in the last Test match. I really can't.
That's because you're trying to forget.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, it was a long
Like Stokes.
final day. Tongue in. Yeah, there's nothing out there for England's bowlers this morning at all. It's poked into the offside, easy single. And, Akash Deep moves on to 20. And if Akash Deep is getting 20, what will Shubman Gill do? What will Ravi Jadeja do?
Shubman Gill should have a smile on his face watching this.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is there something can we place a strategic bar of soap near him?
That's how it's done at the Oval.
That's how it's done at the Oval, yeah. Strategic bar of soap.
That's South London for you.
Tongue in again, bowls to Gileswell, easy single off his hip. I'm sorry if I'm depressing you, but I'm not feeling it this morning. And England don't seem to be feeling it. 103 for 2 after 24 overs. Gileswell 62, Akash 20.
Yep. The over's not too many miles from Brixton, I was just going to say.
Sagnet Data says it's done, mates. England are done. 2-2 incoming. Mog says Hender's going to go absolutely auberge at this point. To which Jay Grovers sends us £2 to say, still trying to work out what Mog meant by auberge. But thank you, Jay. If you keep sending him in, Mog, so that Jay pays to wonder. It's all good.
We do like Jay wondering. Atkinson coming in, the pterodactyl, en route, bowls to a very much younger dinosaur in Gileswell, defends it into the offside.
Doesn't Jay love sending money in so that Messi can talk about ducket bowling?
No, Jay doesn't do that. No. Jay is with me in terms of the wisdom or lack of it in terms of duckets bowling. Although I would have bowled him on day 5 in the last Test match. That was the one time he should have bowled.
Rather than root.
Yeah, that would have been fun. Atkinson in, tucks away, easy one. They think about a second as Overton comes in off the boundary, and That's what they get,
Akash
just
Deep
the
has
one.
no idea whether to take a second run or a third run because he's never been in this position before.
So I was going to say the only chance that
He's
we've got
never
to
been
get,
out there this long. He's a batter.
the only chance we've
Never
got
been in
is a
first
run
class
out.
cricket.
I'm hoping for an Akash Deep run out. That's how desperate it is.
He's got the highest test score of 31.
Yep.
This is true.
He hasn't
This
played
is
many
true.
tests, has he? To be honest,
I think that was in Australia, right? Probably.
he looks like he
Could
enjoys
be.
his batting. It has to be said.
Yeah.
Atkinson in again, defended into the offside.
He's been playing everything on the stumps very confidently. That is, you can't put,
Well,
take
everything's
that
a,
away from him.
everything's a bonus for him now. He's already hit 16 runs this morning, which would probably have been above his expectations, certainly above the expectations of his team, and those are all bonus runs, really, and especially it's shown the Indians still to come in that this pitch seems to have just died a little bit, flicked away down to
Very elegant.
long leg, a purring and Indo. Enjoyed that one. 21 to Akash Deep, and India 105 for 2. I'm actually looking
I'm going to
forward.
send him up the order.
Well, Dan De Castro has an interesting take on it. He says if India take a 300-run lead, it means England will score as well. So there's a cracking contest brewing. And I think there's a real chance of that. This wicket's flattening out. There are plenty of runs in it for both sides.
Yeah, except that if India bat most of today, the weather forecast for tomorrow is a lot worse. It's going to be, at the very least, cloudy and doomy and gloomy. This is a better ball from Atkinson. Gets it to move back in to Giles. Well, he still meets it quite well and forces it up to mid-on, but just a hint of swing there.
I think that's what you're going to be, is cloudy and gloomy and doomy.
Well, I'm already am. I'm really, to be honest, all I'm looking forward to today is getting off commentary and going and lying on the sofa and maybe having a little nap.
Is there a pastry available?
There is. I'm not really hungry this morning. I might take some menthol with me, and hopefully force Gary off the sofa. So there's plenty of room. Giles will try as an uppercut, but doesn't make contact. Through it goes to the keeper, and that is the end of the over.
Hendo with dark glasses is an entirely different proposition, right?
It is. It is absolutely.
This is a special Hendo.
Do you think it sort of makes me even more gloomy?
It gives you a different outlook on life. Let's put it this way.
Okay.
As Dan De Castro puts it, India are nudging ahead, but 2 wickets change everything. Nothing is clear yet. And Mike says, hello all. I forgot that I'm not 23 anymore and got unbelievably drunk with some new friends from the Oval after cricket. I hate how pubs in the UK close at 11 to 12. Then you need to go to clubs. I have no self-restraint there. Oh dear, that would have been an expensive night, I suspect, Maya.
Yeah.
It's always a little bit fatal to. Can you be a little bit fatal? It's a little bit fatal to make new friends at cricket. 3 slips in the gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, long leg. And it's Akash Deep, the right-hander, on 21, facing up to Josh Tongue. Now he's hurt him a little bit there. He got an inside edge into his breastbone. He walks away to square leg and gives it a vigorous rub. I think he's okay.
Tongue digs it in deep. I like the headline.
Oh, dear God. We're not missing Tony after all.
I wonder whether England have just bowled a little bit too short today. Certainly Tongue. I mean, I suppose he is a back of a length bowler, generally speaking, but he does get the ball to swing occasionally if he gets it up there. Here he is. That's Fuller. It's hit him on the pad. That's got to be out, surely. Unless he's got an inside edge.
I think it's going down the leg. It's a lot of movement.
Well, they're going to review it. I thought it was pretty darn good. I mean, it will only bring Shubman Gill to the if it is out.
I've got that missing leg too.
It looked good to me, I have to say. Let's see what happens.
Better out than in, better in than out. Ah, better rattling in, better in than out.
Yeah, it's barely made a move forward. It's probably clipping, but that will mean he's going to get away with it.
Yeah. You're getting some sympathy, Hendo. Burung says, I feel for Hendo today. What a shocking way to be defeated in the opening round of the season. That was a shocker.
Desperately sad. It is indeed clipping, so England keep the review, but it is one of these. But if only umpire Ruzza, who shares a birthday with our own Tony Bishop, could have been persuaded to raise his finger with the kind of alacrity that Tony Bishop showed, I think, when giving out the bear in one of the guerrilla matches.
He's never been forgiven for that.
No, and neither should he be. Tongue finds the edge this time, and is it gone to ground again, or did it just fall short? I think it might have just fallen short. Crawley diving across slightly in front of Brook. Third to second slip. Not going England's way at the moment. But things can change. Cricket can change in an instant.
We have 9 more super chat from Jay Grover, who sent us £2.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, it went straight.
Oh, for goodness sake. Crawley drops a second catch, yeah. I mean, okay, he is diving a little bit away to his left, but really, it's a comfortable height.
Oh, Jesus.
England are just basically...
he wasn't even diving, he was bending. He's so tall.
Short ball from Tongue, down the leg side. You get the feeling that maybe everyone wants to keep Akashdeep out there because they're being so well entertained by him.
Jay sent us £2. He says, my confusion is monetized. Bother.
Yeah, we prey on your confusion, Jay.
We do.
That's what we do.
Well, you mean you pray for his confusion?
Well, no, we pray for his confusion, and we prey on him. An E and an A, depending on which way you want it to go. Left alone by Akashdeep through the keeper. England think that's the end of the over. They wish it was, but it isn't. There's still 1 ball to go. 105 for 2. Added 33. We should be having a change. No one seems very excited to come on.
The bear on ball by ball. Hector on summarising, and you're on socials, Hendo.
Am I still here? I'm not giving time off for sort of depressing behaviour. Tongue is in, bowls and beats Akashdeep outside the off stump. Hector has moved into the far chair. I haven't seen him for a year.
So a good marker as to where to go from, Hendo, is Jay Grover's super chat. The tweet just before that's well worth reading from Steve Chilton, and then go from there. There's been an awful lot today, so I haven't been able to do them all.
Can you sort me out there, Ben?
Catch you in half an hour.
Have we got you later?
Indo.
And Indo will be back to gloat.
Well, for fuck's sake, England are shit, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much.
We've dropped 80% of our catches now. Caught 1, dropped 4. Pathetic. Very annoying.
The only way for England to do anything is just to get people out LBW.
Right, Atkinson is around the wicket, and there's an inside edge that goes out into the leg side. And it will be fielded at square leg by the slab, and is a single. I mean, the only thing you can say is that actually cricket can change quickly, and the wicket doesn't look as dangerous as it has done for the first 2 days.
Yeah,
and that's scrambling at optimism.
Yeah, but you see, the pitch, is better for batting seemingly this morning, or it may just be that England aren't bowling very well. The ball is older, 26 overs, although it did stay
pretty decent,
didn't it?
Most of England's innings when they were bowling, yeah.
Morning, Hector.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, well, as you can tell.
Works that around the corner, too long leg even, and there's a single.
I do know why I'm in a bad mood as well. It's not just that Wimbledon lost. It's not just that England are going to concede this game probably. It's that it's almost the end of the Test summer.
It is, and it's only fucking 2nd of bloody August, isn't it?
Just doesn't seem right.
It's just the earliest finish to the Test summer
Mate, put the mic right
in
up to
recent
it.
history.
Well, it's close to it. I mean, the last couple of years have been similar, haven't they, I think? But you may be right. It could be.
Well, it is. We haven't played in August for 3 years now, have we? That one is left alone by Jarswell through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Technically, it is August there.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
There haven't been any. I mean, we used to have tests going on to the first week of September.
Yep.
And,
I mean, Test matches have even. Yeah, we've had late Test matches before.
Have we had Test matches that go after the 100 as well when there's been a break? We have, haven't we? We've had.
No.
No.
Well,
I think last year.
no.
Finished.
There were one dayers, but there wasn't a test after.
See, it's really disappointing that there are no tests in August. Although it's a good time, they make sure we have a break in the summer. I can go on holiday. That's left alone outside Jarswell's off stump. That's through to the keeper, and there is no run, which is kind of important when the kids are at school because I can only go away during the summer. And there's a couple of summers I've had where I have my laptop out and screens from London whilst I'm in the south of France trying to figure out how to get you all on air.
I just can't understand how anyone could go on holiday when there's a Test series.
Because, funnily enough, when the kids are at school, they've got a 6-week period where you can go on a summer holiday.
Can't you just send them away interrailing or something on their own?
Well, Soph might not come with us this year, which would be a first. Atkinson around the wicket. Oh, that one swung in a little bit, but it's well defended by Jarswell, and there's no run. He's been a lot more circumspect this morning, hasn't he, considering how blasé he was yesterday afternoon.
It's been all Akash deep, hasn't it?
Well, it has. Well, he's got licence, isn't he? He's a night watchman.
Well, totally. But if you open the bowling with, a very, very, very part-time spinner, I'm not sure what to make of it. I know it was about changing ends or whatever, but it doesn't seem to work very well.
No. And as Gary said, without a fourth seamer, if these guys go on to the afternoon, we're going to be out of ideas, aren't we? That one came in again from. Well, the overheads are coming in now. It's started to cloud over South London, and that was the last ball of that over. It's defended, and there's no run. But I mean, fucking hell! How many chances have we given? We given Akashdeep 1, 3 to fucking Jaiswell.
No, 2 to
Jaiswell, 1 to Sai Sudarsan.
And the run out as well to Jaiswell.
The run out?
What run out?
Run out last night, the one that Duckett.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Duckett
I
missed.
missed that. Right, let me do some tweets. Come on, India says Enrique Mentor. I don't think you need to encourage them. They're doing pretty well.
They are indeed.
Mike says we need a cricketer named Butt again, so Tongue can face off against Butt in a test. It'll probably happen.
Butt Tongue. Defended out to the offside, and there is no run. Who's that?
Nathan Barnwell.
Oh, okay.
Surrey Academy.
Is he one of the ace peeps?
Let's hope he can catch better than some of the regulars.
Is Dawson gone off the field now after?
I don't know. It's a good point.
Dawson's had a horror.
He has. I mean, to be honest, if he was on the plane, he'd have tripped over someone's baggage and fallen off it by now.
Yeah.
So, very poor, I'm afraid.
Indeed. Josh Tongue over the wicket to, for fuck's sake, Akashdeep, who I think it's a thigh pad, but it's gone very fine for 4 runs. So we're just leaking runs at the moment. Need to get into it and get some wickets. I'm sure if they get 1, everything will go up in terms of thinking about it.
Right, let's do some more. Farong says, will the lad give Akash a send-off when he's dismissed? You think he's going to be dismissed? I think the lad won't lower his standards and hold his head high.
Well, I would. I'd go up and give him fucking. I mean, I still want to know. Does anyone find out what Prashad said to Ruti yet?
No, we were asking about that. He said that he was looking good.
Oh, that's driven. Good bit of fielding by the new boy. What his name was?
Barnwell.
Nathan Barnwell. He is fielding at cover.
He looks a bit of a unit.
He does look a bit of a unit.
How old is he? Do we know?
Doesn't look very old.
Early 20s, I think.
Is he?
Should be playing for Surrey in the One Day Cup coming up.
Oh, right, of course.
Batsman, bowler?
Bowler.
he says.
Bowler.
You're not
No,
sure there, are
he
you?
is a bowler. He is a bowler.
He's not another guy that has been sort of imported from Barbados, is he? Or
Nah, it's
he's actually come
South
to
Londoner.
No, I think he's been in the academy for a while.
Tongue bowls that. It's driven straight back at him, knocks him off his feet, and they'll get a single. Barnwell filter.
I do think it's a fair point to say that as the West Indies struggle, interesting point made by Peter Oborne recently about the fact that, well, Jordan, I suppose, was the first, then Jofra, and then Bethel all
Decided to come over here.
all decided to come over here to make their living. When that could be a much better West Indies side with those three in it, wouldn't it?
Quite possibly, yeah.
Phil Salt. We could give them Phil Salt.
Yeah, you can have Phil Salt. Morning, Steve. You can fuck off. Tongue in. Hits the pad of Jaiswell, but it's going down. And there is no run.
Jaiswell's standing outside his leg stump and then comes into middle every ball. Has that been the same throughout the series? I haven't really seen him.
It may be something he does to the bowler coming around the wicket. But then again, it's just something you've got to feel comfortable with. A lot of batsmen take a step back, don't they, slightly across, but certainly go back into their crease. I think players just move around their crease a lot more one way or another than they used to.
Not get Barnwell bowling. That one's jabbed into the offside. Oh dear. Poor fielding. Crawley having a mare. He's dropped two of the catches, hasn't he? Brooke one, Dawson another. And they get a single. Over to you, Hendo.
Yes, Dan DeCastro says, don't forget England bat much deeper than India. India, in my opinion, need 300 anyway to be evenish.
300 lead. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, I think we're all going on what the pitch was like for the last 2 days, but it does seem to be a bit calmer today.
Alan Turfmore says, going to be one of those days for England. I feel it. Oh my FG. He should have got that. It was obviously in the middle of writing this tweet when Crawley dropped that catch. He said, FG, he should have gobbled that up. Disinterested HJ says, if you want to watch something that will give you cancer of creativity, I can recommend the recent War of the Worlds. There's another one. Another War of the Worlds. Anyway, got a change in the bowling. Not the first of the morning, but the first replacement of seam bowler. This is the man.
They'll get you now, Jamie Overton's how he'll get you out because the pitch belongs to bowlers. Jamie Overton is the best of all because the pitch belongs to paceman Jamie Overton who'll crush your balls.
I don't know that one. Was that the one we've been playing all test? I don't know. Oh well. Anyway, the first ball was slashed at by Jaiswell outside his off stump. Could have got an edge through. Could have hit it for 4. Didn't either. And it's no run.
Now we have a super chat from Mr. Mogg.
Well, Overton around the wicket. Bowling to Jaiswell. Leaves that through to the keeper and there is no run.
They'll be nibble away on the
a little bit
off the pitch, I thought that. But
there's not as much. The one thing there isn't today, and there wasn't last night, was as much swing as there appeared to be in the first down yesterday. I don't know why that would change all of a sudden. Maybe it's just different ball.
I thought though that there was swing around yesterday and the first day, but I thought I don't know what Hector feels, but I felt that Siraj got his wickets with just balls that shot back, didn't he? Didn't they really? The Pope.
2 LBWs,
yeah,
Root and
Pope.
Yeah. That's short, and that's a great shot from Jaiswell, though. He just leans back and plays an ODI shot / T20. Just guides it over the top of where the slips would be down to a vacant third man for 4 runs.
Well, we kind of know he can play that shot. So why wouldn't you put someone down there? I mean, how many runs do England leak at third man? If it was any other position, they'd be filling it.
The problem is unless you take someone out of slips for that shot, and then if you put someone down there who's unlikely to play it, isn't he?
Well, yeah, but you cut off the 4, don't you? Because he hasn't played the shot.
Well, true, but he'll just find somewhere else to hit it.
Oh,
Jabs
really?
that one into the offside. Does he get a single? Didn't bother.
There aren't too many places that you can hit a ball that's rising sort of above shoulder height.
No, that's true.
Outside the off stump. Yeah, Disinterested Handjob says, play the sweary dropped catch jingle. Which one is that? I'm not sure which one it is. The sweary one. I'm going to have a little ferret around Mog to see if I can find it. Is it this one?
No, that's Drop It Like It's Hot, I think.
No, is it?
That one is a decent ball from Overton. Defended by Akashdeep. 27 very useful runs from Akashdeep.
Okay, well, I've got 2 drop catch jingles here. I'm going to play this one. Let's see what happens.
Way up in the sky, little darling. And if it falls, I'll pick it up. Just pick it up, mate.
No, it doesn't sound sweary, that one, I have to say.
Last ball of the over from Jamie Overton. Plays inside at Akashdeep, through the keeper, and there's no run.
Hector, any thoughts? What can England do here?
I think on your last point, Hendo, about the swinging scene that we had yesterday, I think the main factor for the bowlers today will be the bounce. And we saw earlier on, I think it was Tongue, he got a ball to sort of rise up into Deep's rib cage, and I think as you were talking about yesterday, Bear, indents are starting to show on the pitch. A couple of the LBWs yesterday, I think Pope and Sudarshan, the ball just stayed low and you can't do anything about that. So I think for England today, it's about kind of finding those indentations.
Was the pitch rolled again this morning, do you think?
I don't think it would have been, no.
Do you think it would have been?
I think it's between innings.
I thought it was between innings, but sometimes it's at the beginning of the day as well. And if it would, they'd have got away with 2 rollings of the pitch, wouldn't they, in very short order. Ooh, beats the outside edge this time, Tongue. Tongue's at least can do long spells, and he's going to need to do a lot today, as that one beats the outside edge of Jaiswal's bat, and there is no run.
Can't see Overton bowling too many overs today, so it's going to have to be Bethel's.
Well, then we're down to fucking 2 bowlers, essentially, aren't we?
Bethel
And Gus Atkinson, you can't see him bowling really long spells. We are a bit fried when it comes to that because of Wokes. Brings back the old substitutes rule, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Not to me, it doesn't. I just don't. It's just one of those things, isn't it?
Well, it is one of those things. That one is worked off the pads by Jaiswal down to long leg of the zone. I mean, I don't have a problem with it if it's genuine injury that is match stopping.
Stokes made the point that if you're a bowler, 9 out of 10 bowlers will be able to get an MRI and find some sort of stress issue.
I agree with that. But the obvious thing that happened yesterday was that Wokes, or day one, Wokes dislocated his shoulder, and that's an obvious thing. It's not just like, oh, I've got a muscle tear. I mean, this is, and I get that. And then you get into the vagaries of, oh, it's a real injury. You know, he's gone off, he's hobbling. But, you know, because Stokes was clearly bowling with some pectoral problem, wasn't he, on the last day of the last test, but he managed to bowl through it for a while anyway. So, yeah, there are degrees, and, you know, there have to be some solid rules in place for it. But, because, I mean, this contest could be, well, England are stuffed, really, unless they can get early wickets, because their bowlers will be knackered by mid-afternoon if they haven't.
Well, they haven't got early wickets. We're
And we are
50 minutes into the morning,
Exactly.
and Akashdeep's on 29.
And that was 2 more out into the deep by Akashdeep.
Let me see if this is the filthy sweary one.
The pimps in the crib,
No, it isn't.
drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
I'm going to have to look in selected in play 2.
Oh, I know the one he means.
Do you know the one he
one
means?
that I took out? Yeah, but that's more a Wicket jingle.
Oh, is it?
It's the one where I'm swearing because it was when Mo and Ali.
Oh, yeah. I know the one you mean. Yeah. Oh,
But I can't remember what it's called. I think it's in the Wickets, actually. Probably.
50 partnership for these 2, Deep and Jaiswal. Pope moving in at short leg now, so it should be some short stuff.
Well, yeah. And Tongue bowls that full. And it's played out into the covers. Akashdeep's feeling like a proper batsman. Thinks about a run, but it's not there. No run.
We've got another Super chat from Mark Arnold, £2. He says, morning GC, has Hendo had a night on the Terps? It might have been better if I had.
What were you up to last night then? Just getting upset by Wimbledon?
Well, I went down the pub to watch the Wimbledon game, and we played well. We never looked like winning it, but...
Was it an actual real game, or was it...
It was a real game.
A real game.
A real game of football. First game...
Oh, Edge, no! Oh, that went away then. Beat the outside edge of Akashdeep's bat.
I tell you what,
No run.
it might be instructive that you're getting so excited about the prospect of Akashdeep getting out.
I'd rather it was Jaiswell.
Dan Takashi says, how could the match be gone? It just started.
Yeah, the match isn't gone. I think we're all just a bit disappointed. England have dropped 4 catches for a start. I mean, it's the kind of thing that does put you behind it. But, England have chased 371 in this series so far. I think they'll try and chase down anything. Tongue is in. Oh, Jesus Christ. Beats him again and somehow doesn't get the stumps. Double teapot. End of the over, no run.
Morning, Primates. Muttley is with us. Loving the sausages. Now, Mog is talking about War of the Worlds. I'm going to sort of skate over that. The famous 5 used to go on holidays unsupervised, Bear, and they used to have lots of nice jam, as I recall. Jay Grover, £2. Super Chat says, why isn't Hector out there fielding?
Yeah, you're on the ground staff. You could do. Stick you in an England shirt.
If you're on the ground staff, how come you're not out there rolling the pitch?
What, before the game?
Well,
Yeah, how come you're not on the ground staff?
why are you not there today?
Well, I'm not anymore. I stopped about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
And are you no longer interning for Sky? Is that why you're not there either?
No, I haven't.
Overton in. So how come you're not there for this one? That one's played out square. I probably asked you this yesterday, but I got short-term memory loss. And I got a single out to deep backward point. There's no run.
Not needed.
Not needed,
Team
okay.
of 10 of us, so we sort of split.
Oh, okay.
Divide and conquer a bit.
Make it competitive interning, yeah?
It was there for the setup days, but didn't make the actual match.
I do hope it's not another 8 years before you get another go.
Yeah.
Liam Dawson style.
Well, Akashdeep will face up to Overton, who hasn't got a wicket yet this test. He's been a bit unlucky, you'd say, at times.
Or a run.
Or a run, yeah, that's very true. Well, maybe it all comes right in the second innings. That one is into Akashdeep, who works it square on the leg side. He's probably going to get 2 here. He's hit it pretty square, long leg's pretty fine. And indeed he does. And he moves into the 30s. His top score is 31. I think he's just equalled it.
He has just equalled it. He's going to get 100.
Not for fuck's sake, don't say that, Hendo.
Millionaire B, that's a fantastic handle. This night watchman will be a problem for England, who already look a couple of bowlers down. Well, they were kind of a bowler down in the fact that they were making up a 5th bowler out of 2 part-time spinners, and now they've lost Wokes. It's looking really difficult. Australia are playing the Lions in torrential rain in Australia, which is
yeah, I've got a dodgy stream going on over there.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
What's the score?
It was 5-0 to Australia. That one's worked off the pads by Akashdeep. Down to long leg, and he'll get a single. He's got his highest test score.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Kate Eleanor has retracted her message.
Why? Why, Kate?
I do love it when people retract messages because it makes me even more curious. She then says, "Oh, they live. I don't know what that means. They live. Something they live. I am so hopeless with films," she says. They're all talking about films. That's how excited they are.
They live's the one with the glasses, isn't it? John Carpenter.
Oh, goodness.
Late 80s, early 80s.
Yes. Horror. He did a couple of horror films, didn't he?
That one is decent ball by Jamie Overton to Jaiswell. He defends and there's no run.
I love this chat, says Dan De Castro. Often great fun peeps and high IQ, unlike many others. Someone known as Tony Bishop says, has Samantha managed to console Hendo after Wimbledon's last-minute act of self-sabotage against the scum? Well, at least I can sort of enjoy the fact that because Tony's a Watford fan, that he considers Luton the scum.
Yes. Jamie Overton is in. Ooh, that's a decent delivery. Good leave by Jaiswell. Kind of missed the stumps by much. Carried on coming in, and there is no run. England have got to get their heads together here and start thinking.
habits of a lifetime and all that sort of
Well,
stuff.
I know, but I mean, exactly that. I mean, I think they'll be very disappointed that they didn't get a bigger lead yesterday. But
Oh, absolutely, totally.
you have to say that India bowled very well.
They did. I mean,
And you can't just say, oh, we didn't bat very well. Sometimes you have to give it to the opposition and
You
go
do.
again and go, okay, they bowled very well, but we still got a 23-run lead. That's pulled and pulled well. Oh, there is a man out there. It's Gus Atkinson at deep square leg, and it'll only be a single. And then you've got to get your hat on again and go, okay, well, we're going to have to chase down some runs in the final innings, but we've got to get the wickets first. It's going to be hard work. It's the last test of the series. Everyone's got to put their back in and think to the bowlers, at the end of this game, you can have some time off. You're not going to play. If you're picked in the test side, you're not playing another test for 6 weeks. So just put everything into it.
That's more than 6 weeks, mate.
Well, no, it's almost 6 months. I know, 4 months, isn't it? But I mean, just put your back into it, get it done.
Well, presumably some of the not the bowlers necessarily, but certainly some of the batters will be playing the 100, no doubt.
Yeah, I think it's different for batters than bowlers, though, isn't it? Not so many moving parts when you're batting. Oh, that one swings in, half a peel. It's probably going down leg though. Josh Tongue's bowled well this morning.
When do we see England go short? / do we see England go short? To
I don't think this is a wicket where you need to go short.
Well, it hasn't been, but
No.
I'm not saying it wouldn't get to
I
that
mean,
point.
we did get Washington Sundar with a short ball in the first innings. We should have had Jaiswal last night with a short ball.
Yeah, but it depends what you mean by short. I mean, are you talking, Hector, you're probably talking about that sort of short
Barrage.
pitch,
Yeah, the
barrage
plan
of-
with
and-
everyone behind.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I don't think.
Not yet.
No, it
Mid-afternoon.
also takes a lot of effort out of the bowlers, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
And you've only got 3 of them. That one's gone very fine. Is it going to be one, or are they going to? Yeah, it's just got to be the one run. The leg by.
it's where
Jaiswal.
Overton's at his best, though. I could see maybe mid-afternoon Overton 1 and 5 overs, just everything short, everyone behind, and then could do Bethel at the other end and just loop it up basically.
I mean, they're basically going to bowl Tongue all day.
It kind of has to.
Well, I mean, it's clouded over a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you would hope that the ball would start to do a bit more now. Maybe it has been in the last sort of 15, 20 minutes, but not that it's helped England. I mean, they have dropped 1 catch.
Those penthouse apartments are going to be good for watching test matches.
Yeah, but do you know how much they cost?
Oh yeah, probably about $1 million, I'd have thought, or more.
Well,
For a 2-bedder. That one's worked into the leg side and there is no run.
what they're calling a Manhattan apartment, which is basically a studio of 400 square feet.
Which is basically a 1-bedroom flat.
400 square feet is tiny.
It's not very big, but it's basically a minimum for a 1-bed flat.
Is going to be 600 grand, I believe.
Is that on the ground floor as well, so you can't see anything?
Probably. Yeah. And Stuart Broad is an ambassador for the developers.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
You're not a Stuart Broad fan, Hender?
I am a big Stuart Broad fan. I just,
He's cashing in.
yeah.
That one's
absolutely.
defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. See what happens if an England bowler breaks down here, either Tongue, Overton, or Atkinson with a breakdown. I like the way they got it stepped so that all fucking those apartments on that side will be able to see into the ground there.
How bad would it be to be looking in the other direction, though? And maybe they're not. Maybe
Maybe if
there
I
are
win the
none.
lottery, I'll buy one of those apartments for guerrilla cricket.
And then they can't stop us doing it live
Exactly.
from the ground.
We've got our own camera and we'll film it. we'll get a big zoom lens and we'll film it. That one is down the arse and there is no run. We're going to have a switch at the end of this over. Gary's coming in. There's supposed to be Kat, but she's not there. And someone else. I can't remember who it is. So
That will be me.
Well, Messi, you're going to have to catch up with loads and loads of tweets because
which
I've
is
been a bit
why you
remiss.
super chat, peeps. Why you super chat? Because then we
Yeah.
get a big bold block of colour that says "Read me." Otherwise, I look at it and go, "What?" Tongue, last ball, left alone by Akashdeep, through to the keeper, and there is no run. Kat has just turned up. I'm going to let her in. Change the screen set. Gary's going to come in for Hendo. Messi's coming back as well. We'll see you later.
Where did you actually finish, Endo? Do you know?
Well, I didn't really get started.
Okay, fair
There was a lot of.
There have been.
There was. It's one of those days when people are talking to each other, which kind of confuses me a little bit. But the last one I did were really with any enthusiasm was Tony talking about Samantha and England, Wimbledon's active sabotage.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there is a lot there, and it is a very good reason to super chat us so that you can get priority in terms of your messages being read out. Alan Turf. Oh, sorry. There's stuff about football. By the way, the question was asked about whether the pitch is rolled before the start of play each day. It is, and between innings. And the discretion as to whether it's a heavy roller or a light roller lies entirely with the captain of the batting side. Anybody's interested, I've posted a link in the YouTube chat to the playing conditions that apply to Test matches in 2025. It's from the ICC website. It runs for about 389,000 pages, but it's got all the information in there. Hello, Kat. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not sure that Kat is. She was
Hello,
live.
hello
Oh,
there.
she is live. There she
Excellent.
is.
I wasn't sure if we were going to the next crew yet until the drinks are over, but obviously we're talking through it now.
Excellent.
Well, this hasn't been very good
you-
for England, has it? Hasn't been very good at all. That's the only saving grace for England is that if Akash Deep can score these runs, then 7 proper English batsmen and 4 who were quite handy, they should be able to score runs as well. Or 3 who were quite handy should be able to score runs as well. But 127 for 2, its lead is 104. It's not what England were looking at when they came out this morning.
Well, I can see England chasing 450 on this pitch, and it could be very interesting.
We know England can chase, and they're going to have plenty of time. They just take their time, and provided the pitch behaves, that might be okay.
Well, the odd
Your
one.
arrival has coincided with a rash of super chats, I might say. If you've got a jingle available at the moment.
Right. Let's have a look.
Oh, it's a hard work here.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Jay Grover, in relation to Stuart Broad accepting the position as ambassador for those apartments at the Oval, sends £2, says Stuart Broad is a whore. And Richard Milgate says £2, says, 344,234. Oops, I forgot to put a comma in the GPL. So somebody's picked 344,000 as the runs for the day. But it's a good reminder that the GPL is open, and there's around 80 quid there to be won. And Jay sends another £2, says obligatory Batman and Bobbin retainer. There you go.
There we are. Well, are you going to come over, Batman? We should do it in the drinks break. Oh, here comes Bobbin. Bobbin's coming over to say hello.
Excellent.
Come on in, Bob. Come on, gorgeous girl. Here she is. Here she is. I'll take my background off just so that everyone can see it properly. Oh, no, I've got my background off. Good. There we are.
Yeah.
Here we are, Bobbin.
She's extraordinarily well behaved.
Yeah, well, yeah. She is, as long as she doesn't know you're there. If she knew you were there, if she actually saw you, she'd be growling and barking at you and all sorts.
I've already had that this morning because there's a dog in the next studio here in Lewisham, and the dog was not very happy to see me. They never are.
No,
I think we're back live.
Everyone. She basically hates everyone. Oh, we're back live. Oh, my goodness.
Yep.
And the first ball was just a single to square leg, and Overton is bowling. Am I doing ball by ball?
You are.
That is the case. So Akash Deep is now at his highest score, or not quite. He has just gone past his highest test score. Good work, young man.
He's having quite the test, is Akash Deep. If it's not controversy, it's getting dropped, and if it's not getting dropped, it's making 32 off 50 balls, batted for an hour this morning. He's certainly
fantastic. And I think
delivering.
the main question, of course, is who's going to put their arm around him when he leaves.
That's it. We did catch a glimpse of perhaps a reconciliation earlier this morning on the field.
Did they put their arms around each other?
They
Gary,
did.
with their
They did.
reconciliation?
They did.
Ah, Overton bowls a wild bouncer, goes down leg side, and I don't think Akash even had to duck under that one.
At least he was getting the bouncer. I kind of mainly agree with Hendo, as I don't really understand why Jacob Bethel bowled the first ball of the first over of the morning. There is a case for the turning around of Gus Atkinson, so it was in order to swap ends. But I would have said to Jamie Overton, right, you've got 1 over, every ball in the grill of the night watchman, please. But they said they bowled Bethel.
Indeed, and this next one's a little fuller. It's still a bit wild down leg side, and Akash has no trouble defending that one. It wasn't quite a Yorker length. I think that's what he was going for, the classic short, followed by pitching it up. Good work.
Yeah, I mean, England haven't bowled that many at the top of off stump this morning, which disappoints because the life is going out of the pitch here. So what was in it, they should have tried to exploit.
This one's back of a length, just pushed a short cover, and Overton has to feel this himself as they scramble through for a single.
Very good single there. I mean, it's not bad for a man who's a career number 9 or 10 to be able to see that single is on offer and then take it. Well played.
Yes. Yeah. I presume he hasn't, I mean, apart from these 33 runs and whatever Jaiswal's made in that partnership, at least they've made 50 together. They've had 50 together, but have they run together before? Who knows?
Well, yeah, quite. There's usually fun and games with a night watchman in terms of running, but no sign of that from quite a professional performance this morning from India.
Yeah. Jaiswal's on strike now. He's on 74. And this is another short bouncer bowled by Overton. Doesn't quite get up as high, and it's taken easily by the keeper.
No direction. If Overton's going to bowl bouncers at Jaiswal, he needs to get it from round the wicket and under the armpit. That's just so easy to duck under. That from over the wicket down the leg side, you'll just take those all day. England have dropped, I think, 5 catches, is it, and missed a run out.
I think they've dropped 4.
Dropped 4 and a run out. Well, you can't do that in a tight Test match. Just can't.
Another short pitch delivery by Overton. Not a huge bit of bounce there, but Jaiswal again just ducks under it very simply, and that is the end of Overton's over. The score 129 for 2.
There has been a lot of discussion generally on YouTube, so I can't go through it all. There's been considerable regret at the fact that Stuart Broad is no longer available. Dan de Castro says, Miss Broad, we all do, just for fun memories. I watched his 8 for 15 against Australia. That was quite impressive. Mark Arnold says he retired a year too early, in my view. And Jay says, mint, now we have the ray of sunshine that is Gary.
Indeed.
And, says Dan de Castro, the gorgeous and insightful Cat.
Lots of lovely compliments for the commentary team. Did you get one too, Messi?
No, not yet. I'm just part of the furniture.
Come on, we need some compliments for Messi Jez, because he knows how to do the socials. That's something I don't know how to do. We have 3 slips in place. This one again's on the pads. Akash takes a very agricultural swing, and it's gone all the way out to the boundary for 4 runs.
It was agricultural, wasn't it? He just sort of stood there and decided to hit the ball, and there it went.
No
And if you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
I mean, it was a real half
He just
tracker.
planted his feet.
Yeah. Just swung it away. Nobody at cow corner. Mind you, he'd have played the shot anyway, pretty sure of that. Yeah. But it's just getting away from England here. It really is getting away from them.
There's a lot of shoulders in that. And this next one is, again, pushed to cover. Scrambled single. Very good running from these two. Akash has just pushed it and said, I'm off. And Jaiswal's called him through, and it's fantastic. Good, great running.
Night watching to say, look, it's an easy game, this. What you do is you hit the first ball of the over to the boundary, and then you take a quick single off the second one. I don't know why you guys can't do it all the time.
He's done his work, hasn't he, for the over?
Oh, you've been very successful here, Kat. Jay Grover has sent a £2 super chat saying, love to Messi, the man's a prince. Thank
There
you,
you go.
Charlie.
Fantastic.
Oh, I feel so much better.
Jay Grover, fantastic patron of guerrilla cricket, I imagine,
Indeed.
by now. Atkinson has the figures of 1 for 45. He's in his 11th over. He's around the wicket to Jaiswal. He's pushing a ball down to third. In fact, he's pushed it so convincingly. It's gone all the way for 4 runs.
Gosh, he makes it look easy.
I mean, he's had a lot of luck in this innings, but it does look like he's worked out how to play in England. He made 100 in the first test. He got a decent score in the second. And then he seemed to think he was back in Bangalore or in Chennai, where he could just throw his hands through the ball outside off stump. He's been much more compact today, watching the ball onto the face of the bat. He's looked like the man with the reputation he has.
Yeah. He's doing a late cut this time. Again, it goes down to third where Archer's down there. And Jaiswal gets another single. He's gone to 79.
It's not Archer. It
who is that down there? Who is that down
It's
there
a
on
substitute fielder from Surrey's academy who Hector knows and has given us his name, but I've already forgotten, I'm afraid. Barnwell. It's Barnwell. He's a big, strong boy.
He has got a blank shirt. You think they would have given him a proper shirt?
Well, he hasn't got a blank shirt. He's got a shirt with the right front on, but on the back he's got no number.
Ah, right, okay. Yeah. Anyway, this next one's just pushed to mid-on, and they're not taking a run for that. They can't run because the fielders are in. In fact, the fielding has been pretty sharp in the last few overs, but still the running is sharper.
Yes, it is. And maybe
come on.
Maybe it's a tribute to the font that they're using for those apartments on the gasometer, which looks very like that of The Prisoner. At least it did to me. And young Barnwell's been able to say, I am a man, not a number, because he has no number.
Oh, that's a stretch.
It is.
So we have 3 slips. This one is outside the leg stump and left alone. And the lead is 116. The score 139 for 2 after the 34th.
And Jay Grover says, hooray, Bobbin! And thanks for closing the curtains, Cat. One fear sage.
We closed them just to stop that axe murderer from coming in because, the curtains will help.
Yeah, absolutely. Axe murderers
Batman
hate
is now
curtains.
on screen if anyone's interested.
Ah, beautiful. David Durrell says, dogs not liking Gary. I find they're often instinctively a good judge of character. Oh, Dave, that's not very nice.
I give off the whiff of fear. It's from where I grew up.
Jaiswal's up on the back foot to Overton. He's pushing the ball out into the off, running through and getting another 1. So he moves to 80.
His hands are so fast, Jaiswal. It gets him out of trouble quite often because he can play balls square on the offside that other batters would be looking to push down the pitch because he can get his hands across and through his body and impart force to the ball, which is why he's hit so many sixes in his Test career. He must have the fastest hands I've seen in a long, long time.
The next one is short to Akash Deep, and he avoids it, goes through to the keeper.
He's got to direct these bouncers here, Overton. I think I talked yesterday saying that it can be easy to fall into the trap of thinking the bouncer is just a generic ball, a generic description, but it's not. It's a ball that, like any other ball, needs to be directed properly. I mean, that wasn't the worst bouncer because he did have to get inside that one. But ones that just balloon over the batsman's head or are easily let go on the offside or the leg side, it's just a waste of energy. They've got to be under the chin.
So this next ball is played into the foot. It dribbles down towards the stumps. He's kicked away, and Akash has almost trodden on his stumps in the effort to stop the ball from hitting the base of the wicket there.
It was quite amusing,
that was
wasn't it?
a very close call for him.
I'll tell you why, though. It's because the ball kept very, very low. It was a rare instance of it wasn't an inside edge, it was a bottom edge because the ball kept so low.
Yeah.
And to his credit is the fact that he was in line with the ball saved him because the ball went off the bottom edge and took the had. In fact, the foot.
Very lucky too, because I think it was in line with middle stump.
It was.
Yeah.
Another bouncer from Overton. This one's called a wide.
Yeah, you see, that's the bad bouncer I was talking about. But England will be
Waste of
slightly,
energy.
yeah, England will be slightly worried about that previous delivery because it really did keep low, and the England batters would expect to be more on the front foot than India's night watchman. But as we know, quite a few of England's batters don't really get forward. I'm looking at you, Mr. Crawley, and you, Mr. Pope.
So again, Akashdeep up on the toes, defending a ball into the off, and no run taken.
Yeah, what England have
I think he's looking a little bit nervous, Gary, now
He
after
is.
facing that very low delivery.
Yeah.
He looked at the bottom of his bat, he knew it had hit the toe. He's a little bit worried now about the pitch. He wants to get 50.
I see they got
that's why.
those 3 square legs again in a line.
Yeah.
It's silly.
Well,
silly stuff.
it's not. I don't think it's entirely silly. I'll explain why in a moment. I can do it now. It's because he is bowling a lot of bouncers, and it means that he's not going to hit the bouncer. So the bouncer is a free delivery. He's just got to direct it better.
And anyway, it doesn't matter because Akashdeep is so skilled that he can actually take this next delivery again up on the toes and guide it behind point for a single. It doesn't matter how many square legs you have. If your tailenders can play into the offside like that.
Yeah,
Very nice.
it will worry England a bit though to see see that one keep so low because the pitch hasn't done what it did on previous 2 mornings of this test. But if it starts to go the other way and it dies so much that ones start keeping low, then that can be just as bad as the jagging, bouncing deliveries we've seen in the previous 2 days.
Overton's bowling to Jaiswal and he's playing it. He's guiding it behind point as well, but there's no run there because the fielder gets it smartly.
That's the end of the over, isn't it? We have another super chat.
Money's just rolling in. Incredible.
Yeah. Alan Turpmore sends £5. He says, "Can I have the fuck off jingle for Blackburn Rovers, please? My lad is asking, and I'm paying." Well, absolutely, for £5 we'll play anything.
You can have whatever you like for £5.
If I can find it.
Yeah.
You have to just say it. You can just say it though, Gary, if you can't find it.
Prithvi says, "Cat has a dog. She has 2 dogs, and she has a cat. So there's 2 cats and 2 dogs."
The cat very rarely makes an appearance, but it'd have to be a very big super chat for Dan to go downstairs and try and find him. No chance, says Dan. No chance. 3 slips in play, says Atkinson comes steaming in. Akash plays this to short cover. A little bit edgy, but he's been so good. I haven't seen him really do anything dangerous yet, Gary. Mind you, I haven't been paying hugely close attention.
And neither have I, because I've been looking for the requested super chat jingle, and I think it's this.
Please fuck off, you useless twat.
Oh, that surprised me. I expected the more imperative one, if you know what I mean.
Yes, there must be more. There's several. Just as I'm saying Akash not doing anything dangerous, he has a bit of a prod at this next delivery from Atkinson, and he could have edged it, but he didn't. Straight through to the keeper.
Yeah, what England have got to keep an eye on is that the whole game feels like India are 250 in front, but they're not. They're only a sort of 120, and one brings 2, and all those cliches come into play. But the wild card is that England don't really want to be bowling after 3 o'clock this afternoon. But the lead is only 119.
Another one pushed backward a point by Akash. He seems to be able to play it all over the ground, although he has a slight preference for cow corner. Anyway, he's on 39. The score does not progress. 142 for 2. We still have 3 deliveries here in this Atkinson over.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Ben Stokes is so good because he seldom lets the game drift. He has done it. I have seen him do it, but, I've seen him now play a lot of Test cricket as a captain, so it's bound to happen. But I think Pope's got to move the field around, do something.
Akash plays this next one late. He had an absolute age in order to play this ball. He plays it backward a point, goes all the way to the boundary for 4. Very skilled batter's shot.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it just sat there, didn't it, to be hit. And Atkinson, who was so good on days 1 and 2, is beginning to look a bit tired, beginning to look entirely reasonably like he's a bit in need of a gallop. And that ball just sat and said, "Hit me, baby, one more time," and it was hit one more time.
I was just looking
Very
on
well
Crick
done to
Info.
find
These
that,
two have
didn't
put on. Oh, sorry, wait.
This next ball just defended. Here, how much have they put on? What's their partnership?
76, of which Akash Deep scored 43 and Jaiswal 29.
Shake of the head there from Atkinson. Yeah, the body language isn't looking great for England. What Stokes would do now is he might change the field around and go for a bouncer attack, if only to give the batsman something different to think about. What I might do is put 3 men on the leg side boundary and go round the wicket and say, hit to the leg side. He can't just keep doing what hasn't worked for 90 minutes. This
next one is short, and Arkashdeep throws the bat at it. It hits the toe, goes aerial all the way to the cover boundary. Another boundary and an incredible shot.
And this is where the senior pros need to get in Pope's ear and say, look, we've got to do something here. This game is now going away from us.
I'm amazed Hendo hasn't exploded the lack of a third man.
Yeah. I mean, it's gone to third man so many times. I think this is hilariously very similar to the way England started the first innings.
It is, yeah.
Just as many Bazball runs as they possibly can get. It feels like Arkashdeep is playing that game.
Well, we were saying off air that the batters who have succeeded in this match on a pitch that admittedly is beginning to change its character are the ones that have played the Bazball cricket. The ones who've just propped forward and hoped to survive. Some of them have survived, like Sai Sudarshan in the first innings, but they haven't survived for long enough. Certainly not to score runs.
Yeah.
Put bat to ball, with a chance.
Yeah, I think it was actually Danny's. Not only is it Bazball, they're going back to Bazball 1.0.
Yeah. But fair play to them, especially Akash Deep, who has looked very comfortable indeed playing his shots, and Jaiswal, who is hard to believe it, but Jaiswal has really played the sheet anchor role this morning. But he's always able to score runs because those hands are so good. He can put the ball here or there. Joe Root seems to be captaining the side now. It's not looking good.
Yeah, that's right. Pope's just giving him a thumbs up. I think they're all going to each other. What would Stokes do? I think that's right. And Stokes would just bowl himself. We know what he would do.
Yes, that's exactly
right.
That's exactly it. That's why Shane Warne would have been such a great captain for Australia, because he would have himself to call upon.
This next one is a full toss by Overton. It slipped out of his hands. It's right wide outside off stump, and Jaiswal has a swing but can't connect.
That's a bit bad.
So Overton looking a bit tired as well.
Yeah, well, that's just going to say is that the first ball he kind of aborted because the run-up went wrong, and he tries to bowl it again, and it slips out as a full toss. That doesn't speak to a man who's entirely at ease with his workload either, does it?
Yeah.
Root definitely captaining the side at the moment.
He's giving directions everywhere. We have 2 slips. This one's short into the body. Hits Jaiswal on the hip. It's not in line with the stumps.
I mean, I believe that, sometimes teams do this. They let the captain have 5 overs off and they hand over to the senior pro and says, you make sure everyone's in the right place and, we're according to our strategy. So, it's not impossible. But if that's so, he should be doing it a little bit more discreetly than directing the traffic as he is.
He should be just going up and having a chat.
Yeah,
with
that's
the
exactly
captain,
it.
rather than directing traffic. But as you say, this is the better delivery from Overton, angling in to the left-hander Jaiswal. He's on 80. There's no run taken as that ball's defended. By the way, India has brought up the 150. Yeah. They lead by 127.
Well, I'm contemplating writing my report cards that I do at The Guardian on each of the players. And Jaiswal was going to get a kind of B- because he showed how well he could play and then kind of slightly lost the plot and didn't really deliver on his promise, and yet he's playing absolutely beautifully now, having been dropped. But
Yeah, indeed. Another good delivery from Overton.
Yes.
And another one defended by Jaiswal into the onside.
a B- is morphing into a B+ before my very eyes here, and that's fair play to Jaiswal. You know, he came out with a plan last night. He executed that, had a bit of luck, but you get that in cricket. He's come out with a different plan this morning and executed that.
Yeah.
It looks like they've abandoned the short balls because they just couldn't get them right.
Yeah, it looks like they've abandoned the dressing room
Yes,
as
they
well.
are bowling. This next one's back of a length from Overton, and it's pushed into the covers. So much better bowling and definitely more difficult to score from. Or maybe it's just that it's Jaiswal, not Akash on strike.
Yeah, he's not really, you know, he's playing almost in the orthodox style as Jaiswal now. He's putting away the 4 balls for 4. He's looking to pick up singles, and the rest he's defending. It's kind of that in a series like this, and indeed in the way England play cricket now, and that obviously has a kind of overspill into the opposition. It's almost that when you see the orthodox, it looks unorthodox.
Fuller delivery, outside off, left alone by Jaiswal. In no hurry to get to his century. That's the end of Overton's 10th over. The score 150 for 2. Over to you, Messi.
Alan Turfmore says, I just found out you can't swear while buying a super chat. Yeah, YouTube's very prudish like that, but we understood it. He also says, just fuck off, Chet. That were a bit too mild for Blackburn, and he wanted the strong fuck off one, I think.
Oh, somebody else will have to find that. The bear might be coming in.
If this batting persists and then the captain has a knock, the draw creeps back into the equation, in my opinion. Well, we're a long way from there. Apparently, Lightning has stopped play in the game between Australia and the Lions. Captain Dan's feline is gloriously aloof from our petty financial dealings, says Jay.
Yeah. Akash defends a ball from Atkinson, and we are going to see the Akash Deep 50. I'm positive we will.
Yeah, and
over. What do you reckon?
Well, I reckon it's possible, and maybe I should delay this until that 50 comes up, but it would be churlish, so I'll play it now.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
I think that's much more satisfying.
It related to someone else's football or cricket team, right? It doesn't relate to Akash, who's now facing up to Atkinson and guiding a ball into the covers without any intent to take a run.
That was Adrian Edmondson, and I saw a terrible kind of one-man show by Adrian Edmondson about 10 years ago, and I think he was on Desert Island Discs, and I think he owned up to doing a terrible one-man show about 10 years ago, so I'm glad we were both of the same opinion. He wasn't very happy with it either, but he's done good work both before and after, so fair enough, Aid.
I'm very nervous for Akash Deep. He's facing up to Atkinson. He's having a wild swing, and this one has gone to the boundary.
Yes!
He's got 4 runs. He's delighted, and everyone in the Indian outfit thinks this is hilarious. His maiden Test 50, his highest score. Good work.
Well done, sir.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half-century.
And Richard Rogers may be turning in his grave, but that seemed to be particularly apposite for this really tremendous knock from Akash Deep.
Another short one from Atkinson. Akash Deep ducks underneath it. He's now on 51. He brought up his half-century with another agricultural swipe across the line, but still not in any danger at all. I actually think, Gary, he's just so... He doesn't want anyone to put their arm around him as he goes out. I think that's stopping him from going out.
Maybe it is, yeah. He's too frightened. He'll be really, really frightened if he gets 100 and England close in to shake him by the hand. He'd be really scared.
Oh, yes. He's having a prod at this next one. And he doesn't make contact. I don't think he makes contact anyway. And there's a bit of a dive from the keeper, but Anyway, look, he's made his 50 now. He's certainly done his night watchery duties for sure. And we are just about probably at the end of this over to have a change. Is that right, guys?
I think it is the end of the over.
We do have two J Grover Super Chats there. One for £2.
Get those done.
Because I agree with Gary about Warren. And another one for £2 because Akash is mint. Indeed he is.
So I think
Akash is mint.
Next
one through to the keeper, end of the over, and that is 154 for 2.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kat. I was thinking that was the end of the over, but or rather that was the first of the next over, but it wasn't. So thank you very
Kat,
much.
You're
for
on
that.
socials now, I think.
Oh,
I am going to try and master the socials.
Oh,
so
hello, Kat.
There's an awful lot today to go through. So those last two super chats, if you start at the bottom of the first of them, where Jay says, "Fuck the open curtains."
Fantastic. I shall.
Now then, Kat, I've brought my glasses, so if you struggle, I can take over.
I've got to try and do a better job of socials than I did last time.
Well,
Kat, you're better than me.
Team effort.
I can't even see the
I hate
damn things on
socials,
YouTube. This ball is just pushed by Jaiswal short of the man at gully, and they steal a single. They have batted really, really well, Steve.
They've batted, I don't know, Akash, some of his swipes. I think some of the bowling has not been great, and certainly the field positioning has just been fairly ordinary, I think.
It is ordinary, but they're under the kosher England, and it's amazing how if you take those catches, they'd all be on their toes. India would be 5 or 6 down. It would be entirely different. But it's 155 for 2, my favourite bus, the 155. And Overton is in. That's a better bouncer. It wasn't quite a bouncer. It was just a short ball that went up into the ribs. But Akash played it very well. He was in behind it, got the hands high.
Very solid, yes. Yes, no, I like to see this at the ribs. I'm a bit perverted like that, I think. just shake him up a bit.
Jadeja was telling him to take his helmet off for the 50. But Akash, to his credit, knows that real batters don't take the helmet off for the 50. They only take it off for the 100. So he kept it on. So a very nice bit of byplay between the senior pro and the night watchman. That's a horrible delivery down the leg side. Oh, Overton has been poor. He really has.
Stringing those balls together, isn't it? Getting the pressure. He just relieves it too often.
Yeah. Well, as I said yesterday, I don't think Overton's in Surrey's best 11, never mind in England's. So, I was surprised that they picked him. I really am. Jaiswal has 81 off 100 balls. I think Sai Sudarshan batted over 100 balls in the first innings for 38, and that shows the benefit of Jaiswal basballing it last night. As beautiful forward defensive from Akash Deep. That's one that he'll be able to get on his compilation tape that he will undoubtedly make. They don't have compilation tapes now. What do they have? Some digital version. He'll be showing that to the grandchildren. Here's where I made 50 for India at the Oval, and this was my favourite shot. And there it is, a forward defensive. I hope you're lining up those socials for the break between the...
I have found them. That's something.
That's a good start. You're looking very studious.
Yeah, you are looking at deep concentration.
Very serious.
I am in deep concentration, just trying to find the socials.
Yeah, well, there's Akash Deep as well, and he's facing up now to Overton. That's outside off stump, and that's the first really kind of tail-ender shot that we've seen. It was wide of off stump. He just followed it with the bat, and all that was going to happen there was an edge to the keeper or to first slip, but he missed it, and it's
I think
still 155 for 2.
I think he's wafted at a few, actually.
He hasn't wafted at that many, I don't think.
There's been a few.
So. Maybe. That really did look like a tail-ender, though, because that's where they see the ball and almost kind of hypnotise. The hands keep going out further and further towards the ball.
Yes.
Still 3 slips, a gully and a backward point for England, so they are attacking the night watchman, but he lets that one go. That's the shot he should have played. Yes. Through to the keeper. It's the end of the over, 155 for 2. Kat, you're on.
I'm on, okay. So, Stupid Short Leg says, Akash looks pretty good out there. Might India have a better looking Ben Stokes on their hands? Mind you, his name isn't Stupid Short Leg, it's Stupid Short Leg in German, which I cannot pronounce. So, thank you for that. Thank you for that comment. We also have a super chat from Disinterested HJ. $5
chat.
Australian dollars. Cat needn't worry about socials too much. Gary won't take a breath.
Entirely unfair. I literally cued
Harsh.
you in. Harsh.
Yeah. Very harsh and
So what's-
inaccurate because,
What's stupid short leg in German? Would that be something like Doof Kleinbein or something
Oh,
like that?
no, it's not.
at all.
I cannot pronounce it. Someone else can come in
Doofkleinbein?
and tell me the...
I'm sure it's like Klein is small rather than short. Kurtz is short. This ball is pushed by J-Swell backward of point, and he takes a single. Hands it over to the senior batsman in Akashdeep. 156 for 2. The England fans looking at their phones there, following the Lions probably. As the camera picks out Ashley Giles. Doesn't look much different now to when he played, to be honest.
No, not really. A little grayer, maybe.
Yeah, didn't do very well at Lancashire, Ashley Giles. In fact, he's been to a few clubs as kind of chief executive and not always covered himself in glory. 20 years ago he was, of course. As this is Atkinson who's in again, 83 miles an hour, and there is no run. I point out the 83 miles an hour because on the first day in particular they were showing the speeds on the big screen, and it was sort of 87, 87,
yes,
85,
indeed. Yes.
86, 87. So he's down on that pace. And I remember it might have been Flintoff saying it. There was certainly somebody said it, that it doesn't sound much the difference between 82 miles an hour and 88 miles an hour. But when you're standing 22 yards away, it really makes a difference. So here's Atkinson again. That's top of off stump, but it's beautifully defended with high hands by Akashdeep. Can't play the forward defensive better than that, can you?
Well, that's right. He's got good defensive strokes, hasn't he? He does look quite set.
Yeah, he does. He does. And is there a little bit of frustration coming through England? Some scowling faces.
Yeah, I can only imagine they're pretty frustrated.
Bethel must be on for a bowl soon. I mean, there's no point sort of billing him as the spin option. Admittedly, a side without a specialist spinner. If you're not using him in this session, you're never using him. As Atkinson is in again, and that's driven by Akashdeep through the vacant mid-off area. It's the captain, who was at wide mid-off actually, who runs to get it, and they take 2. There might well have been 3 there if they'd really hurtled after it. He loses his hat and reveals that bouffant of strawberry blonde hair in which he rejoices, but not much else is going right for Ollie Pope at the moment.
No. The game does seem to be sliding away.
It does. I mean, Ollie Pope's hair, it does have a bit of the labradoodle about it, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Oh, I'm no expert on
Cat's
dogs,
clearly
so
expert,
I'm
yeah.
very glad that you interjected there, Cat. That's well wide of off stump, and there is no run. So 158 for 2. The lead 135. It's not
Doesn't
out of
sound
reach,
huge,
is it?
That's right. Yeah.
But
you had another 100 runs onto it there.
Oh, he had another 100 runs on, and you also add the impact of England looking very, very flat here. They don't look like a side who are going to come out and ball their way
But
to
I think they do prefer
370
to
or
bat.
something.
My impression is they
wanna chase.
prefer to bat indeed.
Yeah, they chased 370, I
They're
think, in the
more
first
comfortable
test.
batting than bowling, yeah.
As Atkinson wide again of the off stump at 85 miles an hour, but 158 for 2. Cat.
Yes, actually, it's probably more cavoodle than labradoodle now.
Oh,
I think about
well,
it.
I was doing so well.
Yeah. Now, the of course, stupid short leg is not stupid short leg. Stupid short leg is Leah. Thank you, Leah, for translating. I don't know who you are on YouTube, so that does help.
Yes, that is Leah.
And we
You're
also
right.
have Alan Turfmore saying, "Is Cat's dog called Bouncer?" I've been watching Retro Neighbours episodes on YouTube from the 80s and 90s. No,
Retro.
the dog is Batman, but I do believe it was Bouncer, wasn't it?
It was Bouncer on Neighbours, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Anyway, thank you, Leah, for clarifying that who you are. There's a bit of a side conversation going on about horror movies. I won't give you all of that.
Oh, I quite fancy that.
Oh.
Overton is in, speaking of horror movies, and that's cut by Jay Swell, who takes a single off the first ball of the over again. You're chuckling, Cat.
Yeah, there's some good. It is quite a good side conversation. I can't do it justice, but there's another conversation, Alan saying, Bobbins, what the fuck is that? And that's the name of the dog. Well, we have one called Batman and one called Bobbin.
Superb.
Yeah. Bernard Morrie saying, my dad used to make me lock the back door when Dracula was on and wouldn't let me turn the lights on.
Overton in again. That's slightly short, and Akashdeep wanted the single. It was never there, and it was sent back by Jay Swell, no run. Speaking of neighbours, I watched one of my favourite Australians, who is Brady Harron, who runs the Number File YouTube channel, and he was accepting an award from the Royal Society, giving quite an amusing speech for maths communication. It's the Zeeman Prize. The Zeeman Medal he was picking up. And he, quite rightly, referenced the support he gets from his wife, who, splendidly, is called Kylie. Wide of off stump, no run.
I did wonder where the neighbour's reference was going to come from. Then you worked very hard for that.
Yeah, it was a long way back. It was a long way back, but
and that was quite an obscure one. Well done.
I watch a lot of Brady Harron. He is very, very good at interviewing maths professors and getting them to explain what it is they do and how they do it. I found it therapeutic. I think I've said to you, Steve, therapeutic looking at Mersenne primes and twin primes. Mind you, they're the same thing, aren't they? But you know what I mean.
Prime numbers are very important in the computing industry.
Here's Overton again. This is on off stump, but it's an edge. And yet again, how many edges have we seen go through vacant fourth slip? I don't think I've ever seen so many in one match.
See, now I want Ricky punting. I want someone to follow the ball.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We have a reminder here that Leah's telling us the Indians have Jadu, Gill, Nair and Sundar still in the hutch.
Yeah,
plenty of batting to come, of course.
That's helpful, Leah. Thank you.
Don't we know? I was saying before.
And Gray Grover, super chat just before this ball. We can get it in. Super chat for a bit of the Labradoodle. Proper insult.
There's Overton, and that's on off stump, but he just lays a bat on it, does Akashdeep. He's got 57, for God's sake, Hines varieties. I did say earlier on that if Jadeja is batting at, say, 3 o'clock, and England are metaphorically out on their feet, then it could get very ugly indeed. I think it could get very ugly. Of course, I didn't really expect Jadeja to be batting at 3 o'clock, but not half as much as I didn't expect Akashdeep to be batting at 12:43.
He might make it to lunch.
Well, he might, and if that's not a commentator's curse, I don't know what is.
That's why I slipped it in.
Is that why I just slipped it in there?
Oh.
The other commentator's curse has been the camera person who is constantly looking at the next batter in the shed as if let's get him out. I don't think that's working either.
What are the security just ambling across the sight screen there? As Overton, he's in. That's a horrible ball down the leg side. Jamie Smith hasn't really got much of a chance. And this is not very good at all, because on top of everything else, we've got where is it? I can't even see it. Yes, buys. 4 buys. Not really very good, England.
I think they need a concussion substitute for Overton because he's clearly got some kind of head injury. I think they should be able to just get someone else in to bowl. Just anyone. Is there anyone else? Anyone else that can get to bowl?
Faulty radar, I think.
Well, maybe he's debilitated by carrying around that enormous lantern jaw that he has. Maybe that's catching up with him. We'll go to your chats and super chats if we can. Kat, are you able to?
Okay, yes. Let's see if I can scroll back and find
such enthusiasm.
The Labradoodle. Dan's just suggesting we could get Overton's twin brother in for him. Oh, we have got to change the bowling too in a minute.
Absolutely, we could get the more successful of the Overton brothers. Certainly plays a lot more.
Is this the sprayer or the non-sprayer version?
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's in. Is Josh Tung from round the wicket to the left-handed Jacewell, who's very busy coming out to meet him. It goes to the aforementioned Overton at long leg, and he flings it in, and they take a single. Let's jingle him off.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
We're expecting the band downstairs after lunch, and we might well get a bit of that in Lewisham. Strong Caribbean influence in this neck of the woods. Tongues over the wicket to the right hand to Akashdeep, who hits it in the air. There's a diving gully, who is Ben Duckett, where when he dives, he becomes kind of normal sized in terms of the wingspan, but he didn't get anywhere near it.
Right, if you put Ben Duckett in gully,
well,
it's always going to go past his
I think so, and it's one of these.
Is that a Yep. Yeah, so that's the Century Partnership.
Is it a Century Partnership?
Balls.
102 of 145 balls. Yeah, with Akashdeep, the senior pro. He's beginning to give me Alex Tudor vibes here.
Well, I'm thinking Dizzy Gillespie.
Dizzy Gillespie, he really are.
Outrageous 200 he scored against.
Stuart Broad, albeit with an asterisk against it at Lords.
Oh.
Yeah, he didn't quite get closer. But it's another one that's gone through vacant fourth slip. This is defended by Akashdeep, who slightly camps it up there in terms of picking the ball up. Batsmen do become rather camp, don't they, when they've got the opportunity to pick the ball up? They go, ooh, should I, shouldn't I? Ooh, is that all right?
Yes. I think they remember Michael Vaughan getting dismissed that way.
No, it was Graham Gooch, wasn't it?
Definitely Michael Vaughan got
yeah,
I think in India as well.
He kind of punched the ball away, yeah, I think
he actually picked it up as well.
Somebody in the crowd there seems to be wearing Rachel Zegler's eyebrows, but there you go. So this ball is just pushed into the leg side, and there is now a run. Yes, Rachel Zegler has very kind of spectacular eyebrows, I can promise you.
As spectacular as Fiona Bruce.
Yeah, you could be right. But she's a tiny presence on the vast stage of the London Palladium. I think she's much better when she's in the current iteration of Evita. Is that when she has a chance to work to camera, she looks much more at ease than on stage. But I'm in a minority in that view. This is top edge. It was a bouncer from Josh Tongue, and Akashdeep got inside it. And did he hit it or not?
He did, yes.
He did hit it?
Yeah.
Top edged it.
Oh, it's all going horribly wrong. Well, it wasn't a super shot, but it's come off the glove.
But the glove.
Fair play to him. He was trying to hit the bouncer there. That's because they didn't have those three men in a line, which stops him hitting the bouncer. So he was going for it, and when it's going your way, it's going your way. Akashdeep's got 65. I hope he buys a lottery ticket tonight. This is defended to the man at short extra, who of course is Ollie Pope, who of course misfields it, who of course concedes the single, because that's the way it's going for him. End of the over, Cat
Rescuers. That's the best running I've seen for, I don't know, all year.
Sharp,
probably.
it was sharp.
The instant the misfield happened, they were through for a single. It was incredible.
You're right. It was almost like they were anticipating the misfield from England this morning. Who would have thought? Cat Rescuers from the slough of despond.
Yeah. Sumit Singh saying, if my memory of Akashdeep was wiped clean right now, I could almost be forgiven to think that he's an actual number 4, a number 5 or something. So that is true. Someone is asking, Granite London Sales is asking, what is the format for making a donation? And I cannot even answer that, but someone will answer.
Yes, I think you might need messy jazz for that.
Alan Turfmore saying, best Aussie is Angry Anderson, he rocks. Anyway, back to you.
Here's Overton. That's a good bouncer, because it was in the ribs, and for once a good bouncer gets its reward. We've been asking for that for so long. Akashdeep got into a tangle, he got a leading edge, went off the leading edge, square of the wicket, and I think it was Gus Atkinson came in and took what became quite a good catch, actually, because he had to make a lot of ground. But for once, the direction was right alongside the aggression. Decent catch from Atkinson, brilliant innings from Akashdeep, but it is nevertheless... Oh.
There must be a run out here.
Another one bites the dust. I think that's going to be an Alfred. Another one bites the dust.
I think you're double clicking again.
I think I was double clicking, but that cocking up of the jingle was a tribute to England's performance this morning. But let's all hail Akashdeep, 66. Well batted, sir.
That's insane. And I'm so glad my curse worked.
Yeah. I think he got another 10 after it, but you know.
Could have been another.
Everyone's delighted.
100.
He can't be disappointed with that at all.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Cannot be disappointed with that. If he'd got 100, it would be kind of devalued because you'd be thinking there's something wrong here. And of course, they are a bowler short. It's when Gary Sober's got 365, you go into the detail, and Pakistan were, I think, maybe 2 bowlers short. But nevertheless, you've still got to do it. And if Akash Deep thinks he's being included in the same sentence as Gary Sobers, that shows exactly how well he has batted. So much later than he expected, we're going to see this man.
It's Gilly Gilly, Austin for cats and Ellen Bogan by the sea.
I'm not quite sure about that jingle, but it is nevertheless.
Got a super chat.
Oh,
here we go.
The super chat is Jay Grover, £2 in anticipation of Ben Stokes' lunchtime stares. And there's lots of thumbs up for that. So we do think Alan Turfmore saying Stokes will be furious. I see violence on the dance floor. So,
yeah.
Everyone's giving giving Akash Deep a round of applause as well.
Props to Akash Deep. Shubman Gill facing his first ball. It's not a bad one from Overton, actually. And he goes back and slightly crabs a shot into the leg side there. I mean, that wasn't that far off a kind of inside edge onto the stumps there because the hands followed the ball.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've been able to praise England in nearly an hour on the mic there.
So you're making the most of it, yes.
There was a good bouncer to the ribs to get the wicket, and then a good effort ball first up to Shubman Gill there. So well done, Jamie Overton. I've been bagging him plenty, so it's nice to be able to give a little back there. So facing his second ball is the Indian captain now, 77 on his back. It's a very full ball, met with the immaculate forward defensive, and there is no run. There's probably time for another 2 overs before lunch. So I'll give you a question here, Steve. Traditionally, England would go with a spinner for an over or 2 before lunch, but they've got Shubman Gill on strike now, so surely they keep going with the pacers, or do they try and sneak one in with Joe Root or Jacob Bethel?
I think Bethel, I'm surprised they haven't brought him on already. I think I would have brought him on a lot sooner.
Well, I think I would have as well, but because they haven't, it kind of doesn't make sense to go with Gill. You want to get as many of your frontliners at him as possible. That goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
I think they've got to back the spinner. I think they're still a good time just to mix up the rhythm, if nothing else.
Well, there's only going to be 2 overs to go, really.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, I do think they've got to back the spinner.
They've got to back him. I think that's
unlike
the bottom line, yeah.
I'm going slightly against my argument now, which says you start with your best 2 bowlers the next session. I think it would do well for England, knowing that Bethel is going to have to do some bowling in the afternoon, to give him that confidence boost and saying, look, you're having the first 5 overs from the pavilion end, regardless. Over to you.
Yes.
And here is Overton. That's outside off stump, and it's hit with a flailing bat. There was a bit of risk in that, but you know, he's Shubman Gill. He's already got lots of runs in this series, and he's helped himself to. He's got the chance of breaking a few records. Here is Shubman Gill. I think he needs another 30 or 40 to get to be the Indian with the most runs in a Test series, taking over from Sunil Gavaskar.
Yes.
In I think Gavaskar's was against West Indies in 1971.
Oh, so all
that
teams.
famous
Wow.
series. Who's that under the hat? It's not Virat, is it? No, I don't think it is Virat. Rohit. I don't think it's Rohit either, unless he's dyed his beard. Who knows? But Sunil Gavaskar was certainly at Edgbaston there, cutting quite a dapper figure. As Overton is in, and this is defended by Shubman Gill. It's the end of the over. England at last have the breakthrough. Oh no, it's still one to come. But England at last had the breakthrough. 181 for 3. Because if you're just turning on now and you know the score's 181 for 3, you'd expect to see Jaiswal on 84 and you'd expect to see Gill on 40. Instead, it's Akash Deep who made 66. But it was the end of the over. I was right the first time. Don't trust the graphics. Kat, you're on.
Yes, I like the idea that England have finally made the breakthrough, getting rid of the night watcher who they should have got rid of last night. But anyway, let's say Jay Grover has another super chat. in anticipation of Ben Stokes' lunchtime stares, actually, he's corrected himself with another super chat saying, by anticipation, I meant fear.
Oh, yes.
I think everyone would be petrified and going, perhaps avoiding the dining room if Stokes is in there.
Here is Tung round the wicket, and he lets that go quite close to the off stump, does Jay Swell, but he gets away with it. I must say, no Australian, we hear lots of jibes from Australians towards the English, but no Australian makes it sound quite so charming as you do, Kat. I mean, you do get the jibes and the points in there, but somehow it seems like you're kind of, it's a gentle massage of negativity rather than the kind of harsh hammer of the usual Australian criticism. Long may it continue.
Mostly I prefer the England cricket team to the Australian.
Well, maybe that's it. Tung's in and on off stump, and Jaiswal, again to his credit, he's been out there 2 hours this morning now, and he's been concentrating very, very hard. Just defends and takes himself off for a long walk towards square leg, perhaps again composing his thoughts, thinking, don't get out now.
Yeah, that's clearly his plan, isn't it? He's going to hang around as best he can.
That's quite a long walk to square leg there.
He had a lot to think about.
And there's lots of batsmen who used to say that they took a long walk to square leg. Maybe he's trying to lose an over before lunch as well. He's round the wicket again, his tongue gets up a little bit onto the hip of Jaiswal, and he just kind of fends it off down towards long leg with no pace at all, so they're able to take
I thought he was avoiding having to face Bethel, but clearly he's going to farm strike.
Yep. He's he seems. The look on Jaiswal's face is that he's got more concern than you would expect of a man on 85. He's doing some vigorous gardening now, and that never makes any difference to the pitch. It's just a kind of tick that batters have to kind of lose a bit of nervous energy. Or maybe they are trying to make this the last over before lunch. I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
2 minutes, maybe.
3 balls left. Yes. I mean, we're always a little behind with pictures, so
there is a little more
there
time.
might be a little bit more. Tongues into Shubman Gill, and that's the most immaculate extra cover drive you could ever see in your life. When he gets that right, it's just beautiful. I saw a lot of that at Edgbaston when he made those 430 runs in a match. A lot.
Yes, I can imagine. It is a beautiful shot.
It is beautiful.
Just the weight transference, everything is so correct.
Playing the ball under the eyes,
elbow
not
up.
trying to hit it too hard. It's absolute textbook, isn't it? I mean, the ball was there to be hit.
It was.
But to be hit, to be caressed to the boundary. He now has over 750 runs in the series, Shubman Gill. Amazing stuff, really, for his first series as captain. Absolutely fantastic. There'll be a lot of criticism for England if they do not win this series, but some of that would be harsh because India, when they've played well, they've played really well. It's a ball on leg and middle this time, and Shubman is happy just to punch it into the mid-wicket area. They take 2 more.
There was a big gap there as well.
There was, and it looks like they were trying to avoid an extra over before lunch because the clock at the Oval is now saying 1 minute to 1, and they're doing a little bit more gardening. Although we're not sure if they work off that clock. The umpires are telling them to get on with it. There may just be a bit of trolling here because maybe they're not too bothered. And, Jaiswal's got some cramp. This is very amusing. He's got some cramp. But was he?
This is in homage of Crawley, isn't it?
It is an homage, and the camera is picking out Crawley, who has a wry smile on his face. Yes, he's got some cramp here.
The acting is superb.
It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely superb.
As if England weren't ticking enough now. Some more, because it's been a very difficult session for England. Just the 1 wicket, that of the night watchman Akashdeep for 66. And this will now be the last ball of the session. Tung is over the wicket to Shubman Gill, who gets one down the leg side. He's able to just turn it off his legs down to long leg. They're through for a single.
And thank goodness that's the end of the session.
One hopes so. Is it the end of the session? Yes, it is. The Indian players are applauding on the balcony. India have a Viv Richards 189 for the loss of 3 wickets. They lead by 166. England are slightly amused walking off. I think Ben Duckett's going over to have a quiet word, asking Jacewell if he's all right, if he needs any extra medical assistance there. And
they're all asking him if he's okay.
Yeah, Ollie Pope's asking if he's okay there. There's a bit of smiling going on. And Jacewell shaking his head. Oh, I'm suffering, lad, I'm suffering. There's a bit of back and forth.
Don't you touch me?
Yes, there's a bit of shoulder work from one
well,
side
this is
to
the
another.
this is the problem, which always happens with these things, is that once the umpires let Akash Deep have his arm across Ben Duckett for 30 seconds or more, then it's...
Well, they couldn't stop him, to be fair.
No, but now that's the line. So, everybody can do it now, which is asking for trouble, really, and that's where the match referee should get both captains in, saying, I know what's going on, lads. You're only going to push it until there's trouble. Don't do it, because the next one who gets it, you're going to be up on a charge. It's not difficult to do.
I actually thought that Akash Deep would get a fine anyway.
Well, he might do.
I would think so, yeah.
He might do, but this is what you've got a match referee for. It takes it out of the hands of the umpires who are concentrating on a lot of other things. Call the captains together, tell them, I know what you're doing, lads. We're not going to have it anymore. Otherwise, you're up on a charge. Anyway,
India's session.
Session.
They'll be happy with that.
100%.
We have to hope for a marked improvement.
A marked improvement. Brilliant from Akash Deep. Very sensible from Jacewell. England again dropped a catch. Shubman Gill looked $1 million when he came in. And England have got to win the next session, because if they don't win the next session, it's an awful long way back. The lead is 166. Yashashvi Jacewell has 85. Shubman Gill has just come to the crease, but already the creamiest of extra cover drives. We're going to get off in a moment, but before we do, we have your chats and super chats.
Too before
Cat with the chat.
I think
so we have Alan Turfmore saying all we have to do is bowl fast and straight, no swing, no seam, fast and straight, and the odd slow one mixed in. So, should be bowling coach, Alan. There's a bit of a side chat on good comedians, and Alan's pointing out that he has seen Ben Stokes on a video somewhere outside a club, and he knows how tough he is. That's paraphrasing.
That's true.
Let's see. We also have Minack saying Akash Deep wicket unexpectedly became the prize wicket for England.
Indeed,
Very
it did.
Funny. The Night Watchman. Let's see, and there's a joke started from Bernard Murray, and I'm not going to fall into the trap of reading that joke. It sounds like a setup of something very rude. We have Leah saying, I don't care what else happens today. Akash celebrating his 50 will be today's thumbnail for my summary of the day's play. Jay Grover giving us another super chat. Woohoo!
Hey.
£2 to say, relieved if Stokes only cuts his own ear off. And
does look a bit like Vincent van Gogh.
Looks very, very like Vincent van Gogh. Who's, of course, a South London boy himself, lived in Stockwell. We better get off now, and I'm sure the Bear will play a podcast. Kat, have you got any last ones there to round up, or are you going to set us free?
No, I'm just double checking. No, I think that is. If you want to see the joke, if you want to see a wonderful joke there. You can go into the chat of YouTube to find the punchline there.
You can indeed. We'll be back in about half an hour's time to see if any more water torture is coming England's way. In the meantime, the Bear is rooting into the archive, and he's about to produce a little gem for you. See you later.
See you later, folks.
Sorry.
Thank you,
I
Kent.
think Graham was just more comfortable at the highest level. He didn't ever feel that he didn't belong there. He might have had some doubts after taking so long to convert a 50 into a second test 100. He went quite a while before he did it again. I think he knew he was good enough, and I guess that Ramprakash was never quite that sure. Go back to Ramprakash's performance in that NatWest final, I think, when he was 18 or so. He was a teenager. Played brilliantly. The world was at his feet then. Everyone said this is a great batsman in the making. Thorpe didn't quite have that. He was obviously rated at Surrey, and he went on England A tours and the rest of it. But he never quite had that big label on his back that said he's going to be great. Ramps looked great as a youngster, whilst Thorpe was perhaps a bit more functional, a little bit more functional in terms of the way he scored his runs. And I don't think that did Ramps any favour. And of course, Ramps as a personality just put a lot of pressure on himself to succeed. He expected to succeed, and he was frustrated when he couldn't do it. I don't think Thorpe, like as I was saying earlier about the having the football and the cricket running in parallel, he could sort of approach cricket in a slightly more relaxed way. To Ram Prakash, it was everything, and so it was as much a personality thing as a technical thing. I think Ramps just wanted it too much, and it became increasingly hard to achieve what he wanted.
Rob B. Thorpe was a chameleon of a batsman who could play all kinds of different innings, sometimes even within the same innings. I mean, how would you characterise him as a player? He didn't have the kind of signature shot that Kevin Peterson had with his bottom hand punch through extra cover, nor did he have the kind of broad bat of Graham Gooch punching the ball past the bowler. So how would you pin him down?
I think he's a model of efficiency as a batsman, and certainly before the back issues started to affect his ability to duck, he was excellent off the back foot. I was struck by how Nasser or Michael Atherton always referred to his size as diminutive in stature, and I think smaller players do have that ability to play fast bowling well, but to actually pin him down for a particular style, I would say that it just lent towards well-coached pragmatism, really. He could play some gorgeously sweetly timed shots, but more than anything, it was a business of accumulation. But among my most favourite innings are some of his, particularly through those early years when those blistering counter-attacks kept us interested in a team that you could fall in and out of love with on a daily basis.
Yes, I think that's the emotional impact on fans, that we had a champion walking to the crease. We're 20 for 2, but we're back in it because Thorpe's there squirting a single to get off the mark. I think that has played a part in the grief that's been shared amongst so many followers of the game. Rob S., he scored his runs quickly for the time, and he was a match winner.
We have this image of him coming in at 20 for 2, firefighting. But actually, you think of all his great innings, and they all contributed to England victories. 1-3-8 against Australia in the first Ashes Test in '97, which it's interesting, that is rightly overshadowed because Nasser made 207. But it's Thorpe who starts the counter-attack from 50 for 3. Australia been bowled out for 118. And so, I did look at some numbers. In England victories, he averaged 62.62. So since 1970, 78 players have appeared in 10 wins or more for England. That's the highest average. He slightly had a Brook Root and KP. And I like that because it fits the profile. And so then I looked at his numbers in successful run chases, because we always think of him, managing a chase. He averaged 108, and with a minimum of 10 innings only, Greg Chappell and Kate Williamson have a higher average. But in the second half of his career, in successful run chases, he averaged 3.59, which is absurd. You think there was the one at was it Trent Bridge against New Zealand when they chased about 280. I think he's really underrated as a match winner, not just in terms of numbers, but also the way he could do both, really. So in the first innings, particularly in the first half of his career, he could change momentum in a counter-attack, and in the second half of his career he became a lot better at just getting the job done, essentially getting the team over the line, as people say nowadays. And I wonder if we underestimate just how big a match winner he was, probably because of that, because we associate with even Duncan Fletcher says in his book, when they were considering 2005 the team, Peterson v Thorpe, and he said Thorpe's forte is crisis management, which by that stage it probably was, actually, because it changed as a batsman. But he was also still a match winner, which he proved in 2004 against West Indies and against New Zealand. So yeah, I think that's an important part of the game that he didn't always get enough credit for.
Do you think some of that is linked to a shy personality? He wasn't one for doing the press conferences, giving television interviews, producing the golden quotes for journalists. In that sense, he was very different to his successor in the middle order, Kevin Peterson. But did that work for him to some extent?
I guess so. And I think the other thing it's worth mentioning, I found it really interesting in the Simon and Graham's book, is that he talked about how growing up when he was playing football, his dad would say, or football or cricket, his dad would say to him, no matter how well you do, the beer will always taste sour if you lose. So he became obsessed with winning to the exclusion of everything else. Now, of course, he was good enough to have an impact on that. And he also, another bit I liked is where he talks about the buzz he got from delivering when it mattered. If you look at his career, he didn't get that many cheap runs either. He was much better when it really mattered. There's a nice quote. He says, "Doing well in those circumstances was an incredible feeling, a feeling which I know I'll never get again outside cricket." So I do think he says himself he was selfish at the start of his career, but I think that very quickly went, and it became all about the team and winning. And by the end, there's a lovely quote from Andrew Strauss. They won in Johannesburg in 2005, the famous game where Hogarth takes 7 from the last day. Strauss said, "I knew I was part of something special because Graham Thorpe was on the balcony with a beer, saying this is the best win I've ever been involved in." Thorpe had got 1-0 in that game, and I really like the fact that it meant that much to him, because I think that was his main motivation. Really, he even as early in his career, '94, twice I remember him throwing his wicket away when, on the rare occasions England were looking for a declaration. So possibly he wasn't. I mean, he talks about this a lot, doesn't he? He wasn't interested in publicity in particular. He didn't like people talking about him as a person. He just wanted to play cricket and play it really well and be judged for that.
That's another element that points to an Australian lack of selfishness. That was still around in the England camp. There were no central contracts and players were often looking to retain their places. The caprice of the selections could vary from match to match. But let's go to a favourite innings from each of us and see where that takes us with further insights into his character as a player. I'll start with you, Rob B.
Well, my favourite innings is one of those that, perhaps when you look at the stats doesn't really stack up against some of them in terms of stature, but it in the Old Trafford Test against West Indies in 1995, when he scored a blistering 94 in the first innings, all off the back foot largely, against Ambrose, Walsh, Kenny Benjamin and the rejuvenated Ian Bishop, who'd absolutely brutalised England in the Test match before at Edgbaston. They'd hit Thorpe on the finger, and I think he was caught off his thumb at Gully, top scoring with 46 in that Test. And they'd broken, I think it was Alex Stewart's finger, Jason Gallion's finger, Richard Illingworth's finger. So by the time they turned up at Old Trafford, even though it was 1-1 in the series, it did seem as though they were really up against it. And amazingly, the match will always be remembered for Dominic Cork's hat-trick, but it was Thorpe's blistering counter-attacking innings in that game against 4 of the most hostile quicks we'll see that really sticks in the mind, particularly one shot where he plays Ian Bishop off the back foot and just absolutely gets on top and rolls his wrists in a wonderful fashion and just cuffs the living daylights out of the ball. It just absolutely went to the boundary almost like a harpoon. It was that good. So that's my favourite innings, and there's lots of nuggety other ones, but I like to remember him in that mature phase as someone who was a master of that counter-attack.
How that was needed, the trauma of 1976 at Old Trafford with Holding and Daniel bouncing Edrich and Close was still around, and the West Indies were an intimidating bunch. They broke bones, but here was one of our own. Nothing in his demeanour or size that separated him from us, and he could have been one of us if only we were infinitely more talented. Simon, a favourite innings?
Well, I've got a couple really. The 100 in Colombo in 2001 and the 100 in Barbados 2004, both similar type of innings, scored in an England total of sort of like 220, 240. He scored more runs than all the other England players put together, and I sort of love that narrative of him being better than all the rest, because that's what he was often, and those 2 innings exemplified the fact that he could, whereas they were really struggling to cope with the conditions, he was absolutely serene, and I remember both those innings so well. In Colombo the heat was unbelievable. I think it was around March time, which is always the hottest time of year in Sri Lanka in terms of when England visit anyway playing cricket, and it was unbelievable. The heat, just sitting in a press box trying to write a piece was hard enough, let alone batting for several hours, and he was brilliant. He scored 113 I think, and then when England were left only about 70 odd to win, he scored 32 not out I think, and England lost 6 wickets, so he was the dominant batsman in both innings of that game. And then Barbados, a similar thing. West Indies pace attack actually pretty good in that series. It wasn't Ambrose and Walsh, but they still had some good bowlers, Edwards, Best, people like this, and it was a difficult pitch at Bridgetown, and yet he managed to ride the bounce and all the vagaries of the pitch and the rest of it, and scored a brilliant 100. And then Hogarth's hat-trick came in later in the day, and England ran out easy winners. But those 2 innings I loved, because that was Thorpe really just head and shoulders above the rest.
Yes, ironically, a small batsman like Lara and Tendulkar, two contemporary giants of the game. The field is more limited for you, Rob S., but have you got one for us?
Well, that's the beautiful thing. It kind of isn't, because he played so many contrastingly brilliant innings. I could pick easily kind of 10 or 15. You get the kind of personal choices. Like, I agree, Colombo would be mine, but in the test before that, he made a brilliant, very quick 46 to kind of break the back of a nervy run chase. And that summed up how clever he was in a red situation, because he hit Murali for 20 on his first 2 overs, basically before Murali could settle. And the rest of the innings, Murali conceded 30 of 25. I think without those 2 overs, England don't win. They got over by about 3 wickets. Thorpe made a very quick 46. But the one I'll pick is, because of how much it meant to him, and because it was the closest he had to a day in the sun, it would be his comeback 100 at the Oval. Just rereading the book this week, obviously you know how important it was, but just where he used phrase like the total resurrection of my life. Cricket had given me my dignity back. And obviously he had the most awful couple of years. Most people thought he'd never play for England again. He certainly thought, and indeed did want to play for England again at one stage. So I think I would pick that. Yeah, and also I quite like, there were there were 2 elements. In the second evening of the game, he struggles quite a lot. I think he ends 26 not out. There were a couple of very adjacent LBW shouts early on. He was very nervous, obviously. And I think the next day, he said basically because he got to 26, kind of, even if he got out, it wasn't a failure, and he just relaxed and played brilliantly in that huge partnership with Marcus Tresckovic. Because it was almost like a second debut, I feel like he's almost the only England player to twice score a century on debut, because that's how it felt. His career was over, and his previous test had been Lords in 2002, which felt pretty horrible to watch at the time, but when you read the account in the book, you realise the extent to which he was, as he said, having a mental breakdown essentially on the field. So for someone who was that, and also the one thing I love about that is is the reception he got when he came out to bat. I know there's been some talk since he died about whether he knew how loved he was. I think he did. I hope he did, and I think days like that would have made him realise that cricket fans in England adored him as a player, but also as a character.
Well, my favourite innings is about context. It's the famous Karachi in the dark stand. Steve Buckner had decided to keep the players out there, which irritated Moeen Khan, but he said that there'd been time wasting and he was going to play to a finish, and it was extraordinary drama. I was with my elder boy, who was in a buggy in the shopping mall at Wimbledon, doing that thing that us children of the 60s did, which is watch sport through the shop window of a TV store. It was dark on the field, but Nasser and Thorpe got us over the line, and it produced some fantastic photographs, the 2 of them arm in arm, Nasser beaming, Thorpe with his feeler headband on. And I remember looking and thinking, well, this is my London, this is my England. There was the lad who was born in Madras and made his life in Essex, captain of England, and there was the comprehensive boy from Surrey who had made the most of his talent playing for England. Rob S., you've identified great swathes of test matches that he didn't play in for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, well, this thing, his overall average 44.66 is really good for England in that era. I think it's the highest of any player between Boycott and Peterson. But he actually, in what potentially would have been his peak years, from his 29th birthday to his 34th birthday, he played only 25 out of 61 tests. Now, the main reason that was obviously the protracted divorce he had, but it was also a recurring back injury. He took a winter off, which again was he was ahead of his time in that, really. He had a mysterious calf injury ahead of the 2001 Ashes when he was in the form of his life. Then when he came back, Brett Lee broke his hand. Yeah, he would have missed 36 out of 61 in peak years. So, and I think not only in terms of volume of runs, but also, I mean, we'll never know obviously, but I'd love to know what average he would have had he played those years, because by then he had become the kind of best version of himself, as we saw when he eventually did come back in 2004. He averaged like 78. He's one of the few England greats whose average was still going up when he played his last test.
He played 100 test matches, but so easily could have played many, many more, which is extraordinary, really, in the context of the approach to selection that England used at the time. There are many misconceptions about the end of his career. So, Simon, can you say a few words about his leaving of the test stage just before the Ashes of 2005.
His ambition was to retire after the Ashes against Australia that summer. That would have been in his plan. I mean, the very fact we were working on his autobiography, sort of 2004, 2005, tells you that this is a bloke who's thinking of giving the game up. He's coming to the end, and he's writing the book is part of the process of wrapping it all up. And the South Africa tour the previous winter, which where England won 2-1, he'd struggled. He got 100 in Durban, which was very good, but if you look at the rest of the scores in that series of his, they were pretty thin, really. It was pretty thin. And he had some strange difficulties against Graham Smith, who brought himself on as a sort of a very much part-time off spinner, and caused Thorpe quite a lot of trouble, which was a bit embarrassing for him, but sort of hinted at a vulnerability that was growing in his game. But the guy he found really difficult was Sean Pollock, and I remember him saying to me as we were doing the book that he sort of admitted this towards the end once it was clear he wasn't going to play in the Ashes, was that Pollock was a very similar bowler to Glenn McGrath, and he was worried about what Glenn McGrath could do to him. He found that sort of very straight wicket-to-wicket line, a bit of high bounce, difficult at that point, and Pollock did it, and McGrath would have done it, I think, if he'd played. So he sort of knew he was hanging on a little bit, but he thought he should have played nonetheless against Australia, and although Peterson's sort of sudden emergence was unarguable, really, he had to play. Thorpe felt that he should have been picked ahead of Ian Bell, and that was the thing that got him. And of course Bell didn't actually do that well in that series. He got a couple of 50s at Old Trafford, but did very little else. So I guess in hindsight you could say, was that the right call? I can't believe Thorpe would have done any worse than Bell, but clearly Bell was the future, and Bell went on to do great things. So clearly it was disappointing to him. He would have loved to have played, and it's interesting to speculate on how he would be remembered had he played in that series and then signed off at the Oval as an Ashes winner. It would have been quite a different story in a way. He would have been, all that team were lauded, weren't they? And I think that would have enhanced his reputation had he played that series.
He did get his MBE though, like the 2005 Ashes squad, so he has that. Amongst England fans, there was certainly disappointment that they couldn't find a place for him, but he was in his mid-30s by this time, and there were, as you mentioned, Simon, reports that Glenn McGrath was giving him sleepless nights, so maybe the time was right.
I think Duncan Fletcher had decided, rightly or wrongly, that Thorpe, at that stage of their careers, Thorpe and Peterson couldn't bat higher than 5. Peterson because of his technique, and Thorpe because of his back, essentially. I agree with Simon. In hindsight, clearly Thorpe would have scored more runs than Bell at number 4, but I can understand the logic at the time. The other thing, and it shouldn't matter, but it sometimes does, Bell had an average of about 290 at that point in Test cricket, albeit mainly against Bangladesh. So it was tricky. You can imagine the reaction had they left out someone with an average of 300, and then Thorpe had struggled. So one thing again that I know about Thorpe is when Fletcher told him, Thorpe said to him, I've called him, Thorpe said, you know what, I'd have made the same decision. Even if he didn't necessarily think that, but certainly he felt that way about him v Peterson, and I thought he did respond to it with a hell of a lot of dignity, I thought, in the circumstances.
He quite quickly announced that he'd got a coaching deal with New South Wales almost immediately. So again, that's an indication that he was thinking about the future, planning for the future beyond cricket. He was going to retire as a player and move into coaching, which of course he was very good at and did for a long time. That plan was pretty much in place before even I knew that he was going to quit, sort of thing. So, but yeah, he ended up working in New South Wales, where he came across people like David Warner and Steve Smith in the following years, and then obviously he came back into the English coaching system.
One thing I hadn't thought of, so for the last test, obviously Simon Jones was injured, Paul Collingwood comes in. By this stage, Thorpe had announced his retirement. He probably would have played, wouldn't he? I hadn't thought about that until now. Had he not retired? Because England, essentially, I suppose Collingwood could bowl a bit, so maybe not. But I had never thought about that until now, so maybe that would have been him and Peterson on the final afternoon rather than Peterson and Gilo. I don't know.
I just want to say a few words about the coaching aspect of Thorpe's work before we wrap up the cricket element of this podcast. There's a temptation to think that teaching, which is of course quite closely aligned with coaching, is all about knowledge, but it's not. It's about communication. It's about finding something that works for groups and for individuals. There were lots of stories that we've heard in the last few days that say that he didn't talk much in team meetings, but was very good 1-to-1. Rob B, where does that fit into a 21st century approach to coaching if one contrasts that with the more kind of sergeant major barking at the players approach that one might have found more often in the 20th century?
Yeah, there's a really empathetic side to Thorpe's coaching, and I think, you know, one of the things that come across in the autobiographies of him and his teammates is that pivotal session that Geoffrey Boycott had in the nets at Headingley before they went to the West Indies in 1990, and that was sergeant major-ish, but it was also, you know, detailed, it was comprehensive, and he gave them a way of playing. But I think what Thorpe brought into his own career was an ability, certainly in the nets, to focus on one shot. You know, the others would go in sometimes, they say, and, you know, try and bat as if they were trying to build an innings, whereas he would just, you know, practice sweeps, practice pulls, practice drives on different days in different circumstances, and I think that's what he brought, and you could see it in the transformation of Joe Root's batting, you could see it in the transformation of Ben Stokes batting, and I think that sort of social reticence that you may have of not being able to dominate a room, but being the confidant of these elite players and being the man who they turn to, you know, that speaks volumes for his empathetic qualities.
Yeah, and also the originality of thought, which I think is really important. I mean, if you think of the most influential people in English cricket in the last 30 odd years, they're generally outsiders. Owen Morgan, Ben Stokes up to a point, Brendan McCullum, Andy Flower, Douglas Fletcher. Thorpe wasn't an outsider, but he kind of approached it in that way. He would always challenge things, and I know he's seen as rebellious, and clearly he was, but I think also he kind of had an inquisitive mind. He wanted to do things better. He taught himself to change his technique when he saw Lara. He was very self-sufficient. He was ahead of his time with certain things. Even just, I remember him saying how when he came back from the West Indies in '94, he knew he had to get better against high pace and quality spin if he wanted to play at test level. Now that may seem like the most obvious thing in the world, but it's only really 30 odd years later that the England team have cottoned onto it and are shaping the way they build their bowling attack around it. And even, I remember somebody said in 2003 when T20 just started, and he said basically you have to now play yourself in with singles. And again, that looks really obvious now, but at the time it wasn't at all. It was just such a... And he was full of little insights like that. He always challenged received wisdom, and I think that's probably what made him such a good coach, along with the clarity with which he could bring that across. There's a really good... I found an old interview he did with Scott Oliver in about 2017, and it's just full of really simple explanations of things that feel complicated. I want to find one quote from that which I really like, which I think sums it up. It says, people talk about technique and ask, how do you play spinners? Well, is it day 1 in Brisbane or day 5 in Mumbai? Is it Old Trafford or Colombo? And I feel like that kind of that adaptability and that constantly kind of worrying mind about different, making little adjustments, and obviously we know all about the way he was constantly fiddling with his grip as well. I think that's what made him such a good player, and from what everyone says, such a good coach as well.
It's clear in the very moving interviews that we've recently seen on Sky Sports that Nasser Hussain especially, but also Mike Atherton, Mark Butcher, Dominic Cork, their voice cracks when they're recalling the personal interactions with Graham Thorpe, who was a friend and a confidant. So the last question on Thorpe the cricketer is about where he stands in the pantheon of English batsmanship. Rob B.
The important thing here is not really my opinion. It's more that his teammates felt that he was the best batsman between Graham Gooch and Kevin Peterson. So for those years that he was the most reliable, the most consistent and the most skillful, and I think that's true. We sometimes look back on those players who were unfortunate to come along in the times when Australia was so dominant, and you know, we now have a notion of the Ashes supremacy that blinds ourselves to all the other series. But you have to remember how good West Indies were, that it was 26 years between victories over them, and that Thorpe was in the team in 2000 when they finally came round to beat them, which was just as significant a moment really as 2005 would prove to be. So I think he was the linchpin of the team from 93 all the way through to 2005, and when he wasn't available, you know, England were diminished because of it, and that's why his captains fought so hard for him to be in the team. He was always the man that they wanted by their side.
So Simon, the best English batsman of his generation, is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we had this group of Atherton, Hussain, Ramprakash. I mean, you can count Graham Hick in that group if you like. He wasn't obviously born in the UK. Thorpe, he was the best. It's easy also to forget his one-day cricket. He was ahead of his time as a one-day player, the way he rotated the strike and could manipulate the middle of an innings and be a finisher. And I think Thorpe synthesised the sort of one-day approach to batting into Test cricket. And he started in an era when England used to pick the same players for both teams, didn't they? They'd only started splitting the white ball and red ball teams in the late 90s, and it wasn't that different for quite a while, really. But he could play both styles. He was very versatile, and I think that's the thing that there are other players we can talk about. Affers, Hussain, Vaughan. They were all England captains who were never really that good at one-day cricket, not by the highest measures. It was quite unusual to be good at both. Neil Fairbrother, very good white ball player, never really cracked Test cricket. There was lots of examples of those sorts of people. But Thorpe was good at both, and I think it was his versatility, his skill that was the key to that. So he was unusual in that respect, I think. That was one of the things that marked him out.
I'll just say a few words myself before I throw to Rob S, because I feel Thorpe is a little underrated. When you read those listicles about the best England 11 of the last 40 years, or you're sitting around in the pub picking your own, he seldom appears. But I think, Rob, you have the rebuttal to that point.
Well, I don't know about that. I would argue he was understated, not underrated. I think the only reason he doesn't appear in those teams is because 4 and 5 are Root and Peterson, generally, if you're picking on kind of correct position. But I would put, probably from my lifetime watching, I would have Root and KP out on their own, maybe Graham Gooch, probably Graham Gooch actually, but then I would put Thorpe in the next bracket with, Gower, Cook, Trescothick, maybe the Judge for a few years. But I've never thought of him as underrated. I think Mike Anderson's got a great ability to sum things up really succinctly, and when he just said he was the most complete player we had of our generation, that kind of says it all, really.
Yeah, I think you said to me yesterday that he might not get in those best England 11s, but he was one of the best 5 English batsmen, and I think that is absolutely the case. So we'll wrap up with a kind of key element that exists alongside, now we know what we know, exists alongside this tremendous career as a cricketer, which are the mental health issues which claimed his life at the terrifyingly young age of 55. But we'll set it within a context of changing attitudes towards mental health in cricket and in sport in general. So, Rob, just want to introduce this final topic.
Yeah, so cricket has always had a problem, or an abnormally high rate of suicides. David Frith wrote a book, Silence of the Heart. Some good players like Aubrey Faulkner, David Bairstow, obviously Jack Everson. But I certainly when I was growing up, nobody really talked about mental health at all. I had really severe mental health problems in the late 90s, and it was bloody lonely, I can promise you. There was literally nobody in real life I could talk to, and the only 2 reference points I had around the turn of the century were when Stan Collymore started talking about it in football, and then his manager said how can you be depressed on 29 grand a week, and then when Graham Thorpe did that, Simon will know more about this. Marcus Trescothick's book was the real game changer in that sense, I think. I get the impression that with Thorpe it was not that he was setting out to kind of change the world or anything, he just couldn't abide kind of dancing around it or not telling the truth, or even because he was in such an emotional state he wasn't capable of keeping up appearances or putting on a face or whatever. But I can promise you, and I won't have been alone in this, seeing someone who I admired as much as him, who was as tough as he was, someone who was never intimidated on the field, Brett Lee broke his hand and told him to fuck off and bowl. But to know that he also could really, really struggle that much mentally, it made me feel a lot less alone. And then obviously since then, attitudes have changed a lot, maybe not as much as I think they have, but just one good example of the climb at the time, and you mentioned this, Gary, is so September 2003, just after Thorpe had come back and got his 100, there was that famous, infamous headline in The Sun, Bonkers Bruno locked up. And that's kind of where we were at the time. And Simon will know whether it was intentional or not, I don't know, but I do think he made a difference, whether that was what he intended to achieve or not. I just think he started the process of destigmatising it for this kind of generation. And then Marcus Trescothick kind of probably took that to another level with his book.
Yeah, it's extraordinary to think that it's not that long ago that these attitudes, particularly in the press, were so strong. I read a George Michael biography, and you're instantly taken back 10 years before the Bruno headline to the extreme vilification of gay men and women in the press. And it changes, but there's still some work to do. Simon, what was your view, probably with a closer position to observe the mental health than most others, certainly in the written press?
Yeah. What I'd say about Thorpe's sort of mindset and general attitude when I was dealing with him with the book, so 20 years ago, was that he was always brutally honest. There was no artifice with him. He never deluded himself about anything, about how good he was or what. I mean, clearly he was very good at what he did, but he never kidded himself about where he stood, and that's how he looked at life. Really, he was brutally honest, which was quite striking. Really, I thought. It's easy for, I think, sports people who are very good at something to kid themselves that they're maybe better, or they believe the publicity. If everyone's always telling you how wonderful you are, it's easy to believe it and perhaps lose sight of what the reality is. Well, he never did that. So I think when it came to dealing with talking about his difficulties off the field, he was brutally honest in that as well. That's just the way he was. The problem with sports people discussing mental health is that we all think that they're so tough on the field. So when they then admit to vulnerability, either on the field or off it, it comes as a bit of a shock. But that's exactly what he did in the book, really, and what he's done. In the things he said generally during his life, that he found life tough. Really, it wasn't. In the marriage breakup was the main thing, but he found cricket quite easy, and he's so good at batting. He found that relatively straightforward, but almost everything else was difficult, and that is quite a shock. And I think it's hard for people to look at sportsmen who are good at something and say, well, he's such a tough little bastard on the field. How can he possibly be vulnerable off it? How can he admit to any weakness? And I think that's one of the things that he did in his book, and it's what people like Trescothick have done, and all these other people we've talked about. That just because you can be really good at one thing doesn't mean that you don't find other stuff really tough. And Thorpe's life was a perfect example of that one.
Just to finish this section, Rob B, where are we now with attitudes to men's mental health in sport? There just must be more out there that's being suppressed, the stigma that Thorpe's family are so keen to break down. In a general rather than specific sense, that's the case, isn't it?
I think we're moving towards an age and are on the way there where the pull yourself together tendency are now being drowned out, which can only benefit the whole debate around the subject. People like Adam Peaty over the past fortnight have been very eloquent about the struggles that they face with elite sport and its effects on their mental health. And I do think that Graham was a pioneer in this field, and it's such a difficult subject because it's hard to frame a life this close to its end without characterising it as the means of the end, as a troubled soul. But I do think the debate around mental health is shifting and continues to. There are so many therapies, there are so many people willing to talk now, and the reticence that a lot of people of my generation, in your late 50s, have about talking about these things is starting to go. And as a father of teenagers, it's a topic that is regularly aired now, and it's something that's addressed in schools, and it's something that's monitored. And I think the level of counselling available can only improve, but it's far better than where we were 20 years ago.
I'm a little older than you, and I still have to think my way out of the kind of glib conclusions that Rob mentioned with regard to Stan Collymore. You're so successful, you have so much money, you have so much to admire in your life, so how can you be so ungrateful to suffer from depression? That, of course, is completely wrong, but those of us who do not know the black dog that barks at those who suffer from this mental illness, we find it difficult to understand. And if I feel like that when I'm empathetic and I'm enlightened, then I wonder about other people, and I'm sure there's still some work to do raising awareness right across society of this terrible affliction. So one question to close, and it goes to all of us round the table. How will you remember him? Simon?
Well, as we've already touched on, that he was the best cricketer of his generation. So versatile, and just he was an absolute natural, really. I mean, I don't know how you can score 100 against Shane Warne when you've not played Test cricket before. And
well, it seems like we're back.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, ladies
Hello.
and gents, to the post-lunch session, day 3 Oval, which promises to be another enthralling session of Test cricket. I'm joined by Messi and Bear. How are you guys?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you, Raj. How are you? You must have been happy with this morning.
Yes.
It was a bloody disaster by England. Absolute shite. And hopefully, I'm hoping Stokes has got stuck into them at lunchtime, because they're still only 160 runs ahead, and a good performance and a few quick wickets, and they could still only have to chase 250.
I mean, the other thing is that this wicket has certainly been much more benign this morning.
It certainly has.
So, yeah, and traditionally over wickets do get easier on day 3. So we may well see a game that still goes into day 5 with England chasing a big score and having a chance of doing it.
Well, I don't want to chase too big a score. First ball after lunch is going to be out. LBW, surely. You've got to review that. No, it's been given.
Perfect. Shubman Gill is out.
Perfect
LBW,
start.
Very first ball.
Yep, indeed. It's pitched outside edge, outside off. It's nipped back in. It's caught him bang in front of off stump. It's going on to hit the stumps. He's probably going to review it, but he shouldn't do, really. He's run out of time. Or has he reviewed?
I'm not sure.
If he has, I think that's a waste of a review. They've only got 2 left. Decision has been reviewed. I think the worst it can be is probably umpire's call on impact. Yeah. I mean, that looked absolutely stone dead to me.
Hitting middle, I reckon.
Oh, no, that's hit him. Unless he's got a little drag on inside edge, which doesn't look like to me. That's hit him in front of middle and off. It's going on to hit middle stump. And England will be cock-a-hoop. They started just how they fucking needed to. That's perfect, because Gill has been a pain in the arse all thing. I don't even get a chance to play any wood jingles, but I'll probably get to play an out one.
This should be a turning point in this Test match.
Well, you'd hope so. I mean, 166 isn't much of a lead.
Yes.
I mean, it's been given out, so that...
we are still waiting.
We are still waiting. I don't know what they're waiting for here.
They will be saying building, still building.
Still build what?
Yes,
the picture. Building, yeah. Oh, well, the blocks of flats on the gasometer. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why they're taking so long to get it up. Maybe the tech's broken out, in which case he'd be given out anyway because he was given out on the field. But I mean, that was stone dead.
Tech's still at lunch.
Yeah. Well,
I'm wondering what these guys had in their lunch.
Well,
sandwiches.
There is no inside edge. That is out. I'm sorry to say, Shubman Gill, that was a fruitless review. You can understand why. He's waited around all morning while Akash Deep, that's hit in line, going on to hit middle, hitting, review lost.
Middle stump gone, 4th wicket down. England are back into this game.
Absolutely, and we'll give him a jingle.
The crowd says you.
Well, England will be glad to see the back of Shubman Gill. He has scored 751 runs so far this series? I think somewhere around about that.
Yeah. 740, yeah.
Of course, he had a fantastic test where he scored, 470 in one test or something stupid like that. An insane amount in one test. Which means he hasn't scored so many in the other tests, but he's got 4 centuries in this series.
Yes, he has.
Yes.
He has.
So he's done very well, considering we all expected him to be a little bit of a bunny actually in England this summer. However, I think in normal English conditions with sort of green seamers, I think the series would have been very different. I think India have, in a way, not lucky because that's the way it rolls, but very much so that certainly the first 2 pitches were very benign. Which didn't do England any favours. The Lord's pitch was a bit of a sticky dog, really, and England managed to get out of that one. Again, Old Trafford, useless pitch.
Yeah, but you only play in the conditions.
You can only play in the conditions you're given, exactly. But I mean, I don't think you'd ever. Well, no, that's not true actually, because the last time that England went to India, they always seem to want to try and play with seam bowlers and offer a pitch that's supposedly going to be seam friendly in the first test, and usually lose it, and then they decide, fuck that, we're going to have Bunsen burners for the rest of the series, and no one gets a chance. Although obviously New Zealand beat them 3-0 last time. Right, new batsman in. We're going to play some jingles because he's in.
Give me a bow and naya, cool stylish naya, swinging, slashing, classy batting action. Gurun Karanaya, triple century holder. He'll maybe one day, maybe he'll play away from Indian naya.
His first ball. Oh, sure, he didn't like that at all. Went to duck out of the way, stuck his hand up and got pinged on his front hand. Someone has definitely got into him at lunchtime, and rightly bloody so. England were poor this morning. Really poor.
All the England fielders are pumped up. Harry Brook is there on the screen.
And he's already calling for the physio after his first delivery. I mean, this morning England came out, I presume they just thought they would roll Akashdeep out. But they didn't really seem to have any plans other than just bowl. And I guess they kind of thought, I mean, they bowled the first over, was bowled by Bethel. I guess they thought Akashdeep would get out.
Do you think it was the right plan to go with the left arm spin? The very
I
first
think
over?
We all think that they were just trying to change ends for someone else.
Okay. But it was a really dumb way of doing it. I mean,
I don't know.
You've got a night watchman on facing. Surely you go all out attack on him straight up.
Well, you should have done.
You don't give him 10 runs in an over of fright. It was just. It set a bad mood.
Yeah. I think. Very much so. I mean, that was a great ball first up after lunch. It's the kind of thing you need to do. That's what you've been doing this morning. But hey, hopefully that's pumped up Atkinson. Got a 5 in the first innings. Anyway, let's have some more jingles, because who else is out there? He's still out there.
He comes from Surya and Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaswal.
And England's bowler is this man.
Gus, the hat-trick son, that's 3 wickets in a row. Gus, the hat-trick son, I'm bowling impresario.
It's the kind of thing you need at the beginning of the session. You get the main man out, and you just think, okay, right, we're back in it. And it's the kind of thing that G's up everybody. I mean, the problem is England have only got three seamers. I mean, India have only got 3 seamers, but they chose to have 3 seamers. England chose to have 4.
Alan Turf more. He said, "Get in." How's that? He's gone. They must have put Viagra in the half-time oranges.
Well, I hope they bloody have, because, there's still a chance here. I mean, that did nip back a little bit.
And that's his weakness of Shubman Gill. The ball coming back in. He has been dismissed already in this fashion a couple of times in this series. So, yes, the England bowlers were spot on.
Yeah. And, and England have dropped.
Jay says, "Hey up." Raj. Oh, God. Oh, Lord, Bear has just hurt my ears. Yeah, you did go full decibel count.
Wow.
Bear, I've got to say.
It's been a disappointing morning.
Some happy people. Sean Elliott says, out. Nick Vickers says, great start after lunch. Dan De Castro says, the wicket changes everything. India are now toast. No batsman left. Wink. And Nick Cook just says, phew. Yes.
Well, we
Mark Arnold says, oh no, that's... Yeah. As Napoleon says, maybe we're just shite, says Jay Grove. Collapses on, says Farong. There's a 4th seamer. Give the lad a bowl, says Mark Arnold. Oh, fuck off.
Harry Brook. Well, I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
So we have seen Rishabh Pant getting injured and getting ruled out practically on the first day of the last test match. Chris Vokes got injured in the first day of this test match. Do you think there should be a like-for-like replacement for a player who got injured in the very first day and it's visible for everyone?
We've had this discussion, and I'm not against it if it's purely visible. I mean, we were having this discussion before lunch. I think if as Ben Stokes, if you put anybody in an MRI with a bowler, particularly, you could probably pick out an injury and they could be replaced, which I don't think is fair. That's defended by Karen there, and there's no run. But I think something like Rishabh Pant, where it's clearly a break that's happened on the field, it's really obvious to everybody. He's gone to hospital, he's got a broken foot. You can't deny that. I think in that situation, I think it's fair enough, and I think the same with Wokes. You know, he's gone to hospital, he's dislocated his shoulder, he's out of the game. Everyone could see when it happened. It's not like pulling up with a bit of cramp or a niggle or a hamstring or something like that. It's a bit different, I think.
Yeah.
Because
I have a proposal on this. I think they should be sent to the police lockup for the remainder of the game.
Put in quarantine, checked over for 24 hours, and if it's genuinely an injury, then you can have a replacement. That's into the hip of Karen there. He tries to turn it in the leg side, it just pops up and there's no run. I mean, there is a call for it. Stokes has bang against it, other people are for it. Michael Vaughan's been advocating for it. There would have to be some very, very, very strict rules around it as to what is permissible, and I don't think, much like when, I mean, Sehwag was basically the man who got rid of the runners because he also claimed cramp and was basically a lazy fuck, and when he got too many runs couldn't be asked to run. That's into the pads. It's gone down towards fine leg. Should just be a leg by, and there is no run. And hence the runner was taken out of international cricket because people were abusing it. And it is a rule that could be abused, and there would have to be very strict rules around it. But I'm not against it. I'm definitely not against it. I mean, we've got concussion subs now. Why shouldn't there be a sub for someone who's genuinely injured, broken arm, broken foot? Dislocated, this, that, or the other, that happens in the field of play. I really don't have a problem with it.
And do you also think the captain should list out the name of the players? Let's say the batter, extra bowler in the list.
Well, they would.
I don't think so.
I mean, the problem with it is, and you can
that's
see
going to have to happen anyhow later this year.
Well, it is with the concussion subs as well. That's a beautiful drive by Jarswell, but can't beat cover, and is no run. I mean, that will be the problem. You'd have to have expanded squads. Potentially, you'd have to have essentially 3 subs per match. You'd have to have a bowling sub, a batting sub, and a keeping sub.
Well, probably 4.
How do you sub a player like a Ben Stokes?
Well, you can't.
You cannot.
Well, I mean, you could say Liam. Well, no, Liam Dawson's not really a like for like. He's a bowler. He's a batsman.
You'd have to have 2 bowling subs, wouldn't you? One for a slow bowler and one for a fast bowler.
Maybe.
Ooh, I don't know about that. Because maybe then if I don't know, that creates another conundrum. England can't have a spinning sub. We haven't got enough spinners in the first place.
The thing that concerns me is there are people out there who want to take a mile when they get given an inch.
Well, that's what
debate on the BBC website about this, and several people were a bit like us saying, if it's really tight, but then. There was somebody else there, so I think it's a really good idea, and we should have tactical subs as well. So
No, I'm not into that.
Meanwhile, Josh Tongue has come back into the attack.
Yep, he's over the wicket. Ooh, flashed that by Karen there. Wasteful shot. Could have quite easily nicked that, and there is no run. Yeah, I'm not into tactical subs whatsoever. Let's have a jingle for the bowler anyway.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
Is this his song?
Yeah?
Is this his song?
Yeah.
Josh Tongue?
That's Josh Tongue's song.
Wow.
I'm surprised that doesn't get us ping.
Yeah, well, it depends how closely. I mean, it's not using original music, so usually they kind of get away with that. Just Tongue beats Karen there's outside edge again. No run.
Yes, England bowlers are on the top of the game currently. So good signs for you, Bear.
Well, another wicket now would be great, and then I don't think they'd be back.
Wish?
If another wicket now would be back to about parity, I reckon. 5
so what's
down.
the score? What's the score that you are, okay to chase on this pitch?
I think England wouldn't mind chasing 300. I don't think they want to, but
flick down to the fine leg by Karunaya
for a single.
Who is that fielder?
Brathwell, did we say his name was? Brantwell? Can't remember. Hector knew.
Okay.
He's a sub.
Okay, yeah.
He's at the Surrey Academy.
Okay.
But clearly he's probably on for Liam Dawson, who's not covered himself in glory this series. He's dropped 2 catches and bowled Well, I wasn't impressed with his bowling.
And
at
Liam
Manchester.
Dawson was in for Chris Vokes, right?
Well, he was on the
Yes.
field for Chris Wokes as an injury,
Yeah.
yeah. But I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
that catch yesterday was, I mean, Gary says it's hard to see, but those, at this level, you've got to be catching them. You can't be
Yeah,
dropping them.
you
And
should
we've-
be catching those
and we've dropped
catches.
3 in the slips as well. That's cut down
Jaiswal
towards
cuts.
third man. It's not going to be 4 this time. Liam Dawson's back on the pitch, so maybe we've got 2 subs on.
Did you
It's
notice
a
something?
single.
There was a third man.
Well,
Hendo
he's-
will be in ecstasy.
I think he's quite a backward point, really. He's not
Yeah.
really a...
Does he not like the third man position?
Well,
no,
not-
he hates the fact that there've been so many runs through a vacant third man.
Okay.
But there have been for years, haven't there now? Since at least, I don't know, third man kind of went out the game in the mid-2000s.
Yeah.
Karen there, facing up. Josh Tongue coming in. Bowls. Short.
Oh.
And Karen there didn't seem to like that much. Drops underneath it. Goes through to the keeper and there is no run. Got a 50 in the first innings. Batted quite well.
Yes. Even this is an important inning for Karun Nair.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of England fans remember that 300 against us and probably were
Yeah.
thinking he was going to do something similar, but he hasn't really lived up to that billing in this series. He's been competent without being great.
Yeah, his look good
At
until he got
times,
out.
yeah, well, exactly, but he's not really scored that many runs either. That's left alone through to the keeper. There's no run. End of the 46, 192 for 4. The lead is 169 over to you, Messi.
There's some banter going on between Bernard and Alan and Jay. But Bernard Murray says cricket subs should be 70-year-old grannies. Whereas Alan Turfmore says it's like footy. If a goalie's injured, sub a goalie. Or send them to Rwanda. Yeah. And Jay reckons that both Bernard and Alan are driving him to drink. They can't drive you to drink. You're already there, Jay.
Well, exactly, Jay. I was contemplating a beer, but I've decided I've got a bit of a headache, I have to say. Anyway, Jaiswal is going to face up. Atkinson is going to come around the wicket to him or over? He's going to come around.
Around the wicket.
And Jaiswal gets in behind that and defends up to mid-off and there's no run. I mean, Jaiswal could have been out for, 11, 20 odd?
Yeah.
30 odd probably. He got dropped.
I think there were a couple of drop chances the last day.
Yeah. Wasn't great. Oh, while you're there, Gary. Can you grab me a dew bale out of the bottom of the fridge, please? Whilst you're there.
Oh, so you've been converted to Jubels. They weren't good enough for you when I was there.
No, I haven't been really converted. I think they're the only things that's left. That one is flashed at. And
that's a triple shot.
It could have quite easily got a little edge on that, but he didn't.
Yeah.
There is no run. Thank you very much, Gary. Yeah, Hendo will probably be craving one of these later, and I'll have drunk them all. But shh, don't tell him.
Is he asleep?
He looks like he's finally shut his eyes. He's been saying he's going to sleep lying on the back sofa for about 2 hours, but he hadn't slept. We watched the end of the Lions game because it happened to be, funnily enough, go over lunch because of all the rain delay in Sydney. Atkinson around the wicket, inside edge onto pad, up to mid-off, and there is no run. Bit of pace back in Atkinson, up to 87 miles an hour.
Yes.
And Jaiswal will be a prize wicket to get here. I mean, I was surprised that Jaiswal didn't go off like he did last night, actually, this morning. Could have kind of taken the game away from England, especially with the way Ashdeep was batting.
I think Akashdeep was the aggressor in that partnership.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as if Jaiswal just went to sleep. He's still got 86 up for 111, which should be healthy.
Tries an uppercut there. Doesn't get it, and there's no run.
Not able to middle the ball.
No.
You feel like he needs to play himself in again after lunch rather than try and continue on where he was.
Yes. Also, he is in the nervous 80s currently, so maybe some butterflies in his stomach.
We can't let him have another chance. If he edges one, it's got to get caught this time. Or an LBW. He's on 86 off 112. And Atkinson around the wicket. Full driven. Out to Dawson. He's at third man. No, it's Jamie.
Oh, Jamie Overton. Jamie Overton.
Jamie Overton down there. Gets himself a single. Moves on to 87.
7. Yes. India's lead currently is 170 runs.
Yeah. England have got to think if they can roll the tail. We'll have a couple of wickets here.
So as of now, we just have 2 bowlers in the tail, Prasidh Krishna and Mohammad Siraj.
Yeah,
So
true.
We are batting till 9 for a change.
And a valuable 60 odd from one of them. So, yeah. Atkinson over the wicket to Karen Nair. That's full, but it's down the arse.
Leg side.
Good take by Jamie Smith behind the stumps though. And that ends the 47th over. Over to you, Messi.
Yeah. Jay reckons I'm implying Trumpian blame avoidance. What he's suggesting I drove you to drink, Jay. Kate Eleanor's with us. She says the Bears' excitement is keeping us all lively here. And Jay says, yes, I'm loving the intense yoga pose.
Yeah.
I think that's a generous description of the Bears' way of sitting.
These chairs are quite comfortable. You can get right back in them and sit how you like. So it's quite cloudy and overcast in London at the moment.
Yes, it is.
Alan Turfmore says, I should be in bed. I work nights and fucked. Got a few days off, but it's hard to adjust, and I'm a bit tipsy too.
Good lad.
I doubt if you're alone in that regard, Alan.
That's short and wide cut by... is it going to be stopped? It is. Good fielding by Dawson.
Jamie Overton.
No, it's Dawson.
No, Liam Dawson. Yeah, that's Liam Dawson.
2 runs to Jaiswal. Moves on to 89.
Do you have any song for Jaiswal as well?
Yeah, we did. We played it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't always hear everything over Zoom, unfortunately. Sometimes they come through, sometimes they don't. That's why it's better to be in here, Raj. I know you're an Oxford.
Yeah. Yes.
But, yeah. Tongue around the wicket to Jaiswal. Oh, that gets in the pan, but it's probably going down. He gets that one to dip in late, but when it dips in late, it tends to go too far. Looks like it's going down.
And Josh Tongue has this ability to, bowl the wicket-taking deliveries, right out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's certainly bowled a lot better in this second innings. None of the dreadful ones that were in the first. Yeah, he's probably hit him in line with about leg, but Jaiswal's quite far forward. It's missing leg by quite a long way. In again, Tongue. That one again is out there. This time it's cut hard, and Dawson won't get around to stop that one. It's 4 runs. And, well, give us this one.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Jay sent us £2. He says, no, I was implying Trumpian denial. Not accusing me of it. Thank you, Jay.
India 199 for 4. Tongue around the wicket. That's down leg side. Taken by Smith. No run. If he gets it straight, it's going too far. And if he gets it slightly wrong outside off front, Jaiswal has decided to gone back to being attacking.
Yeah. I think that's his natural game. He likes to attack.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was scared of this morning. I thought we needed to get him out early, but then he was quite circumspect, and Akashdeep managed to stay there for most of the morning.
That is amazing. Half his runs are in the quadrant between third
man and
behind
point.
the wicket keeper and point.
Yeah. He's very strong there. He just works that into the leg side, gets himself a single.
Yes, and gets on to 94.
So why would you bowl short outside the off stump too?
Well, you wouldn't. But, you get it slightly wrong in a line of off stump and you might get it a little bit wide. Well, he drove one, got a thick outside edge, should have been caught. Pulled one down long leg's throat, should have been caught.
And he has been dismissed, on a pull shot, Lord's Test match, second innings, Chopra Archer.
Yeah, I mean, you can't give someone like Jaiswal 2 chances. I mean, it's, Karen Nair defends that up towards mid-off and there is no run.
Is Jamie Overton a second change bowler or is he a first change bowler?
Well, I think...
Or a third change bowler?
Well, I think it'd be a second change normally. That's 200 up for India, by the way. That last single by Giles. 200 for 4 after 48. Messi?
Kate Eleanor says Buddha would approve of your pose.
I'm sure he would.
To which Bernard says Buddha was a prodigious bore. Well, he told a lot of stories. You don't have to listen to them. And Leah's back with us. She says, effing hell, Kiemanman, I presume that's Gill, you could have batted England out of this game. She also says Jaiswal sometimes reminds me of Phil Hughes with that productive shot being the suicidal late cut through slips.
Yeah, Phil Hughes is quite fun. That one beat Jaiswal's prod forward, but I think probably hit him too high going over. No run.
The ball is doing a bit in this overhead conditions.
Yeah. I mean, Phil Hughes, as an English person, you kind of liked him in the Aussie Test side because the Aussies rated him, but we never did. Well, obviously it was a sad way for him to die, but his international career against England was pretty appalling.
Yeah.
Against England it was, but against others he had a pretty prodigious record.
Yeah. Attempted uppercut again from Jaiswal. Tempting him was Atkinson there. Didn't get anything on it. There's a lot of chat going on. There was a lot of chat before lunch, a lot of chat after. I mean, Jaiswal suddenly developed cramp one ball before the end of play, which was obviously a fucking put on. I think the umpire told him.
And he's not happy.
He's not happy about
Jaiswal.
something. It's got really feisty, this series.
Yeah.
And he's not happy about something. Jamie Overton out in the deep, smiling with the crowd. Atkinson in, comes down the track, does Jaiswal, gets down, drives it not quite wide of mid-off. He has a shot at the stumps, but he's home easily enough. Moves on to 95. 201 for 4. And
so in this case, what do you think the English fielders would try to distract Jaiswal?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'd love to know. I mean, do you know what Prasad said to Reese yesterday? Yeah. What? No, you couldn't.
I don't know what he has actually said. No, I don't know.
I'm surprised because it was on camera what he said. I'm surprised someone hasn't read it and gone, he said this, because it really upset Root, and it seemed to be only about 2 or 3 or 4 words. It wasn't a lot.
Yeah.
But it really got under his skin. That's shitting hell. It's down the arse, and I think Karen Nair got glove on it, which went past Jamie Smith, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She.
And the interesting
England's
thing is,
line has been dreadful.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is, Krishna and Joe Root, they both have played in the same IPL franchisee a couple of years ago, so they are friends of the field.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also want to know what Akash Deep said to Duckett when he put his arm around him as well.
Yeah, but it was a good gesture.
No. That's into the pad. That's going down leg though, and there is no run. And that was, I mean, it was like assassin with a smile. I mean, there's definitely he was having a poke at him with a smile on his face.
But he didn't swear at anyone. He didn't say any bad.
No. I don't think he said anything. It's probably sarcasm aimed at him. You know, what the fuck was that stupid shot? Serves you right.
Yeah. And they both hugged today in the morning, so that was good to see.
I genuinely think I mean, this is why I think the press over-egg a lot of this stuff. Because I mean, what gets said on a field in any sport, that one is defended by Karen Nair out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. You know, at this level of sport, things can get spicy on the field. But you know it's on the field, and you go off the field and you have a beer or whatever. They probably don't have beer these days. It's probably fucking soft drinks. But, you know, and you have a chat, and everyone takes the piss out of each other, and you let it ride. I mean, you might not like someone, but it's generally not that bad. And that one's nipped back in for Karen Nair. That was on the wrong line to start with.
Messi. What do we have?
Alan Turfmore says we need a bit of spin. It will be interesting to see how long they go, because they can't just constantly wear out the fast bowlers at this stage.
Well, no, I think they're going to try.
Lear explains that Kieman is a German for gills, as in the respiratory organs of fish and some amphibians. We're actually due a change.
We'll have one more over and then we'll have the change because I've just realised that as well. That's gone quick,
Yes,
that
all
half
cards.
hour. Cut by Gileswell again. This time
For a
Dawson
couple.
does get around. Yeah, he gets a couple. At the end of this over, it will be Hector doing some ball by ball. Hendo is going to take over on your socials, and I'm just going to switch to summarising.
All right.
So,
Jaiswal eyeing for his century. Let's see if he does in this over.
wow.
Is that because we've lost Bennett? Has that changed? Is it?
Well, that's.
My Raiders got Bennett down to do ball by ball.
Oh, goes down on, tries to uppercut that over the keeper. Goes down on his knees, Gileswell. Doesn't get hold
I
of
think
it.
he has made his mind that if they bowl short, he'll just uppercut.
Try and uppercut everything. Yeah.
At the moment, not working for him. But let's see.
I don't know about that, Messi. To be fair, but I've got Hector, Hendo, and Bear, and that's the latest rota I had in my email. Gileswell facing up. That one's into his arms. He prods at it down the leg side. Pretty ugly shot. Crawley comes in and fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, he is looking a bit tentative in the short ball stuff.
He's quite good on the pull though, generally.
Yeah, he is. He's born and brought up in Mumbai, so he has played in those bouncy tracks.
Are there any bouncy tracks in India? I didn't think there were.
The Mumbai pitch is the most bounciest pitch you will get.
Gileswell facing up. 3 balls left in this over. Ooh, prods at that one outside off stump. It was a little bit slower. Went away and he's getting a bit jittery close to his 100. Could have quite easily nibbled that through to the keeper, but he didn't. And there is no run.
I was probably going off an earlier version, Bear. Yes, Hector, Hendo, Bear.
Yeah. And this, yeah.
If it's not your day, you nick it and it goes to the keeper. But if it's your day, you get saved. And
Exactly.
I think it's Jaiswal's day.
It certainly seems to be. That's horrible down the leg side. At least he stopped the 4, Jamie Smith. It's going to be a wide. And then a run 1-2. So that'll be 2 to the score.
Yes, it will be. So India's score would move on to 209, I believe.
Yeah,
Yes.
lead of 186.
Karun Nair on strike.
Yep. That's a terrible ball. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get it up into the chest, but just ill-directed and too short.
Yeah, he's. You can't really afford to have him bleeding as many runs as he is.
Well, yeah. That one is straighter. And he's bowling fuller to Karen there. But that's because he's only faced 14 balls and he's only on 5. And it's defended out to the offside and there is no run.
Karun Nair 5 of 15. Jaiswal 97 of 125.
Yeah. Went like a train last night. And we'll have a change after this ball. Hector is going to give us his wise words. Josh Tongue in defended, and there is no run. Are you taking over from Hendo?
Yes.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Right, we're having a 3-man change. Good to see you all. We shall see you later.
Yeah, cheers, guys. See you later.
Whoever's doing messages, there's a whole lot of chat going on between Bernard, Jay, and Alan, but really none of it's there for being read out, I don't think. So we're basically up to date.
Okie dokie. Go for it, Hector. I'm going to change.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Steve. Great start for England. But India still very much in control of this game. 209 for 4 after 50 overs, lead by 186. Jaiswal still there at 97. What have you made of him so far today, Steve?
Yes, he's certainly been in his shell a bit, hasn't he?
And then again, and Jaiswal drives, this time through point. Is it going to make it to the boundary? Runs 2. And yeah, he'll come back for his... Ooh, called a third. Turned down in the end by Karen there.
Sensibly.
Karen Nair's a bit chubby, couldn't make it back.
Jaiswal's not happy.
No.
Has a little shout at Nair at the other end. Leaves him on 99. Gus Atkinson, who has 2 wickets. The big one of the Indian captain. First ball after lunch. India still very much in cruise control with Jaiswal and Nair at the crease.
Yeah, I mean, so frustrating what's happened with Jaiswal, isn't it, really, in terms of letting him get 2 lives. He's not going to fail.
Wasn't a good show last night. Here he is facing up on 99. Atkinson in, shorter and dabbed into the offside, and Jaiswal will run through for a quick single. That's the 100. Charges leaps in the air. 100 off 127 balls. In the end, a great innings. Dropped twice early on, but he's cashed in today. Gloves and helmet off.
Wow.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
It's his second century of the series so far, 6th Test match century, and he's loving it. He's still got the helmet off, making some love heart signs. Indian dressing room seem to be loving it as well, and why not? He's batted really nicely today.
Well, he has, and England will regret that they didn't hang on to him yesterday, because he can be a lively player. I mean, he's only got out of 127 deliveries. At a reasonable pace, he's scored those runs, and therefore England find themselves in the position they're at. Everyone else in the Indian side doesn't seem to want to tend to score very quickly. I mean, if they have actually got him out, they still might be on 150 for 4 or whatever.
It's an in, and Ned has a little look at it, plays and misses in the end through to the keeper. Yeah, and just so poor from England last night. Was it 3 drop catches, 1 Sudarshan, 2 for Jaiswal, and also a missed run out opportunity late last night. I think it was the Dawson catch at sort of 3/4 deep.
Yeah,
back the square leg. That was the real missed opportunity. But
and England seemed not to have a Scooby what to do this morning, did they? Faced with a tail ender.
Well, no, they just got their lengths wrong, I think, this morning. Seems like this session they're bowling a whole lot fuller there. Atkinson is in again, slightly wayward down leg side. Smith takes a nice catch to his left.
You also have to say it's probably England's second stream attack, and it's 1 short. And they really needed a lead of 100, 150, not 20.
We've got to feel for Ollie Pope as well. Back as captain, he seems to only captain in some pretty tricky situations. Obviously, by definition, that's going to be the case with no Stokes there. But
well, he won he won the series in New Zealand. He was captain for the whole series, wasn't he?
In again over the wicket, shorter and just ducked underneath by Nair. I think Stokes was in New Zealand. It was Pakistan that Pope had the last match of the series. I think he was captain, but Stokes was around for.
I can't remember. I thought Stokes did a whole series somewhere. I thought it was New Zealand, but maybe I'm completely
Well,
wrong.
last summer, Sri Lanka,
that
West Indies.
That was after he did his hamstring, wasn't it? And maybe that was 2 tests against Sri Lanka or whatever. He certainly lost the last test against Sri Lanka.
Last delivery of Atkinson's over the wicket and clipped again.
Misdirected.
On the bum, misdirected, full one, and now will help it on its way for 4.
And we have a super chat.
Ooh, let's have a jingle.
YouTube Rap Super Chat.
And of course it's from Jay Grover. He said he's been called out on bobbins by Messrs. Shame and Disgust. Quite funny. There's a lot of discussion about Daleks. I've just come in the chair, so I've got no idea what it's all about.
Well, neither have I, because I think that's an internal chat on the YouTube.
Okay, fair enough. Some attributed to test-playing countries and some non-test playing countries. And Trump's getting a mention as well.
Trumpy Trump.
Yes.
He's decided to move to a nuclear submarine somewhere close to Russia, I hear.
He's just being friendly.
It's just being friendly.
It's his love language, I believe.
Yeah. Was that Rohit Sharma, by the way, up in the dressing room before lunch? I thought it was. It certainly looked like Rohit to me.
He is here for the series. He's definitely watching. He could be doing a consultancy role.
We have a change in the bowling.
the big man, back on Jamie Overton.
And who has a jingle like this?
They'll get you now, Jamie Overton's how he'll get you out.
Here he is, over the wicket to Jarswell, angled into the body, and Jarswell clips that back down for no run.
Because the pitch belongs to paceman Jamie Overton, who'll crush your balls.
It's been a long tour for Jarswell. Of course, he was here for the 2 practice matches before the series started, so he's actually played 7 test matches, essentially, over 2.5 months. Nice to end on a high for him, Overton. And again, that's
yes! No! What?
I think just missed the bat. Overton, from over the wicket, sort of pushes it away from Jarswell, who's lined up for the forward defence, but just misses the edge there. No run.
I thought it caught the edge the way it went.
I think it's showing that when these England bowlers are pushing the ball,
missed it quite low, didn't he? Yeah.
Just need to push it up a bit more, and as they were doing last night to Sudarshan, seems as if that's their most effective delivery on this wicket. Jarswell with a century in his opening innings and the last innings of the series. Overton again short and wide, left alone, not the best ball from him.
Wide? It's not really wide, is it?
For height or...
Well, it can't be for wideness, because it wasn't that wide, I think.
Nor for height, though, I don't think.
Well, Jarswell keeps walking a long way over to square leg, doesn't he, between deliveries? Is he getting a bit of chat?
He walked off for lunch, and he was quite angry. I think it was Duckett, obviously Duckett.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of that this series, but Jarswell, much like Joe Root, doesn't seem like the kind of batter to respond to it. Overton in again, wider of the crease this time,
and fuck's sake.
Again another one just on the bum. Jarswell helps it down to fine leg for another 4.
Too many of these balls, man.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Too much misdirection from England.
Just releases any pressure built up.
Yeah, it does.
Earlier that over as well, a wide and then a wayward leg side delivery. All you need to do is just get a bit of bat on it.
And or pad, doesn't really matter, does it? I thought there was a bit of inside edge before pad, but I think he's given it as leg bias.
Wow. Overton, he has been poor this test match.
No, he didn't.
Best return. Wide again and clipped to mid on. No run. India's lead now 198 and very much in control. Jadeja to come. Jarrell, Washington, Sundar, they've got plenty of batting left. They're looking to get around 350, do you think?
Well, yeah, England chased down 371 in the first test, didn't they? I think this was a slightly different wicket, although it's certainly not as juicy as it was on the first 2 days. I mean, maybe the fact is that there was some moisture on the first day, it's drying out a little bit.
Must have been. Overton in wide and short and wide and left alone again. Just doesn't seem to be getting it right. That one ball he bowled, I think, is the second ball of this over where he gave it a bit more airtime, pushed it through. That's the one that seems to work for him, but he's completely lost that. Yeah, runs.
He did edge that. Yes.
Yeah, he did.
This was the 4 down to fine leg. A couple of balls previous. 1 to come for Overton. He has 1 for 52. Half bounced out Akash Deep earlier in the day. Well, just the 2 slips into Jarswell, leaves nicely actually just outside off stump. End of the over. India 220 for 4.
Okay, Jay Grover is confirming that Pope was indeed captain in Sri Lanka. Steve Williams is congratulating Jaiswal and thinks it needs to be a big ton this time round. Alan Turfmore is saying the nukes, it's not cricket because it's nuts. It is nuts.
It is nuts.
And Messi is confirming that it was Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, it was right here. That's what I said.
Jay Grover says yes. No, what? To what? I should ask.
Is that live?
No, I think that's a replay.
That's a replay, yeah.
Oh, this is Woke's injury.
Woke's injury.
Alan Turfmore
seemed quite innocuous when he went over, didn't he?
Ooh.
Yes.
Straight away, seems.
Yeah. You could see by the angle of his arm there, it was hanging out. It was nasty.
Atkinson begins his 90th over and he's hit him on the pad. Might have been some inside edge, but looked to be sliding. England didn't go too mad for that one.
England's tactic here with their seam bowlers seems to be open up someone, give them just 3 overs. The other guy at the other end gets a long spell, and then they get the other guy in so they can kind of overlap them.
Yeah, heavy inside edge in the end there from there. Atkinson again, seeming the more dangerous of the 2 bowlers, bowling in tandem with his Surrey teammate Jamie Overton at the other end. And he is here, 2 for 78 so far, 2 slips in the gully, in and full and clipped up in the air through sort of cover gap. Ollie Pope will give chase and they'll come back for a couple.
I just hope when England go out to bat they've got their heads screwed on, because they're capable of chasing down a score.
How does Crawley and Duckett go about it?
Well, I think they go about it in a normal way. I think England threw it away a little bit. I mean, there was some good bowling by India in the second half yesterday afternoon, but there was also some rash shots. I mean, Duckett didn't need to play that shot, did he?
No, that's part of the wind-up as well, though, because he'd done that previously to deep.
I mean, he does play like that, and if he gets away with it, he scores 150 like he did in the first test.
Atkinson in again, shorter delivery this time, but played down into the ground by net.
And that's what England have got to fall back on. They've got to fall back. I mean, they've chased, 4 of the top 5 scores and ever chased down in the test match.
They love a chase.
They do love a chase.
Issue is, when you don't have Wokes, then 10 batsmen, will it be enough for a 350 on this kind of wicket?
Well, you chase down 350, 3 or 4 or 5 down. You don't chase it down 9th wicket down. So generally, there's got to be a couple of big scores in there.
Harry Brook and Joe Root in the slip called in. Just the 2 for Nair as well as Jai as well. Leaves one alone. Seems to rise a little bit later there into Jamie Smith. Takes it above his head.
And also, you've got to think Joe Root's got to have, he generally doesn't score. He scores 51 in every 2 innings virtually, and he didn't get 50 in the first innings. So you've got to hope that he gets a decent knock, and everyone can bat around him.
Well, weather permitting, he has all the time he needs really. We're only about halfway through the match here.
Well, not even that really, technically, until the end of this session.
Yeah. I watched last night Joe Root's Made in Yorkshire documentaries. Atkinson in again and just inside edged into the onside from there, who run the first one hard to deep square, just a single. And Root was talking about he opened a lot in his childhood, and he says for anyone wanting to get into batting, you have to open for a few matches at least, because it changes the way you think about it. You're paying much more attention to the ball and try and sort of knock it around. So, and he says he needs all, because he was so small, he needed to have as much time as possible. Looking here, it seems like Nair, bit of a collision with Atkinson running that first
straight into Atkinson. You wouldn't want to do that very often, would you?
Not malicious though that time.
No, I think it was all fair.
It was all a bit, which way am I going to go?
Last ball of Atkinson's over. He's coming round the wicket to Jai as well. He stands on leg stump and fends that off into the offside. No run. End of the over.
So Alan Turfmore is complaining about the wides. He says that's biased again. And he's saying bowl at the feet for fuck's sake, fast as you can.
Well, no, they'll clip you off your feet.
Yeah, I think into the ribs is my but there you go.
Length is the way to go.
Yeah. Jake Grover is going onto the VPN, so we're not going to get any more money.
Huh?
Sydney on the VPN, yes.
Why on a VPN? I don't get that. You don't need us on a VPN.
Bernard Morey thinks that you broke into Jay's bedroom last night and hypnotised him. Donate.
We don't need to do that with Jay. Jay's a very generous man.
Jay's very generous indeed.
There's a lot of animated English fans there, probably thinking the same as we are. Bowl fucking straight.
Overton's going to continue short into the wicket, and there just clips it down to square leg. Looks for one, but turned down by Jai as well.
I think England also got to think we just got to get out of this because we don't have bowling resources. I mean, they've been very hamstrung with the fact that Wokes has been injured. With a second stringer, I mean, he was the most experienced of the England attack.
Well, India now at 72% on
I'm not sure
wind
that's entirely.
Yeah, that's a bit early, isn't it?
It's a bit early to be going on like that, yeah.
They do have control, but I wouldn't quite say 72%. 3 slips in the gully for Overton, coming in over the wicket, left alone by Nair.
Rooty seems up for it. He seems very animated at first slip, and it'd be a shame for England to lose this test and draw the series 2-all. It's been a hard-fought series, and as I was saying earlier, I think India. Lucky is not the right word, but I mean, the pitches have probably suited them better than England pitches of the past. The conditions in England this summer have very much given them a hand where previous years they wouldn't have done.
Overton in again and Wayward again, and Nair tries to clip it, misses it, and then a bit of late away swing there. Jamie Smith fumbles it onto the floor. Well, I think India have actually, if you look at day by day, I'd say they probably played the better cricket throughout the series. I think they probably won more days, especially early on when they were scoring all those runs. It's just England win all the small moments.
Yeah, they have done. And that's what you got to do. I think England are going through a big change, aren't they, without trying to figure out their bowling attack, which has been, up and down throughout the series.
Overton short and edge by Nair, and is that a drop? I think it is. Shorter delivery in there, sort of helps it on its way. Harry Brook and Zach Crawley at second and third slip, both diving towards each other, and it looks like Brook's the one to put it down.
I think he was at one-handed at the most. I think
it might not have even carried, but there it is. That's the edge from there.
Very low down.
Fingertips. Yeah, fingertips on it.
Reached him, but tricky chance. But another drop. Second for Brook. This
He's
innings.
usually so good in the slips as well.
Yeah.
It was the one last night that surprised me.
That's a tough chance.
Yeah, that was tough.
Dying on him, wasn't it? Going away from him.
Hands were pointed down.
You've got to take him.
Oh, Overton's going to be pumped up. Oh, and play miss from Gyswell. Just starting to ask some questions here, Overton and Atkinson.
Sounds like the pub is starting.
The band is starting up. Yeah. The walls are shaking. What's going on?
How long's that going to go for?
All afternoon.
All day.
My wife sent me last weekend. We had fucking fucking deep house all afternoon. And my wife sent me an Instagram video of an event that was being advertised starting this afternoon. 12-hour rave for the family. It was supposed to. I thought it was midday till midnight, but maybe it's 2 o'clock till 2 in the morning.
Final ball of Overton's over. Swinging into Gyswell, who defends that into the offside. No run. End of the over. 225 for 4. Lead by 202.
So Bernard Murray thinks that Jay is donating to Tommy Robinson Fund to help him pay off his gambling debts.
Wow.
But who's got the gambling debts? Anyway, Jay Grover has said, Bear, I do because I am weak-willed. I shall remove temptation by relocating to Wyoming, brackets virtually.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. We'll have to come up with the same.
Remain weak-willed is what I say.
We'll have to come up with the same for VPN. So virtually penniless. I can't think of something for N.
Yeah,
Nomad. There you go.
Become a patron. Therefore, you'll probably spend less, but it'll be just as useful.
Atkinson 2 for 81. Begins his over short and wide in there. Sits back and pushes that out to point. No one's there. And that'll be 4.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
The fear I have is that this sort of innings is the kind of thing that, England batsmen can quite easily then go out and spaff it up the wall and fuck it up really quickly.
Yeah. Well, a lot will depend on the rain to come, I think. If this pitch gets any more moisture in it, then it'll be tricky.
I'm sure there is a huge amount of rain to come, actually. I think most of it was yesterday and the day before.
And again, straight delivery and defended nicely by Net.
So showers are forecast tomorrow, and Hendo was saying that it's supposed to be carnage on Monday.
No, Monday's supposed to be sunny.
That was the last I heard.
Have a look.
From the reports I saw.
We'll have to check.
Well, England would be happy to escape with a draw, much like India would in the last test, I imagine,
Definitely.
if that was the case. But
absolutely.
A little bit of rain Monday evening, but
otherwise fine.
Otherwise fine during the day. Atkinson strides into Nair here, who edges it, and that will be taken. Nair goes for 17. Just foolish delivery, but rose very quickly on there. That's the extra bounce, and not much he could do. Just fends it off. Jamie Smith takes the catch to his right.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Yeah, very surprised by the bounce there, it looked like, for Nair. Nice delivery. Good take from Smith as well. I was worried he was gonna drop that for a second, but
well, the drop only lasted 6 balls, which was quite handy, eh?
Brooke will be happy with that.
Yeah.
Yes, Alan Turfmore says, yes, we needed that. Get the fuck out.
Indeed.
Well, Nair gone for 17. Ends quite a disappointing series for him on his return to the Test arena.
Indeed.
Not sure what that would have done for his career. Still quite old, 33.
He's still got a long,
hold on a minute,
a few years in the
Top edge, for fuck's sake.
I just had to play that because I figure it was still there. The problem is that if people move jingles around, I generally somehow manage to delete them when I can't remember what names of them are. So then I can't find them again.
So Leah says, if anyone wants to watch a very good video on good old Tommy 10 Names, search for Just Some Geezer Robinson on this here very web zone. It will make your day, I promise.
Well, he's hiding out in Tenerife at the moment, isn't he? Having knocked someone out at King's Cross. Ravinder Jadeja is next in. He has a jingle that goes like this.
They need a more controlled Jadeja's on.
It's quite good. Brilliant series for him so far. 5 matches, 463 runs, averaging 92, with a century to his name in the last Test match. Obviously caused a bit of debate. 107 not out. What a player he is for India, with both bat, ball and in the field. Atkinson will have 3 at him. Coming round the wicket straight and clipped nicely. Oh, and diving to his right, catching mid-wicket. Jadeja just clipped it off his pads up in the air, and I think that's another drop.
Oh, that's a hard one.
Bethel,
That's a good stop, really. More
tricky
than
chance. Yeah. Go down the stats, but
well, Atkinson's picked up 3 wickets to go with his 5 in the first innings. And could be on for a 10-wicket match again.
Pretty impressive start to
it is,
Test
considering
career.
he's come back from injury and hasn't really played a lot.
Well, he's going for 1.5s in the first innings as well.
Which was incredible. That's right.
Yeah.
He was incredible in the first innings.
Jaiswal facing up now and drives and slashes that through the covers. That's a great shot. That'll race away to the boundary for another 4.
Well, that was a long half volley, wasn't it? He's not going to miss out on that one.
Super shatta, super shatta, super shatta, super shatta, super shatta, rocka, rocka, super shatta.
One issue with the England quick so far is that any pressure, they haven't really been able to string together a whole list of good consecutive balls, and Jaiswal cashes in on
look, and he's pulled. He's
a cramp there.
Cramp or
hamstring?
Injury?
Landed quite awkwardly after playing that shot.
Oh yeah, you went straight for it.
Atkinson in again. Jaiswal just rocks back and hits that back into the ground. No run.
And has his long walk to...
Maybe that's it, yeah.
What's going on?
Trying to stretch his legs out or something, and feeling some cramp coming on.
We'll have one more over and then we'll have a switcheroo, which will be Gary Messers Steve.
Fair enough.
Next up.
Yeah, Jaiswal just looks a little bit uncomfortable. Doesn't look like he'll be going in anytime soon, but
it may make him just throw the bat though.
Yeah.
Which could be either very destructive or he might give it away. I'm hoping for the latter.
Well,
obviously.
Do you go short now and try and just rush him a bit? Because he's not going to be able to move
is
his
anyone going to
feet very
fucking
well.
catch it if he puts it out there? That's the question.
That's true. See, Overton will be the only one that you need out in the deep. He's got buckets, but he's bowling. 1 for 53 from his 15 overs so far. First Test match in a long while. I think his last was against India. Overton, where he scored.
Yeah,
so
I think he's not a bad choice to take to Australia.
Here he is, 2 slips in the gully and angled into Jadeja's body there. Looks like it hits him on the hip and he'll run through for a single.
Getting the other wicket now, 212 ahead, 6 down. You'd hope you'd be able to keep him down to something. Wasn't too OTT.
Sunday's coming in next, and he's been a real thorn. Yeah.
Well,
and Jarrell, yeah.
India's tail have been the big letdown though this series.
That's what a lot of my Indian colleagues tell me.
Yeah, so that's what England will be hoping to tap into as long as possible. Although deep as the night watchman extends that tail, another player Overton in again wider and wisely left alone by Charles. That was a very wide delivery.
Tempting him.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted it.
Yeah, Steve Williams is saying Karen now was lucky to be given another chance, and he failed to capitalise on it again.
Lucky to be given another chance this series, or
I guess in this match.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're going to go with Sudarshan as the long-term 3. When Pank comes back, he can go to 5.
Yep.
Overton in. He's comes in from wide and jives well. It's a full ball, but he sits back and, as you see, just throws his hands at it, guides it down to Liam Dawson at third man.
Well, Liam Dawson's back on. We need another bowler.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what he's going to be able to offer on this.
It's good pace from Overton, though. That was 97 miles. Sorry, 87 miles. 97 would be
97 would be lovely.
It's not Mark Wood.
His big thing is he changes his run up and angles quite regularly. Running in from wide, changing over or around the wicket, and he's trying to angle it, sort of come in, push it away, and angle it back into the left-handers. Struggling for accuracy, but he's in again. On this one, just moves away a little bit, defended by Jadeja for no run.
I mean, this ball is nearly 56 overs old as well, and it's still doing a little bit. Which is why England are going to be careful, need to get a good start again.
Do you rattle through some overs with Bethel now, or?
No, I wouldn't. I would try and keep the paces on as long as you can. They're your best chance of getting wickets, I think.
Here comes Overton again, and driven nicely from Jadeja through the extra cover gap, and they'll run hard. Is it going to make it all the way to the boundary? No. Hope pulls it back inside the rope, throws it in, but they'll run through for 3. Good running. Jadeja and Giles are both very quick. They'll take 3.
Well, one more ball left of our little stint. And Gary is looming on the sidelines. You'll have to move over one seat, Steve. And Gary can come in here.
Last ball of Overton, 16th over, the 56th of this India innings. 239 for 5, 216 lead now. Gyswell facing up on 109. Pretty ruthless this morning. Overton in, over the wicket, wide and left alone. End of the over, India 239 for 5.
I'll play a little bit of music to get us through the little change, and then it'll be over to the next lot. There we go.
Oh, there's lots of opportunities to support the Gorillas. Patreon will buy some merch and enter the GPL. We got the comms, you got the ears. Give us lots of money. No Michael Vaughan and no KP. You can spare us some money. Go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Choose either $2, $5, or $10 per month to keep us going. You know it's a bar.
And there's Atkinson outside off stump through to Jamie Smith, and there is no run. Yeah, noise is off, Steve. We've got some brass playing.
I'm getting brassed off.
Yes, indeed. I'm recalling an episode of Police Squad where where they're on the hunt for somebody or other, and they found a tape and they can hear something, and they say, I think it's a tuba, and they go into town and say, but this is the tuba capital of America, and they've got all these tuba shops one after another. Very good. There's another Naked Gun film out, isn't it? I haven't seen it yet.
Me neither.
As Atkinson round the wicket to the Jadeja. It's 2 J's in. He clips it down to long leg and they walk an easy single. 240 for 5. The lead is 217. And we're in that strange paradox, Steve, where you wouldn't have thought England could get much beyond 250 at the start of today's play. And yet somehow 300 seems more gettable now because India have batted with such comfort. This sometimes happens in a third innings.
This is the deja vu paradox.
Yeah.
We've been here before, haven't we?
We've been here before.
We've been lulled into this false sense of hope before, haven't we?
It's the hope that kills you. As round the wicket comes Atkinson, and he's down the leg side, as England have been far too often in this Test match, actually. And it goes down to Mr. Barnwell, who's fielding at long leg as a substitute. It's a leg by, yet another extra. If anybody's out there with access to cricket records, I'd like to know what England's most number of wides conceded in an innings is, because we've had in a Test match. We have had a lot of wides in this Test match, and wides are relatively rare in Test cricket, but they haven't been at the Oval. As Atkinson is in round the wicket, and this is on leg stump, and Jadeja just does that thing that he does a lot these days, where he sort of pivots over a braced front leg and brings the bat down late and just dabs it into mid-wicket. But it's a no ball. It's yet another extra. Yeah, the record number of wides and the record number of extras in a Test match, because this seems an enormous
the record number of wides in a match is the West Indies against England, 38.
38?
2009.
But is
19,
that... I'll just come back to you after this delivery, Jez, and I'm grateful for that, as Atkinson is round the wicket, defended by Jadeja. I'm always wondering if the ball kind of balloons over the wicketkeeper's head and goes to the boundary, whether they count that as 4 wides. Because obviously what I'm looking for is the number of wide...
5 wides, in fact.
5 wides. So I'm actually looking for the number of wide... number of deliveries that were called wide.
That's very hard to pin
that
down.
might be harder to pin down. But you do get the idea that this is a very high number. Most from Josh Tongue, of course. That's a good ball from Atkinson, but he played inside, that did Jadeja. I mean, God help us if England had not picked Gus Atkinson and thought, oh, well, you haven't had
give him a break,
run out.
Yeah.
We'll keep your powder dry, because England without Atkinson would have been a sorry sight indeed in this match. 242 for 5, the lead 219. It's another tooting bus. We've had the 155 and now we've got the 219.
What I can tell you is in that match where the West Indies conceded whatever it was I said,
Atkinson is in, and this is down the leg side, and that'll be more extras, because I think that no, it's just plain old buys, but it goes all the way for 4, and Atkinson is out on his feet.
That seemed to see him off the pitch quite markedly.
It did a little bit. It's drinks, so Jez, you've got all the time in the
I forgot to tell you where we got up to. We got up to Farong.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just about to do that. I'll
do the
I'll
wides.
just give you some figures. The match I've been directed to, there were actually 12 wides bowled. But for example, in the first innings, West Indies conceded 16 wides, but there were only actually 8 wide balls bowled. But you could only ascertain that by going and looking at the individual analysis for the bowlers. So it's a bit of a stretch to actually find anything.
It seems to be more of a Zaltzman question than a Messi Jazz question, with all due respect.
Yes, I think that's right. Now, Farang says the 12th century, Jaiswal was for India this series is a new record. Out of 19 that have been scored in the series so far, which is the third most, there have been 21 and 20 in a series previously. So a couple more and we'll be at the top.
When you think that
when
you think that includes, sorry, Jez, when you think that includes some of those series in the 1930s or 40s, where first of all there'd be 6 Test matches and there'd be mammoth scores, 900 in 1938 at the Oval. It's quite something, that.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? Most of these, 1938, 39, England and South Africa, there was 17.
Oh, on a matting wicket, yeah.
Yeah. 1948, 49, West Indies in India, there was 16. So, yeah, there were a few near. 46, 47, the Ashes in England. In Australia, there were 15. Anyhow, that's sort of by the by. And Bernard Murray says, how stoned am I? Rowe mentioned 12th century, and I thought he was talking about the Crusades.
Yes.
And Jay says, I was checking out my Ottoman history. Jay also says, liven up yourselves. Well, we've got another 4 hours play left today, so we've got a long haul ahead of us.
Well, I used to refer to the 12th century quite often on guerrilla cricket because I always thought Nicholas Pooran sounded like a 12th century pope. But he's retired now from international cricket as the 12th century Pope, Nicholas Pooran, so won't be able to do that gag anymore.
Leah said, I actually saw that police squad scene yesterday, Gary.
Oh!
What a great show that was.
It was indeed. Excellent.
And Jay says he's off to see the new one with his mem.
Ah, good.
Jay also says, I think Saltzman's already on it. Well, he's tracking it. Most wides I've noticed was when I went to Weight Watchers.
Very good.
Yeah. Fred Truman bowled 15 out of around 170 at one stage, apparently.
Wow. Truman.
15 wides.
And Jay says, so close to getting tweets read. Then Gary intervened. Well, lucky the drinks break came, Jay? Oh, dear. And we're up to date. There you go.
There we are.
Well
you see,
done.
what you do is you bring Gary onto Ball by Ball and you're up to date on tweets, who knew?
Fantastic. Good work.
Yeah, cause or effect. Yeah. Interesting.
I had a thought about Jaiswal.
Go on.
And I think he's affected by who's at the other end. Because I don't think he and Akash got on. I think some of the calling was a bit average. There was a bit of argy-bargy going on there.
There was a little bit.
Whereas when Jadeja came in, he was stroking some beautiful shots.
Yeah.
So I think he might be affected by the guy at the other end.
Is he in a kind of, what do they call him, quantum entanglement or something like this, where you're affected at a distance?
I think he just wants to bat with proper batsmen.
I see.
Batters, we should say, shouldn't we?
Yes, I see.
And otherwise, if he doesn't rate them, he thinks, I shouldn't be batting with this filth. I'm an opener.
Well, it may be more basic than that. May just be a language thing. I don't know whether they speak
could be.
Well, yes, that's true. I mean, obviously, a lot of them do speak Hindi and English.
Yeah, I think Jaiswal does speak English because he had that nice scene with the little lad who's blind, who he's his favourite player, and he had a very nice scene with him. It's down the leg side. At least there's a leg slip in.
We have a leg slip. Hurrah!
Yeah, who fields that ball? And there is no run. We're back on after the drinks break. Everyone's suitably refreshed.
Everton is getting some movement again. It's quite interesting.
Yeah,
some paces
I think
of
since
the game.
lunch it's been much tougher to play.
Yeah,
it seems to have improved for the bowlers.
It seems to be swinging down the leg side, though,
a lot,
doesn't it?
It's always where you don't want it.
Yeah, it's more swing in favour of the batter than the bowler, and that swings onto the hip of Jaiswal, and he's played that shot so well, and it's just tucking off the hip for a single to square leg. But what he's done is not played the big pull.
Indeed.
He hasn't gone for the big shot trying to hit a 6 or a 4. He's been content with just taking the 1. He's still going at 110 off 144 balls. I mean,
which is pretty good.
He's
anyway.
some player, this lad. We're seeing his scoring areas, and that is an example, really. In front of square on the leg side, he has scored just 10 runs, with the vast majority going down to third man, which shows that, first of all, England have bowled too wide, and secondly, the speed of his hands, Jaiswal, allows him to get the ball into that quadrant, along with no third man posted. Another leg side delivery that Jadeja just helps around to Josh Tung, who's coming in from the long leg boundary, and India have scored another single
It is extraordinary to have 2/3 of his run. It runs in that one quadrant behind point.
Yeah.
And it does make you seriously wonder why they're not listening to Hendo and putting a third man in.
Well, Barry Richards always used to say, you know, the biggest scorer in world cricket is absent third man, and you know, he might be right. Overton's in round the wickets again. Oh, is that another chance? You know, I think it was.
I think it was.
Jaiswal was doing his usual tuck off the hips. I think, as I often do, that he'd forgotten or he hadn't noticed that Ben Duckett was in there at leg slip. And Duckett dived, and as leg slip catches go, that wasn't the most difficult in the world.
Definitely not.
We're waiting for a replay. Steve, you can talk us through it.
Yes. Yes, off his hip, as you said, low to his left, actually out of his reach.
Just out of his reach. He seemed to withdraw the hand as if he thought, oh, I'm not going to get that, so I'm not going to look like it, of course. It would have been a sensational catch because they are very, very hard round the corner. But when you go into leg slip, that's what you're there for. That's a bit of the in-swing there for once, not swinging down the leg side, but swinging towards middle stump of the left-handed Jaiswal.
On a Yorker length as well.
On a Yorker length.
To be dug out.
Yeah. So at least there's some imagination being showed. I was going to play this jingle, but I don't think as though I can, but I will play it anyway.
Batters won't get caught. Retain defensive shots. Baby, it's the boring middle overs. No one swings the bat. Not much to look at. Baby, it's the boring middle over.
Big full toss, and Jadeja doesn't really time it, but takes a very swift single to Ollie Pope, I think, at mid-off. And they're through for one, and I don't think he's very gruntled there, is Jamie Overton walking back to his mark. His gruntle quantity is not high. 254 for 5, Jez.
Yeah, that I would put that down as a missed chance, frankly, because he did touch it, and he had the opportunity to get to it, so yeah.
Yeah, he did touch it.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Berta Murray says Police Squad was based on the 1970s Merseyside police force.
No, they were a bit more brutal than Police Squad, I can tell you.
Yeah. Jay says I was desperately trying to find a Z-Cards joke.
Yeah, well, Z-Cars is, of course, what Everton run out to. And
yes,
Watford.
but it wasn't based in Liverpool, was it?
It was, yeah, Z-Cars was, yeah.
Oh, right. Cause
either Liverpool or Kirby, which I treat as Liverpool, but some people don't.
Yeah. And Farong says 20 drop catches this series for England.
Gee whiz, 20.
Wow. That is a lot.
That's a lot.
I mean,
That's
you will get...
for a match.
Yeah, you will get drop catches when the batters are going very hard at the ball. You know, whether it's an edge or it's a drive or another shot that's played. The oval is very hard to see the ball at times, but that is not good enough across a series or indeed in this match. Down the leg side yet again, it's a pretty good stop by Jamie Smith, who almost yorked himself. Why can't England bowl on the off stump here?
I don't understand this at all.
Weird. It's like they can't bowl to left-handers.
Oh, they've struggled with the right as well.
Yeah, well, I did say at 3 o'clock England will be dead on their feet if they're still bowling, and it's now 3 o'clock. I think he's got to go to Bethel.
Well, it's Bethel and route time, isn't it?
You know, they look really all in here, the England bowlers. They only had 51 overs off, if you recall, although there was a foreshortened first day. It's another one down the leg side. I mean, I know they're trying to target the stumps, but essentially they're missing another set on the leg side. It's not really... No.
It's just not going to do anything, is it? You're going to leak runs is the worry, isn't it?
I'm kind of looking across at you, Steve, because I don't want to appear overcritical myself. So when the tweets come in saying I'm being too critical, I can at least say, well, Steve is being just as bad as me.
Well, this is village, isn't it? I mean, I used to struggle with my line this much sometimes.
I once did at Southport, I'll tell you that. One slip in a gully, and Tung is on off stump to his credit, and it's defended by Jadeja, who often does this sort of little jump now after a defensive shot. He's got more twitchy as he goes into his mid-30s. It was always a bit hard to tell the age of Jadeja until you look it up. He seems to have been around forever,
a long time,
but he's got such an enormous shock of ebony black hair, and the beard is unflecked by grey, but he might be getting a little bit of help with that, I suspect. As Tongue is in again, it's a good ball, takes the inside edge, and they steal a single to Jamie Smith, running round to leg slip. And just look at how slowly, I don't know who it was, but backing up at the bowler's end, jogging round like they were running through quicksand. The camera's picking out Bethel, so I think the Sky commentators are saying the same as you.
They're going the same way.
Yeah.
He's got I mean, we're coming up now to... So 58 overs have been bowled. So we've really only got 20 overs to go to the next new ball. So we're going to have to rest some of these seamers, aren't we?
I think, as I say, after tea, I think if I was there, I might be called up to do a spell from the pavilion end. This is through to Jamie Smith, and there is no run. Yeah, it'll be all hands to the pump, you know. Anybody here want a bowl?
Yeah, Root's still captaining this team, rousing all the troops.
He is. The camera has caught him being more vocal in this match than in his last 10 tests as captain, where he almost disappeared on the field.
Put himself on the boundaries and stuff.
He didn't want to be there, and it rather showed. Through to the keeper, no run, 255 for 5. Jez.
So Bernard's getting very particular about the cast. He says Kirby's not in Liverpool, it's in Sefton and Knowsley.
Well, it is in Sefton, and that's the borough, the new metropolitan borough in which I grew up. So, and I played cricket at Sefton Park. So, yeah, but it counts as Kirby because culturally it's Liverpool. But anyway, go on, Jess.
Well, as Jay Grover said, how geographically Augustinian of you.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And that's all we got at the moment. No, don't hold back, Gary. Tell it like it is, says Nick Vickers.
Well, we're not vanilla here at Gorilla.
No, that's not something we've been accused of.
Well, we Augustine in August, and it's the name. This is, of course, the month name for Augustus Caesar. Was that the BBC commentator? Can't remember his name. In the crowd there. Can't remember bloke's name, but he's on one of those top 10 best paid BBC people. He only does grandstand once a month or something. Oh, this is hit high and hard by Jadeja. The only man he had to miss was the man at slip, and he got it over his head. There's no third man, and there's only one slip, so it's a relatively safe shot. But at the moment, India are just toying with England.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Deliberate shot, Steve.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I thought it was a little closer to him in live, but no, actually it was nowhere near him, really.
It was nowhere near him. It was a safe shot, a deliberate edge over the slips. A shot played often in the one-day game. Jadeja has 13 from 17, which is just what the doctor ordered. This ball is played a little bit away from his body by Jadeja, but he's made too good a connection. So it goes quickly to short extra. There is no run. The camera again is pointing out Joe Root. I don't know if Pope is off the field. He was off the field earlier, but I think that's him talking to Josh Tongue there at mid-off. So maybe he isn't. But it's been a very passive day for England. You know, it's a pivotal day in the Test match, and because of that, it's a pivotal day in the series. England just don't seem to have been able to summon the kind of energy they need. Well, that wasn't the worst bouncer in the world. He had to duck out of it, did Jadeja, but he's already shown that he can, Overton, that he knows the bouncer to bowl, which is up under the armpit, because that's what got Akash Deep out. And yet we haven't been able, or he hasn't been able to find that. Yeah.
England do look a different team without Ben Stokes on the ground. This is the worry, isn't it?
Well, if you've ever had the misfortune, as I have, to spend some time on an MBA program, which I didn't finish, I had other things to do. This ball is deflected by Jadeja down to the absent third man, and this is the right jingle. And England are being toyed with now, and Ollie Pope is on the field. He looks like a man at the end of his tether, and there'll be a job to do before England come out and bat here, because England could easily be 25 for 3 if they go in with this attitude when they're batting. So back to the MBA program, different leadership models and stuff like that. The danger of the charismatic leader is once they're not there, you've got a big fat zero.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I mean, Stokes has been so fundamental in
absolutely
terms of maintaining the approach of England.
Well,
I'll be honest, I don't particularly like Stokes, but I admire him enormously.
Yeah, well, I both like him and admire him, but I understand your point, Jez. Overton beats the bat on a fifth stump line, which is what they should be concentrating on, and he gives the full kind of, oh God, really. But Jadeja's allowed to miss the odd one. Yeah, I mean, I've often said that I pick Stokes as a kind of non-playing captain, like Tony Jacklin in the Ryder Cup, or do you remember Roger Taylor in the Davis Cup when he'd be sitting there at the changeovers talking to John Lloyd and David Lloyd as they're trying to wrestle a Ryder Cup for England, playing Italy on court number 1 or something like that. So I'd have him in as a non-playing captain because he's that good. But yeah,
second slip coming in.
We have a second slip and a leg slip to Jadeja, and he gets one outside off stump, and therefore he leaves it alone. So it's the end of the over. England are 263 for 5. 60 overs gone. A Gillette Cup match of the past, and we're with you, Jez.
Bernard Morris says, being a Scouser, the idea of Kirby being classed as in Liverpool offends my sensibilities.
Not in Liverpool, but of Liverpool.
Ah.
I would suggest.
Also, they don't pay their rent.
I tell you what, there are many ways in which people pay for their accommodation in Kirby, but rent is only one of them and might not even be the majority one, so I'll leave it at that.
Jay Grover says, angels on heads of pins were my reference.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Farong says, doing England have a Bangladeshi fielding coach? 20 drop catches in the series on a par with Bangladesh.
Oh, harsh.
Oh, Farong, he never misses a chance to drive the knife into his own team. But we very much enjoy that mordant sense of humour. This is just tapped on the head, as they say it these days, by Jay Swell, wide of off stump. And Ben Duckett, who hasn't had the happiest of times at Gully, did actually stop that one. Do you remember he started this innings with the most blinding save?
Yeah, absolutely.
And England's fielding has been downhill since then. But there's just a little bump there in the downhill trend. That was a pretty good bit of fielding there by Ben Duckett.
Yeah.
So he keeps Jay Swell on strike. And what often happens when you get a really good bit of fielding is that you get the wicket next ball, because then you can go back and say how important that bit of fielding is. So I've given the reverse commentator's curse.
You've teed it up.
I've teed it up. Josh Tongue is in, and Jay Swell defends it back to the bowler. Sometimes you've got to make your own fun, haven't you?
I guess. That's a good line there, that was. Again, just outside off.
Yeah, that was pretty
better
good.
than the balls spraying down the leg side. So we're happy to see some of that.
In the pre-Bazball era, indeed in the pre-Guerrilla Cricket era, a test match sofa, there was a particularly dull passage of play, I think on one of those terrible West Indian pitches, which were real puddings, where you couldn't get out but you also couldn't score, as Josh Tongue is in, and this is on the hip of Jay Swell, who helps himself to a single down to long leg. It's been a long leg most of the time, but no third man. I think they got that wrong way round. Anyway, Dan Norcross and I were so bored commentating on it that we decided to commentate on a much more interesting match. So we made it up. So we spent an over or two having the most extraordinary events. I think one point a Zeppelin landed on the pitch, which slowed the game down.
This sounds like an episode of Mornington
I bet you
Crescent.
didn't even imagine an arrow being fired into the middle.
No, we didn't imagine an arrow, as it happened at the Oval about 10 years ago. Yeah, here's Josh Tongue is in, and that's defended by Ravi Jadeja, who that did seem to keep a little bit low, but you can never quite tell with Jadeja, because even though he's a strong batsman, he often gets himself into kind of strange positions after he's played his shot. Not Rishabh Pant-like strange positions. I'm not talking about the Beatle, but he was definitely on the walk there, but he jabbed the bat down in time. Tongue has 1 for 79, and this is horrible down the leg side again. Would you believe it? And he's waving bye-bye, is Kumar Dharmasema, because it's bye-bye to whatever record there is as a percentage, probably for extras. It may even be just the aggregate before we're finished here. But a huge percentage of India's runs have come from extras. And that's another 4 to be added to
so
it.
Is this Pope's plan to make them bowl until they actually take the wickets?
It could be. It could be. It sounds a bit kind of public school character building, the kind of thing they do at Gordonstone or something.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Ampleforth.
Oh, what's that? Root warming up.
That might be root warming up at first slip. As Tongue's in again, and this is another one down the leg side. Jamie Smith was almost lining up to take that ball down the leg side. He was so sure.
Probably should.
Oh, it's a shambles. Well, we knew at 3 o'clock it would all fall apart. Are we due a change?
Oh.
We are.
We are. And Jez, I think you'll talk us through some chats and super chats as the new group of gorillas comes in to see if they can change England's fortune.
Bernard Morris says, Gary might not know this, but Bootle and Netherley are classed as six-finger banjo country, a reference to the movie Deliverance and inbreeding. Oh, everybody's got their own particular corner of shame. Jay Grover says, Norcross and Gary commentating sent a fragile Mandawala into a psychotic break. I think Katie and Anthony came on next and I proper lost my shit. Oh dear. Good times, hey Jay. I'll catch you later.
See you later, Messi.
Later, Messi.
All right, Will. This has been a fucking disgrace.
Hey, Will. Hey, bloody hell, this is dull, isn't it?
And it's just fucking terrible.
It's
it's not dull. It's just sapping of morale. I mean, I don't suppose it's dull if you're Indian at all. I think it's, it's just what you want. Root in for his first ball of the match, I believe. Did he bowl in the first innings? He might have bowled a couple of overs.
That's his first.
It is his first ball
of this innings.
First ball of this innings. I'm just saying.
Yeah. But I think of the match.
Driven straight back to him by Jaiswal. 268 for 5. The lead is 245. I was outlining a couple of problems as I saw it for England. More than a couple. Root in, bowls defended on the front foot. Just a slip for company, Jamie Smith. Harry Brook put down a couple. Thought maybe we were being a bit harsh on Harry Brook, the second one that he dropped today, because Crawley went right across in front of him. And it was very low to the ground. Onto the front foot comes Jaiswal again. So having a look.
If Crawley goes in front of you, you can't see anything.
Well, exactly.
Unfortunately, that one was off Karen there, and he only lasted about 3 balls more anyway. So
that's true. That is true.
Yeah.
Root again in, and he's decided to have a go at that. Was just leaning back a little bit, maybe trying to hit it too hard, and mistimes it up to Bethel at mid-off.
Well, we've had 23 extras in this innings. It feels like double that.
Hundreds. Feels like literally hundreds.
There's a lot of entries in GPL today.
Really? Yeah. What's going on?
19.
Root bowls flicked to mid-on. Well saved by the man there. And it's a maiden. Joe Root, he was the man we were looking to use up some overs and to keep a lid on things. 268 for 5. Bear is on your socials.
Oh yeah, well you don't get anything.
Get on them. Get on the bear.
You know how that works. Basically, send a super chat and you might get read out. Joe Root says great as well. He also says nice bowling. Does Will have a nose piercing or errant snot?
Oh, nice. That
was Bernard Moray. He is a Scouser, as we've just found out. So
that explains a lot, doesn't it?
I don't think I've got errant snot.
Do you have a nose piercing?
I'm now really, really self-conscious.
Wasn't Aaron Snot on Strictly Come Dancing the first couple of years?
Oh.
This is defended towards mid-on by Jadeja. Yeah, now, the bear, the optimistic bear was saying, well, England could chase this down or a bit more or whatever. And
well, we did chase 371 in the first test.
Yeah, but,
and we have chased scores of over 350 how many times?
Yeah, but I want to sort of... I want to be pessimistic, short and defended into the offside, they'll take a single easily enough. But the other thing I was going to say, that England are in a difficult position here because, not just because of the score, but if they get the remaining 5 wickets, or even if they were to get the remaining 5 wickets in, say, the next 10, 12 overs, unlikely, but they might, then they will have to bat for a significant amount of time today, and it is quite cloudy and has been for most of the afternoon. Also, India will have a new ball. Their bowlers, I think, are better than this second string England team, reduced to basically 3 frontline bowlers, and India have, they've got the momentum with them a little bit, I think. So I feel like, on the other hand, if India are to continue batting today and don't get bowled out or declare, then they will be out of reach as far as I'm concerned from an England perspective, because tomorrow is supposed to be showery, and then the storm comes in on Monday, defended on the front foot by Jaiswal. So that would be my counter offer, in a sense, or to what the Bear is arguing. But I mean, I know what you're saying, because we saw what England did at the beginning of their first innings, but they do tend to give it away when the ball. I mean, they were only playing. I think they were only playing quite as extravagantly as that because they knew the ball was moving around and they felt like they were going to get out, or a ball would have their name on it. This is pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Whilst I can see your point of view, my counter would be
your counter of my counter.
My counter of your counter would be. All those things are true, but I think if England get out of it, having to, let's say they get them out with chasing 350, I think they'd have known, A, they fucked it up this innings, but B, they've got they're better. Clearly, this side that they've got playing today in this test is a much better batter unit than a bowling unit, and they're bowler down. So if they can get out of it,
short and cut powerfully by Jaiswal. I don't think Overton's going to get round. He is. Spreads himself, in a manner of speaking, and saves 2 runs. Well done, Jamie Overton.
He's a big lad, Jamie. There's a lot to spread out.
There is a lot, but he's got he's actually quite quick round the outfield, isn't he?
He's
big
very,
man.
very speedy, and he's about 6'7", so
there's
a lot.
You would think someone like him would go down in stages rather than actually be able to spread himself quite so well.
I also thought that Monday was supposed to be the sunniest day of the test.
Where did you get that idea
Well,
from,
that's what
Ben?
I saw when I looked at BBC Weather. Earlier this week, there was bright sunshine on Monday.
But you can't. Well, I've been watching the London news weather, as it were, since about Thursday, and it's been saying it's going to rain all day on Monday, plus the fact that the rest of the country, or we're going to get the toe end of Storm Floris.
Floris, that's it.
Yeah.
Do you know how I tell the weather? I just look out the window.
Well,
yeah, true.
'Cause that's the only way that you can trust it,
Defended back to Root as he starts his second over. What's it saying now, Bear?
It says at 12 o'clock there's only 11% chance of rain on Monday.
Okay. Flicked towards mid-wicket by Jadeja, who's moved on to 18 quite comfortably without anyone really noticing.
It says 70% by 5 o'clock, but not much above 50% before that.
Well, England will be out by then. Defended up to, back up to Root again.
Well, England cause an annoying draw like India managed to. That's the other flip side, because there is some rain for tomorrow.
Well, you say that again, and I'll counter your counter, and you'll counter your counter.
I'm going to counter your counter.
They're going to take a single up through mid-on to the man coming in off the fence. That's Jamie Overton. He's everywhere, Jamie Overton. There may be more than one of him. Maybe he's got Craig out there with him. So Jaiswal to face Root round the wicket to both left-handers. is in, and that's powerfully driven, but well stopped by little wee Ben Duckett at extra cover.
I think Ben Duckett looks like an angry child of a billionaire who's just been refused a third Ferrari.
Oh, just the third Ferrari. Defended into the offside again. Duckett does the fielding again. That's a very good description. I like that. Let's have some socials from the bear.
Well,
Super chat game, super chat game, super chat game, super chat game.
and Jay Grover has it right for £2 even. He says, bear on socials, bother. And you know what you have to do to get your socials read out with bear on socials?
I thought that Jay said he was going out to a film or something earlier.
Maybe he's going out later.
Are you texting from the cinema?
Whilst listening to us in one ear. What is this? Bernard Morris says Jay is going to file for bankruptcy. No, he's not.
Tongue in short. Played down. Plenty of room now, though. Even though England aren't attacking, there still seems to be a lot of room for runs and singles especially. That's another one to Jadeja. 44 this stand worth. So every time England threaten to snatch a bit of momentum, it is closed down by these Indian batters who are really doing a fantastic job. Tongue in short and uppercut. There is a man down there and he's caught. He's caught by the slab. The slab has taken it and Jaiswal finally goes. And why on earth have we not had a position like that since the beginning of Jaiswal's innings? I do wonder what is going through the minds of the England management and captaincy, because we know that he plays that shot. Sometimes he'll get it up and over the boundary. This time he didn't. Caught low.
Buckets.
By the bucket-handed Jamie Overton. And Jaiswal goes.
The Overton boys. They've
Well,
got serious hands.
Let's give him a jingle.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent.
Exactly how I feel about that one.
It's a cracking jingle, that one. It was a cracking knock from Jaiswal, notwithstanding the fact that he should have been out a couple of times, should have been caught, but that's England's fault, not his. He's batted with a lot of intelligence, I would say. We know that he's a fantastic stroke maker, but this morning when Akash Deep was the man playing all the shots and having a whale of a time, it was Jaiswal who just sort of stuck in there, wasn't it? And almost ended up giving him the strike. He's got to another 100. He's bookended the series with hundreds, has he not? And yeah, he is if he isn't already, he is a superstar of the game, or one that will be a complete and utter superstar. He could be a new Virat Kohli. There are so many who could be the new Virat Kohli in the Indian setup. It means Dhruv Jurel has come to the crease. If the bear would like to jingle up the wicket keeper. Tongue has another wicket. It's been a while.
Man, I'm just going to explain this after. Who's coming to the wicket? Dhruv Jurel.
Yeah.
Let me find his jingle. Here he is.
Oh, have you heard of Dhruv Jurel? Oh, he's the dude behind the stumps. And he also sometimes bats. And that's the tale of Dhruv Jurel.
I think we saw something like 66% of Jaiswal's runs had come in that area, well, behind square on the offside. And yet England have gone so long without a third man or a man out there. This is defended. The first ball from Tongue to Jurel is actually quite a testing, straight, good length delivery. Yes, Bear?
No, I was just being shown a complete propagandist video. Was advertising on our YouTube channel about what Israel was doing in Gaza. And I just found it a bit objectionable.
What do you mean?
Is there a way that we can stop that?
No. It would appear not, because it's probably put out by YouTube.
Rubbish.
Yeah.
ducking under the next delivery, Jarrell. India 273 for 6, the lead exactly 250. And, well, how long have we got left in the day? 3 hours? 3.5 hours?
Well, I can go to 7:15 again, I think, don't we?
7:30, isn't it?
Yeah.
No.
It was 7:30 last night, wasn't it?
Was
They
it
just
7:30?
went off,
Yeah, but
they
we
went
lost-
off for bad light, though, didn't they, in the end?
Yeah, they did in the end.
Yeah, but it would have been if it hadn't been bad light.
I don't
But
know.
it ended
Unless
up
we've
being
made,
about
unless
20
we've all
past.
made up all the overs, I don't know. Tongue bowls defended on the back foot by Jarrell.
Doubtful because we lost some yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this lot I'm going to be able to make up overs.
No.
Just to clarify, it's 7 o'clock tonight.
Oh.
7. Okay.
Marvellous.
Ah.
Well, I'm going to add in this. Jeremy Henderson, the weather cave is with the bear. Official forecast is a fine day for most of Monday. Some showers after tea, probably.
There's no
The
point.
weather
Looking
cave
at,
says
there's no
it's
point in
true.
looking at a weather forecast in this country when the weather cave knows more from 5,000 miles away.
Absolutely.
Left alone by Jarrell. And that is the end of a successful over. Tongue has 2 for 83. A little bit expensive from 23 overs. Bowled a really good spell last night. Hasn't quite replicated it today. But it's been a more difficult pitch to bowl on, I think, today.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. And if that remains the same, then you can look at it differently as well. Anyway, Shravan Reddy Gadam says, Sir, England team have a sugar to get out. Not playing in defence. I presume he means that we're going to throw it away by that. But, we might do, but we might also not do that.
I distrust your optimism, Bear.
I know you do. You always distrust my optimism, but I love my optimism. That's why I have it.
Yeah, but you have it, but it's nonsense because we haven't made a fortune out of the GPL. What was the other thing you were promising was going to happen?
Oh,
I
I
forgot
don't
what
know.
it was now. You promised me
I
so
do
many
quite
things, Bear.
I do enjoy your dynamic. It's quite fun just sitting here.
Well,
like
I'm an optimist and he's a
marriage
pessimist.
counsellor. Oh yeah, but I just feel like I should be on sort of at least 50 quid an hour just to, unpick your
psychoanalysis.
Oh, you want to therapy
Yeah.
us?
Yeah. And how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel pessimistic.
Well, I like this.
Atkinson is going to bowl. He's gone for a few runs today, hasn't he? He's picked up 3 wickets. He's into Jadeja. This one keeps a little bit low. He presses it out square on the offside. Another easy single down towards, well, in the general direction of the Bedser stand. If you know your oval, as you're looking for the Vauxhall end, to the right of the pavilion.
I can also inform you that the band downstairs aren't very good. They're better than doof, 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 but the guy can't sing, and it's not very tuneful.
It's a bit of an impediment. Although not to, some people like
Singers that can't sing?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are loads of singers that technically can't sing that are incredibly famous.
Yeah.
Bob Dylan technically isn't a very good singer, but it's still Bob Dylan.
Neil Young.
Tom Waits.
Yep. Atkinson, first ball to Jarrell, defends on the front foot, probing
I don't
around
know
the
what
off stump.
Atkinson's voice is like, to be fair.
Yeah, Bob Dylan. I can't really get past Bob Dylan's voice. I know that he's written some really great songs.
Sometimes it's okay, other times it's not.
What, him or just in general?
Yeah, in general, and
Yeah.
depending on what era as well.
And sometimes the mood you're in.
Yeah.
Atkinson in again, finds the outside edge. Oh, he set off for a single. He's going to have to hurry back, puts in the dive.
Whoa.
Throw was not accurate enough from little Ben Duckett, who was really annoyed that his third Ferrari wouldn't start. And he had to...
He threw that like the keys.
Wait a
He would have
of
been
a
back.
Ferrari. He's just crashed into the wall of a primary school, thus killing a load of 7-year-olds.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. But, yeah, it wouldn't have been out. So it's a waste of a Ferrari. writing off the Ferrari. Atkinson then to Durrell. He got sent back by Jadeja. He fancied the single. He's going to get one now as he plays that quite neatly past mid-wicket. And Bethel comes in to field. Now, I had an argument. Well, I say an argument. I had a very short exchange of opinions with someone on County Cricket Matters Facebook page last night. Because
were they short?
Jeez,
what were they saying?
Bethel, rubbish, drop him.
Are you serious?
I know. And I said, did you see him bat in New Zealand? He said, but everyone's been telling me he's how great he is and whatever. I said, yeah, but he was got out by Siraj in the middle of a really good spell with a really good in-swinging Yorker. He hasn't played any cricket all summer. What do you expect him to do?
12.
And he's 12, exactly. If we have people that actually think that you select a new player or a newish player or any player and he has to go out and get you 100, otherwise he's useless, then you understand what selectors are up against.
That is ridiculous.
That's
the worst take I've heard in a long time.
Wow.
And I have to deal with people saying that down at Taunton they prepare bad pitches.
Flicked up to mid-on. They're going to come through for the 1. Jadeja moves to 22. 275 for 6. I have seen one or two odd opinions. I didn't expect to see one quite as odd on County Cricket Matters. I've kind of got a bit used to it on the BBC website. But I wouldn't go on a rugby website. I know a little bit about rugby, but not very much. I wouldn't go on a rugby website and start saying, "Oh, he's rubbish" or "He's rubbish."
Yeah.
So if people really don't understand the game at all, why do they comment? Defended on the front foot by Durrell. It's the end of Atkinson's over. 276
true
for 6.
Of, like everything in
that's true.
in the world.
Well, exactly.
Really, if you don't understand it, shut up.
Exactly. Anyway, Bernard Morrow says, is guerrilla cricket a cult and is the bear our dear leader?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Me. I am.
Yes.
I am.
Him.
Although Jay Graver says at Bernard Murray, not sure a cult allows one to insult their leaders so much. Bellends.
Where's Scotty from Texas? I'm missing him.
Bernard Morey says, all hail Bear, and I would personally like to genuflect in his presence. Thank you very much, Bernard. I love you. You are my new favourite person.
That's what I mean. People got no judgment. Coming in round the wicket to bowl to Jadeja, and he plays that very, very beautifully indeed between extra and mid-off. Not going to go all the way because he didn't really try to drive it. It was just nice timing, a push, and Pope chases after it. They get 278 for 6. No, I'm sorry, but there's going to have to be an uprising if you think you are the leader of the cult. I'm sorry. I'm claiming cult leader privileges.
Well, Bernard Murray says in the future Bear will Trotsky Hendo.
Here is Tongue in close-ish to the off stump, left alone by Jadeja. As Gary mentioned, he does do that little hop sometimes when he's either in defence or just letting the ball go. Jadeja 24, Jarrell 1. Is that Jaiswal sitting there? He looks like he's really depressed. He's just his second. Is it his second century of the series? He's also got a couple of 50s, big 50s. So okay, he may feel that he's let the side down by not going on and giving England a bigger target, but there are still other players out there to do the job. He's certainly done his pretty well. 278 for 6 is left alone by Jadeja outside the off stump. It's quite chilly. Well, it's certainly cold. Poor old KL Rahul is looks like he's about to embark on an expedition to one of the poles. He's that wrapped up. In comes Tongue. On the line of off stump, defended again off the back foot. Just a little quiet period. Game here.
Good for England.
Yep. Every over takes them nearer to the new ball, although England would, given the opportunity, would prefer to have India out before the new ball is due in 13 overs. It's not beyond the bounds of possibility, but it's difficult when you're really down to 3 bowlers. This one is another inaccurate delivery from Tongue outside the off stump. Not really much impetus to it at all. Grubs along the ground to Jamie Smith.
If you two are cult leaders, does that mean I'm the poor fucker that has to dance around on the underground for spare change then?
Oh yes, please. Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Go on. Off you go. Off your trot.
Tongue. Oh, brilliant ball. That's surely LBW, isn't it? That has to be. Yes, it is. That was a booming in-swinger. Hit him on the boot. That one started enough outside off stump, I would say. So unless he managed to get a tiny little bit of bat down onto that, it's surely out. Jadeja, however, has reviewed it, as is his right, and especially when he is one of the possibly the most senior batsman left. Definitely the most senior batsman.
It's
left,
one of
in
these.
fact. Yeah.
I was definitely in.
Outside off stump,
Definitely in. I don't know.
It's hit him on the top. It's hit him on the toe. It's been given though. It might be if it's impact.
It's well outside.
No, I don't know that it is, Bear.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, if that's
maybe.
That's bang on the toe.
It is bang on the toe. I'm surprised he's not actually injured himself. To be honest, he must have good toe caps. Outside. Oh. That's the second one that Jadeja's had in this series, isn't it? That one he had against Wokes at Lords in the second innings. Oh my goodness me! Such remarkable thin margins.
Yeah, I hate that rule, I must admit.
Such bollocks.
Well, he is down now. I don't think he's as badly injured as Rishabh Pant was, but he is down because, to be fair, these cricket boots do not have much in the toe anymore. The old style boots used to have big chunky bits of metal almost.
Yeah, well, exactly.
But now you get it on the end of the toe and you can be in serious trouble.
Shall I get some tweets in while we're looking at injury? Jay Grover says, Bird and Murray, don't encourage him. He still reckons he can take Kieran Pollard. No, I don't. Jay also says, Hendo, stop arguing on the internet in caps. Leah says, who the fuck likes Ferraris? I do, Leah. I would love a Ferrari. He says, sure, they look great because they are designed by Italians. But on the other hand, they're also built by Italians. Get a Lambo. Italian design, German engineering. Well, I do, to be fair, I always drive German cars.
I reckon the first thing you should do if you get a Ferrari, Bear, is zip up to Manchester, offer Clive Lloyd a little spin.
Yeah.
He'd love that, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He'd love that.
Hair it down the motorway, 180 miles an hour, taking it to the limits. Bird and Murray says, I want to be on the winning side. That's why he loves me.
Look, just because he's optimistic doesn't mean he's on the winning side. I should point this out.
There was Jeremy. Jeremy Henderson says, I distrust your optimism, is Hendo's mantra. Mayank says, I regularly go on websites like Twitter and tell people they are rubbish. I don't need to be an expert.
Oh, you can tell people they're rubbish, but if you talk nonsense about cricket on a cricket website or a cricket Facebook page, you must expect your superiors and cleverer people to come along and put you right.
Now, see, Jay has a point here. He says, I trust Claire to be the cult leader because he'd probably get bored and wander off halfway through Jonestown. Hendo's ego requires him to be there for the long haul.
Yeah.
Hang on. Ego. I'm not the bloke who's trying to get myself a red penis extension Ferrari. Bear.
I just like fast cars, Hendo.
Yeah,
No,
you say that.
I'm not saying you should have the penis extension. I'm saying Duckett needs the penis extension car thing.
Yeah, maybe.
He looks like that kind of bloke.
Do you know what I like about Duckett is that he's I think he's a different guy than he probably was, as we all are, in the sense that, you know, you think about the fact that he was most famous for tipping a pint of beer over one of his own teammates, one of the greatest bowlers in England's history, and yet
in Test history,
and yet when he's got out to Akash Deep and Deep is giving him the arm around the shoulders, he remained remarkably sanguine, I thought. Anyway, we're waiting for Jadeja to be up and ready again, although he's not facing Atkinson into Jarrell, back of a length, defending just outside the off stump, and there is no run. Still a 10 for Atkinson here. He's got 3 in this innings, 5 in the first. Get 2 more of what's remaining, and he's up there with another 10 for. Sorry, Will, you're about to.
I was just going to say, I think Bear would probably be a safer pair of hands for the Colt, because basically, if you give him enough smokable substances, he'll forget stuff.
Very true.
That's not the best ball from Atkinson. There's a wide open space. You guessed it, at backward point, round to third man, and it's 4 runs for
You
Jarrell.
ask where I live, here's the address I give. The phone.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jay's right. If you're going to be a cult leader, you've got to hang in there for the long haul, haven't you? Until the FBI get near, and then you
commit mass suicide with your cult followers. Yeah.
Well, I don't think I would. I don't think
you'd
I
run
would.
away at that point. You'd leave all the followers to die
before the FBI sets fire to my compound. Atkinson in this one, just nibbles back, defended with that movement towards mid wicket by.
Yeah, don't you
Jarrell.
chop her out sort of like a couple of days before the FBI actually catch up with you, and leave some poor fucker that was just in the admin department?
Yeah, exactly. Give some instructions to admin and then fuck off. I'm just going off for a couple of days.
Who'd be doing admin? It'd be Tony would be doing the admin in our cult.
You'd sacrifice Tony.
You tell him the rotors needed redoing, and while he's doing it, the FBI would be in carting him away, possibly for execution. Defended on the front foot, mainly coming off the pad. I think
it's the difference between you two, because the thing is, if you gave Hendo the smokable substances, the paranoia would just get such that you'd sit by the safe going, someone's changed the safe combination, oh Christ, they're coming for me.
We have been known to change
Whereas
combinations
Bear would
here.
wander off into the hills.
We have been known to change combinations and remove keys from various people in the guerrilla fraternity. Mentioning no names. Atkinson in again, shorter, defended solidly, get right behind the line. Jarrell 282 for 6, 259. T is at 5-2, isn't it? We've got about 10-12 minutes to go until tea. It's a belated tea, as it was yesterday. 3:55.
And then off you would fuck in a helicopter that Gary would probably say that he could drive, despite never having driven one in his life.
I wouldn't trust Gary in a helicopter.
Listen.
And then go, and off you would go, and poor Tony would just be sitting there going, I have many rotors for all. Come, look at my lovely rotors. And then the FBI would turn up and tase him in the face.
Such a way to mid-wicket. I think we're fantasising far too much on here.
Yes. Is that the end of the over?
That is the end of the over.
Well, Zippy Tuna tells us he's still driving his Gen 2 Prius. 215,000 miles and still gets 45 miles to the gallon. I fucking hate Priuses, Zippy.
Why?
Well, because all the taxi drivers drive them, and you know what they do? They all drive them at 20 miles an hour. Because if you go, well, in the original ones, I think if you went over 20 miles an hour, they didn't use the electric, which is why they all drive at 20, because it means they can use the battery. Which is fucking irritating when you're behind one.
Well, to be fair, almost every road on my route from my flat to Lewisham is 20 miles an hour now.
That's bollocks as well.
What do you mean it's bollocks?
Well, I know it's true, but it's bollocks. I don't abide by 20 mile an hour at all.
What a surprise! Outside the off stump, left alone by Jadeja. Well, the one time I didn't abide, up by Sydenham, there was that massive road, wasn't there, where it was 20 miles an hour, and I did 24.
Got a ticket?
I had to.
You did
go on one of those courses. Which actually I found quite interesting after being pretty annoyed about it. I did quite. I did see the point in it. Oh yeah, cross section, absolutely. People on it, yeah. Tongue bowls driven up to mid on, and there is no run.
Did you have the person that was just furious about everything, or were you that person? Because there's always one.
Well, I expected to be partly that person, but I actually, within about 10 minutes, I realised it was actually quite worthwhile. In terms of the stats and about going slower, left alone again outside the off stump. Rather late decision from Jadeja. But not just the stats in terms of lives and injuries averted, but also actually how much time you save when you do
go faster.
If especially in urban driving,
it's not a lot.
It's not very much at all.
Yeah,
it's 3 or 4 minutes. Depending on how far you're going, obviously. But
you can do a lot in 3 or 4 minutes.
Well, can you? He can make a cuppa. Oh, now this time there is again a little bit of uncertainty as to whether to leave it or not, and he's a bit late in doing so. This time it does catch the bat, but it goes to ground. It bounces well before Jamie Smith. So, if you are one of those people who is or has just been caught and has to do one of those courses, I actually think, as long as you've got the time, and I did have, I think it was end of lockdowns or something. Tongue, bowls, awful delivery, full on leg stump, steered away down to Jamie Overton. Just going to get the one. It went that quickly. No, it's not Jamie Overton. It's the man who dropped Gyswell on not very many, or nothing like as many as he ended up with late last night. Liam Dawson finding himself back down there. 283 for 6. Jadeja onto 25 now. Just a handful to Jarrell. A cloudy day. Cloudy. Yeah, it's more cloudy. It appears more cloudy to me because I've had my sunglasses on all day. In comes Tongue. That's again poorly directed and neatly bisecting almost the two men out on the leg side. But Jamie Overton has been very good in the field of late. Gets there and prevents anything more than one.
Where are we at? Yeah, right. Jeremy Henderson says the cult leader has to be the one who holds the codes for the goods lift. Very true. Although Bernard Murray says the bear would hire someone to hack the codes. Also very true. Zippy Tudor says it's funny how mad people get about my extremely cheap, reliable car. Yeah, I know. I just don't like Priuses. A lot of people don't, funnily enough.
Do you know? I mean, I have had brand new cars in my life, but I've never had a really good car. I don't think, as in, one that feels really comfortable and doesn't feel like it's going to tip over every time you go around a corner.
You see, that's I've had lots of good cars. Lots of big cars. I quite like a small zippy car now. This is why I'd like a Ferrari. Although David Durrell does say, I would have questioned the Bears' ability to get into a Ferrari, drive it and get out. They're not built for the stouter figure.
Root is on, and he bowls a filthy delivery outside off stump, and that's for Peneth for Durrell. Absolute gift. And runs that England shouldn't just be giving away.
Indeed.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary, well, here's the rope. The bowler won't like it, but it has to go.
Yeah, it was a dreadful ball. And a disappointed Joe Root, actually. And the Indian fans are flying their flags. A slip and a leg gully as Root is in over the wicket. Durrell, that's a better ball, but they're still going to get a single. England have got to be tighter. There's no pressure, is there?
No.
There's no pressure. They don't seem to be attacking. So there should be a bit of pressure in terms of on the singles, and there isn't. Durrell moves to 11, 289 for 6, the lead 266. England thought they had a 7th wicket a couple of overs ago. Josh Tongue, absolute corker of a delivery, big in-swinging Yorker, hit Jadeja on the end of the toe. It looked out to everyone apart from Hawkeye. It was just a smidgen. He was a toenail outside off stump on impact.
Which is proof that AI is taking over and we're all fucked.
Oh, we are definitely.
Yeah, we
all
are.
those things. They take another single. Jadeja moves to 26. Is this going to be the last over before tea?
No, we're going to have another one after this, at least.
This is the 70th over of the innings. Sorry, Will?
Do you know what I've just realised? It's neither of you are the cult leader, it's Annie.
You might be right. Flicks
You
out
two were the front
to
men.
deep square. She's the evil genius behind it all, yeah.
And she's sitting in some, volcano-based base.
Stroking a cat.
Stroking a cat. Going, "Ha, my plan is coming together. More spinning wickets at Taunton."
She's sitting there with Jack Leach, sort of half naked, walking past her
On a chain.
with an apron,
Yeah.
and delivering her grapes and tea and scones. Outside the off stump, left
Spinning
alone.
grapes into her mouth.
That's the end of the over. 291 for 6. Bear.
Right, Jay says, at David Durrell, I'm no grass, but if I saw Bear anywhere near Ferrari, I might betray my Akareb. But what is Akareb ethos? Got Akab censored. What are you on about, Jay?
All cops are bastards.
I don't know what Akareb means. It's all in caps. So maybe it's an acronym for something.
Can I go home after tea? I'm
No.
really tired. Even cult leaders have to rest. It's what they do best. Tongue is
all
going
the
to
people
continue.
about, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Rest and order. Tongue, 2 for 87. Coming in, 2 slips and a gully for Durrell. Gives him a nice, juicy half volley, which he puts away through an empty mid-off area. And England are playing Durrell into some sort of form.
Oh, yeah, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I do like the idea of Annie as the ultimate cult leader. She'd be like,
I genuinely think that's the deal. I think that's the sort of end game of all of it.
But you've observed her in her base in Taunton, have you not? You'll have seen her.
Well, indeed.
Yeah, I haven't seen her in Taunton. She might be completely
hell.
different. Dreadful piece of awful filth down the leg side. Short pulled 4 runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Well, I suppose you've got to argue that these guys are having to get through so much more work than they would expect. But You know, the conditions have been better for bowling since lunch, even if the pitch has not been as good for bowling. There's just been not enough consistency. Tongue in again, short outside the off stump. It's nicely played by Jarrell. Thought that might be running away for another 4, but I think he's picked out Crawley at square cover. Bethel it was, not Crawley.
Yeah, when it comes to Annie's cult, I drank the cider many years ago.
Yes, it was all a ploy. She sort of quietly crept onto our Twitter feed. It was all planned from the very beginning. Tongue in, bowls squirted away off an outside edge, and despite the presence of slips, there is no third man. 2 more runs, 300 up for India. I'm going to stick my neck out, not very far, but I'm going to stick it out a tiny bit and say England are doomed.
Wow.
Remember, we've only got 9 wickets.
Yeah.
That's another thing to think about.
Well, if you're going to win a game like this, you're going to do it 4, 5, 6 down, aren't you? Really? You're not going to do it last wicket standing.
I felt that Wokes was nailed on for at least 50 yesterday.
Wow.
Jarrell has nearly caught up with Jadeja. He's got 22 off 22. 22 off 23 now as he pushes to mid-on. It's just England just can't string some wickets together, can they?
No.
And that's, I suppose, partly to do with the fatigue of these guys sort of having to battle away with very little rest time. And when you think about it, what we had Bethel bowl 1 over, first over of the morning, which got Akash Deep going. And
Root's bowled a
since
few.
then we've had 2 from Root, I think. 2 or 3 from Root. Otherwise, it's been these 3 pacemen toiling away. Now that's flicked through mid-wicket. Anyone out there? Well, there is, but he's going to have to make quite a lot of ground. And of course, poor old Jamie Overton, if he's not bowling, he's chasing leather in the outfield. So that's not going to keep him very fresh, is it? 304 for 6. Jarrell 25, and that is tea. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord for tea. Someone bring me, I don't know, some dainty little cucumber sandwiches and scones and jam and clotted cream. Anyway,
nice.
Yeah, India superpower are, I would say, well ahead. They started the day a little way ahead, and it got better for them in the fact that Akash Deep was out there till 1:15, or even slightly later than that. England then got Shubman Gill first ball after lunch, but it's been again hard yakka for them. They're a bowler down. They only had 4.5 bowlers anyway, and well, it's a battle. Good 100 from Jaiswal, notwithstanding that he was dropped a couple of times. England have been poor in the field. I think 5 catches have gone down of varying complexity. Some of them were very straightforward, 1 or 2 of them a lot more difficult. But the old adage, catches win matches, drops square the series for India. Jaiswal 118, Raul 7, Sudarshan 11, Akash Deep first Test 50. I don't suppose he ever thought he would ever get a Test 50. 66 as night watchman off 94. Gill 11 off 9. LBW Atkinson Nair. Court Smith bowled Atkinson for 17. 26 to Jadeja, 25 to Jarrell. Washington Sundar still to come. Root 3 overs done for 8. Bethel 1 over done for 6. Overton 18 overs 1 for 74. Tongue 2 for 100 from 26. Atkinson 3 for 99 from 23. And what is this worth? This is 31 now, this partnership. They're just adding sort of 40s and 50s for every wicket, pretty much, aren't they? Which is doing England no good at all. Anyway, we shall be back We just got to go off and slay a few cult members that have been a little bit wayward.
Absolutely.
But we'll be back in about 15 minutes' time. Thanks, Will. You'll be back later, are you?
Straight back after tea will be Hector, Messers and Gary.
Righto. Okay, we'll see you then.
See you in a bit.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Was getting basically flat after about 25-30 overs. Ball became pretty useless. And as it turned out, England got 4 wickets on that night and then got 3 very early on the next day, which made the whole thing a possibility of an England win. That was basically at that point you thought, well, England can pull it off. Then the ball went really soft. And you had the fact that basically 10 and 11 and Jadeja nearly got them home from 90 runs adrift, and it was just compelling cricket. Very slow, but also massively compelling. It was a fantastic test match.
So, and the one thing none of us have mentioned here, only kind of indirectly, David, is number of overs bowled in a day, and the fact that they never got close to
not on one day.
The whatever it is, the 90 that they're supposed to bowl. And we know there was a lot of shenanigans. We know, there was Indians having massages. There were changes of wicketkeeper. There were constant requests to change the ball. There was a deliberate slowing down of play from time to time, and there's no doubt there was gamesmanship just within the limits of what's okay going on there. And yet, I always sit in the camp that goes, I'm in the opposite to Gary camp. Is that actually destroying my entertainment, my joy?
Of not. Yeah, no.
The fact is, no.
I mean, I'm with you, Tony, on that.
I think I'm with you on that as well.
I think the question is first directed at me, Bet, and then I'll pass to you. Because I've got something to say on this. I really do feel that people, exercising themselves over the overrate when you've got cricket like that. I mean, it's just.
Well, if it ended
they're
up
just
being
jobs worked. And I'll tell you one thing: that extending the fine into the Test Match Championship to deducting points. I mean, that is a joke. I mean, administrators need to look at that again. It's a hard enough table to understand without docking points for overrate. I mean, it's absolute nonsense, and it contributed to why England didn't make the final last time. It shouldn't be anything to do with the Test match points table.
Drops England to third, below Sri Lanka now, in the way that this cycle is shaping up.
What I do want to know is, did India lose any fucking points?
No, they didn't.
And how the fuck did that happen? I mean, that's what really irritates. India, well, I'll be honest here, India wasted more time than England did. I mean, the amount of shit that the Indians were doing with exactly that, the massages, there was Pan got injured. There were so many things going on there that how England ended up getting fined due to India basically taking time out of the game.
Well, let Ajit defend India there for a second. Bear, have you read the agenda for this discussion?
No, of course I haven't.
He has.
Well, in great big capital letters in the middle, about halfway down the Lord's Test discussion points, in like 12-point bold type.
I've just been looking for
how
it.
the fuck do England get deducted points and not India?
Well, it just
because I knew that's what you'd say.
I just got so irritated when I heard that after, and I'm totally with David. Look, if you want to have a fight, I don't know how they want to sort it out, but the one thing they shouldn't do is in a table system that is like this, with all the shenanigans that went on that game, I don't know how you end up deducting points from England. I just don't get it.
I'm afraid
and with a
it's part
result, with a result that was, in the end, if there's a result, then all that shit should go out the windows. Look, if you end up with a really boring draw or a close draw, 1 wicket from the end and 10 overs were lost over the last day, for example, maybe there's an argument for that, because that wicket could have been taken. But generally, it'll be the batting side that's slowing shit down for the bowling side, not the other way round. Therefore, the bowling side shouldn't have to pay for that fucking discretion.
Well, we agree. So, Ajit, you're a technical student of the game. Explain to us, if you can, how England got dinged and India didn't. We're not saying England potentially didn't deserve to be dinged, but we are saying, hang on a moment, how come India weren't? What is the defence for that?
So this has got to be more to do with the time that England took bowling the overs outside of all the shenanigans. So there were enough shenanigans from both sides, and I think when it all came down to how the game was run whenever England was bowling, I think that's where they lost some of the time, maybe in setting the fields, maybe in other things. Because look, I can't believe these decisions will be made without the match referee and the umpires being consulted. And the umpires will tell you outright, it was, for example, Indians doing a lot of shenanigans. So England shouldn't be fined here, right? Whatever that is. So in spite of that, if England have been caught short, that could be because I think last day, I think they were quite slow in how they ran the game. I think that may have directly contributed to that. That's
well, they were trying to frustrate Jadeja, for sure, and that hence we weren't constantly England, not we. England were constantly were keen, not particularly to change the ball, even though they might, under other circumstances, have wanted to, because they wanted to slow Jadeja down.
I think that's where they were caught, let's say, off guard, and that's why they were going to be fined in the end. That I think the last day's play contributed to England wearing it, rather than probably both teams wearing it, right? What happened towards the end, I think the match referee and the umpires, they were kept on warning England as well. I saw in the live play. But then probably England, decided to keep pushing just to see if, in the end they realized it's a matter of 2 balls. It doesn't matter if we finish the day early, then you can't count it towards the amount of time lost and so on and this and that. So probably they were also there's enough gamesmanship there that the umpires recognized.
Well, what I understand as well with the fining and stuff, it's only if an innings lasts under 80 overs or something, isn't it?
Correct.
So, which is also a really shit rule. I don't understand why. I mean, that's what really cost. Well, that's what really cost England in the Ashes last year, wasn't it? Because England's innings kept lasting less than 80 overs, and Australia kept batting for about 120, 130, because they were operating at the opposite ends of Bazball, if you like.
Yes.
And so when England bowled, because their innings went on so long, we got fined. And when Australia bowled, because our innings were under 80 overs, they didn't get fined. And it's just like, well, that's bullshit. It's either fucking slow or it's not, right? It doesn't really matter whether it's 80, 50, 130. It's overrate, right? I mean, it's just, they've really got to sort this out. And it really irritates me at those points. Look, find a way that you want to speed it up or change the rules or whatever. But if you're docking people points in what are fascinating wins, it's just nonsense.
David, I did see one suggestion. I think it might even.
Well, I think he's off screen currently, taking a call probably.
Oh, for goodness sake. Well, all right, but we'll bear.
Yes.
So I did see one suggestion, and it might have been Michael Vaughan, that said, okay, one way you might solve this is you take it out of the umpire's hands and you go, right, lunch will be after 30 overs.
Yeah,
tea will be after 60. Close of play will be after 90. Up to you, the players.
But you can play 10 hours.
If you're peckish at lunchtime, you better speed things up. I see it's hard to impose, and a bit like the way you talk to naughty school children.
Exactly.
But there's just a germ of an idea there, isn't there?
There is a germ of an idea, but you can't do it in certain parts of the world, can you?
I don't see it really being important. Yeah, it can't be uniform rules across the board, but I think the T20 style timer might help.
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, between overs, you have to get it going between X and Y amount of seconds. You can't simply dawdle on and then have a massage of your back and call for a bottle of water. Just get it on. The next 30 seconds, start the next ball. That's it. Simple.
Right. Well, kind of. Except I don't particularly, just constantly trying to rush through it to the extent that you miss some of the theatre. I think the balance is definitely not quite there. Let's go to some other talking points. I think particularly the return of Jofra. I think we've got to talk. The key question I had for you, Ajit, on behalf of Ben Stokes and the ECB, is can we borrow Washington Sundar to do the team talk for England for every test?
Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you for that.
Of course.
I
think he'll be
it would
happy.
make a huge difference.
If you can put him in the 11, he'll be very happy because whenever he's given a chance, he does so well for India, and then he sits out for like 2 series. If you give him a go ahead of Bashir or somebody every game, he'll be like very happy.
Bear, I know you're an Archer fan.
Yeah.
It was not so much just the fact he bowled with some real pep and venom, but it was the length of spells he was able to put in. Starts to dare we be optimistic now?
Yeah, definitely. I've been saying this for fucking ages. I mean, look, people come back from injuries. I don't understand why everyone thought that Archer was done for life just because he had particular injuries that everyone else seems to come back from. So, why wasn't Archer going to be able to? That seemed daft to me. I mean, Grubby was convinced he'd never play a test in cricket again. I was, I've always been optimistic that he'd be able to come back. Been waiting for it. I actually didn't think he bowled that well at times.
I think he's building up to it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Agree. I think he was out of practice. I think his lengths at times were awful, especially in the opening. After we got the wicket and Wokes dropped the catch off KL Rahul, he bowled it over. He got hit for 4-4s, and they were all, everyone was crying out. I mean, every analyst on the TV was going about his length of 8.6 meters or something, where the ball was doing all sorts of shit off, jumping, keeping low, jagging back in. And what did he offer to do? He bowled a series of fucking half volleys that were all up there. I mean, Hendo tried to defend him and say, oh, he's trying to get swing. There was no swing. And he was bowling at such pace that if he'd hit that length where it was really difficult and was doing all that shit off, he could have caused real problems. But instead, he persisted on bowling a really full length on a roundabout off stump against really good batsmen. KL Rahul's been in supreme form throughout the series. Yeah. And he just kept getting bashed through the offside for 4 runs. And then he had the audacity to look at Stokes and say, I want a man out on the fence. It's like, well,
we saw
off.
that. Yes.
It's like, fuck off, Joe. Bowl at the right fucking length.
Well, also, one thing that did strike me about him was very much not the anger, but he was prepared to. He's normally quite a placid character, even though he's fiery in terms of the way he bowled. He was quite getting into the spirit of the who was it? It was Pant, wasn't it? Charge.
Yes.
So I thought that was kind of interesting. One thing I also worth chatting about is the number of wickets that England lost that were bowled. Wasn't it 6 out of 7 of
Bumrah's wickets?
6 out of Bumrah's 7, and 11 out of 20 wickets that England lost were bowled. Now we know Bumrah's a fantastic bowler, although India tend to lose more when he's playing than win recently, but that's another story. It must be that there have to be technical flaws on a slow, comparatively placid pitch that we're constantly getting bowled. Is it just Indian brilliance, or are there some technical deficiencies either, or approach deficiencies for England? What do we make of that?
David,
I'll throw that to you. Is David back?
Yeah,
David is back. Otherwise, I'll answer.
I mean, can I just add something about Jofra Archer? because just after what Bear said about the so-called expert analysts. I mean, they can go and screw themselves as far as I'm concerned. They're completely ignorant on the subject of Jofra Archer, Vaughan in particular. You know, one of the great benefits of guerrilla cricket's coverage is it's a Vaughan-free zone. We even have the jingle, Vaughan-free. And he's been writing rubbish about Archer over the last 4 years. Because he's a West Indian, probably. I have to put it down to that, Vaughan's track record. He thinks of him as sort of lazy, will do anything to get them out, best amount of cash over the short term. And Vaughan has written 2 pieces saying that he'll never play Test cricket again if he's not interested. What complete humbug.
Yeah, completely.
Jofra Archer has always been first-class cricketer, first and foremost. 2 seasons at Sussex, 2 full seasons at Sussex got him into the team. His record in first-class cricket, 187 wickets in first-class cricket, an average of 24. Not like Bashir, no first-class wickets, all but 1 or 2. I can't think how many he's got. But Archer's always been motivated to play Test cricket.
Yeah.
You could see the relief. That's been his goal. He's not you know, yes, he went to the T20. We'd all go to the T20 if we were off that sort of money. I mean, but his priority has always been first-class cricket. In terms of his bowling, my one concern that I have is the way England use him. And, you know, it's almost as though the speed gun is the only measure of Jofra Archer. When he bowled for Sussex and had those 2 or 3 seasons playing first class, we never saw him as an out-and-out speedster. He's more of a Courtney Walsh bowler. He moves the ball both ways.
Yeah,
he's a top bowler. He also has the ability to bowl at top pace, but that should be the surprise ball. And my concern is they push him, you know, it's all about, did he get to 90, 92, what's his second spell? You know, the focus is wrong. Remember why he's been injured. The reason why he's been injured over so long was that Joe Root over-bowled him and used him as an out-and-out speedster. He has got the ability to bowl those 90 mile-an-hour bolts, but that is not his stock ball. You know, he's a much better bowler than that, as his first-class record demonstrates, and I hope that Stokes uses him better. I mean, yeah, he was fully fit. He's been working towards this. And you have to congratulate the ECB on their approach. In the end, it paid off. I think he should have played.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're back. We're so back. And India very much in control, heading into the last session of day 3.
Yes, the Jays have done well for India today. And 2 Jays in the middle.
Currently, India 304 for 6. Jaiswal fell not long before the break for 118. Gus Atkinson has 3 for 99 and Tung 2 for 100.
It's amazing that Josh Tung has bowled, I think, all but 9 overs from one end, if you like, because he's bowled 25 overs out of 68 or whatever it was we were looking at just before tea. And that means there's only been 18 overs where he hasn't actually been at one end or the other. So it's an extraordinary feat of considerable endurance, but he is getting a break now because for the first time since the first over of the day, it's this man.
Jacob Nicholls, born in Barbados, now he plays for the English team. They say that he is an all-rounder, but
that's for all of you who are missing the stylophone.
Well, finally get a good look at Bethel, and he comes round the wicket and flatter ball flicked off the pads by Jarrell. He'll run through for a single. I think England bowled very poorly, especially to Jarrell when he came. That's the moment where they could have probably tried to pile on some pressures, but they just bowled short and wide and gave him too many boundaries, 26 or 25.
Yeah, they've both got away, haven't they? Jarrell 26, Jadeja surviving a tight LBW, but as soon as we went to the referral, you could see he was outside, off, being struck flush on the boot. And India 305 for 6, the lead 282. There's no lead that's unchaseable for England. We saw in the first test they chased down 370 something, so it is looking difficult though.
Well, Bethel's going to come over the wicket to Jadeja, short and flat, and that's a real Bashir ball. That's a drag down, pulled just for the single out to deep square.
A lot of empty seats. There aren't that many places to go at the Oval. It's not like Lord's where you can spend the first half hour of the session finishing off your picnic on the nursery ground. Your choice is the concrete concourse for what, £8 a pint, something like that at the Oval, I think.
It's getting ridiculous.
Queuing for the toilet.
And queuing for the toilet, yeah, that most British of pursuits.
Bethel to Jarrell. Jarrell sweeps, and does he get any bat on it? Jamie Smith shuffling over to the leg side, fumbles the ball. I don't think he got any bat on it.
Well, I wouldn't have given that out caught behind because it was such a shocking ball.
That
It didn't
was-
deserve a wicket.
not the best start for
I
Bethel.
know that's a bit.
You're not allowed to use moral judgment.
Yeah. Well, I know it's a bit Darryl Hare that, but you know.
Bethel in again and flights this one up. A lot nicer this time. Flights it just onto the pads, and Jarrell taps that down for no run.
That would invalidate our shit gets wickets.
Yeah, it would. It would. Bethel looking a lot better now. He hasn't got the kind of Robbie Fowler mid-90s bleached hairdo.
Absolutely.
I don't agree with that.
Oh.
In he comes again, flatter and pushed out into the offside. Beats cover, but just a single for Jarrell. Yeah, Bear was saying that yesterday. I was a big fan of the bleach.
Ah, well, you see, you are a
No, he
young
looks
person,
like a real
Hector.
person now.
Yeah.
He looks genuine.
It looks
he looked
unnatural.
so fake before.
Yeah, like the Midwich Cuckoos, if you recall that film based on the eerie science fiction come fantasy horror novel. They all had bleach blonde hair, the school kids.
Haven't seen that.
The Village of the Damned was the name of the film, and it was based on the novel The Midwich Cuckoos, the writer of whom is John something, I can't remember. He was more famous
John
for...
Wyndham.
John Wyndham, famous for writing The Day of the Triffids. Thank you, Jez.
And the Crake and Wake.
Oh,
everything
yes,
is-
of course,
I
yeah.
loved him.
Half
folk
delivery.
horror.
Squirted in there, just flattering onto the pads. Jadeja, who slightly missed times at no run. End of the over. India 307 for 6.
Baden Murray says, "All hail our God Emperor Bear. He will send us out to conquer other cricket podcasts. Although I'd have to stay home due to my bone spurs."
Yes.
I think that's punishable by death. Jay Graver says, "I shall now fire Hector because I think his numbers are wrong and unpatriotic." Which numbers are those?
Numbers?
Yeah, well, we've got a new bowler. Can I just jingle him up for you before I lose the chance?
Look at you now, Jamie Overton's hand.
And it's him.
New ball available in 8 overs. You'd hope that they give Bethel a good look from the Vauxhall end and Overton
Yeah.
from the Pavilion end. Maybe he bangs it in short.
Any super chats there, Jazz?
Not at the moment, but I can feel that Jay is getting one ready.
You can feel the finger poised over the keyboard.
Yeah, to explain to us why he doesn't like Hector's numbers.
I'm confused by that. Overton first ball shored into the wicket and defended into the onside by Jarrell, no run.
Maybe he doesn't like the peroxide #1 bleach that was used by Jacob Bethel in his last appearance.
It looks more natural. I stand by that.
Well, I'm going to demand, Hector, that if you come in for a one-dayer, this is the last test, and I know you've got plenty to do in upcoming weeks. If you come in for the one-dayer, you've got to come in with the full blonde,
Full bleach.
the full bleach, the full Robbie Fowler.
And mullet, maybe.
Yeah.
Overton in again, just hits the wicket hard. Defended there.
But wouldn't
by
you
Jarrell.
agree that it looked obviously bleached?
I think that was the idea, though, isn't it? I mean,
But I mean, how is that more natural?
Well,
That's my question.
my thing is now, because I was so used to the bleach, that it looks like, feels like he's dyed it and he's just gone too dark. He's gone way too dark.
Oh, you see.
Dear God.
Artifice is
It was
everything.
so much easier in our time, wasn't it, Gary? I didn't know a single man under the age of 50 who did anything to his hair.
I dyed my hair once.
Fuller this time from Overton and flicked off the pads by Jarrell. It's just going out to deep mid-wicket. He comes round, but they'll get back for 2. Jarrell moves to 29.
The circumstances was I was in the 6th form and we were doing a school pantomime, which was Cinderella. It was written by one of my friends who later went to drama school. It was
Don't tell me you were Widow Twanky.
No, I wasn't Widow Twanky. I was, and I had to dye my hair black for it. I was Tony Blackburn, who was the DJ at Cinderella's ball.
Oh, God.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
I got Jay Grover. He sent £2 and he just says knobs.
Flicked off the pads there.
Which is pretty
from
accurate,
Jarrell.
really.
Take a single.
Oh, dear. Yes, I was Tony Blackburn. I shan't essay my Tony Blackburn impression. Partly because a lot of people won't even know who Tony Blackburn is. I bet you don't know who Tony Blackburn is, Hector.
No,
there you are.
Can't say ring
well,
tone
believe
test.
me, there are one or two DJs that period where I'm very pleased you don't know who they are, but Tony Blackburn at least can hold his head up in public. And he was very, very good on Radio London in the mid-'80s when he would play all these US funk imports. It was great fun. But yes, I was Tony Blackburn, dyed my hair black.
I remember Tony Blackburn 1st of June, I think, or July 1967.
Yeah, Radio
The very
Caroline.
First record.
Yeah.
First.
Oh, on Radio 1.
Tune
yeah.
on Radio 1.
Yeah, you're right.
Flowers in the Rain, it was. I remember it was a
Flowers
Dave
in the
Frederick
Rain.
Simon.
Yeah. Wow, there you go, Jez. That's quite something. But he was from Radio Caroline, wasn't he? They got a few of them from there.
Yes, he was.
Just
I was more a Radio London type.
Yeah.
Just a discussion going on between Jadeja and the umpires. I don't know what he's might be thinking about light. It looks as if Overton's going to bring in a short ball plan. He's moved square leg out to deep square leg. He's got 2 balls remaining as he comes in now over the wicket. Goes a little bit shorter, but Jadeja taps that comfortably.
The camera was also picking out the 4th umpire there, and it is now. And I think the 4th umpire might be asking for the lights to come on. I think that's what seems to be happening.
I think so. It looks a lot darker than it is in Lewisham.
Yeah. Camera's now gone to people in the crowd. I don't think any of them are famous. There's an official walking around with a real Pirates of the Caribbean earring in there.
Last ball of this over from Overton. Then we'll see more of Bethel. Jadeja, yeah, just seems a little bit unhappy. Backs away. And now we've got a man in a lanyard running down and running back up the screen team.
The screen team. Yeah. Not Jamie Lee Curtis, who was once upon a time a screen team. Or Scream Queen. Oh, get it right, Gary.
Last ball. Here's Overton, fuller and defended by Jadeja. End of the over. India 310 for 6 and lead by 287.
Well, Joe's explanation is that Trump fired the person collating employment figures. I still don't see what that has to do with Hector. Did he actually do that?
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah. If he doesn't like the numbers, he fires the official.
That's just crazy, isn't it? Second data says, well, if England can't beat a new-look Indian team at home, what are the chances they will win even a single test in Australia? Well, things could be a lot different there.
It's fake news, you see, Jazz, because the tariffs are driving up the unemployment, so it has to be fake news. So it's a Democrat-infested department, so you've got to fire the head.
Now we're looking at...
Who's that?
That's the Oval's head of security. I can't remember his name, but he's having a conversation with the 4th official. Bethel will continue, bowling his 3rd over, 2nd of the spell, short and flat, and Jarrell misses out on one there, bottom edges it, rolls to mid on, no run.
Well, there might be some argy-bargy in the crowd here.
Yeah,
he's having a word with someone who's got a red T-shirt on. Maybe he's saying that don't want you to sit there because the red is masking the ball.
Well, he's within his rights to say, well, I've paid for this ticket, I can stay there, I think. Well, look, yeah, it's quite agitated.
Yeah. Well, thank you, mate. You won't walk 10 seats to your left. So, hey, look at me. Look at me. Yeah. That's what he's saying.
Having a screen time here. Bethel's not bothered as he comes in round the wicket, flighted nicer this time and defended on the front foot by Jarrell.
If there's 20,000 people watching and somebody asks you to move 10 seats, you don't say I paid for my seat, I'm sitting where I like.
No,
you say excuse me, I didn't realise that was a problem, I'll move.
It's not cricket.
Oh, very good.
Cricket. Bethel comes in again and just a bit wider this time. Jarrell comes forward again, is happy to defend.
There's a bit of a mullet going on there, isn't there, with Bethel? I know the cap always gives a mullety look to a haircut, but there's a bit going off down the back there.
Well, he's had a range of haircuts. He's had a buzz cut before. Shorter and wider, and Jarrell rocks back and slashes that through points, but I think that Zach Crawley comes round. They'll pick up a couple more.
I think it's in the Ruttles where one of the people auditioning for the band is referred to as living just outside Liverpool and have no fixed haircut. I think they call it rather than no fixed abode. I think it's the Ruttles.
Something is going on here. We're now seeing a manager on our screens. Bethel in for the last ball of his over. Full and straight and defended. End of the over. Lead by 280.
Because when the bowling goes down to the other end now, I think what they're saying is to Jadeja is, Jadeja's saying, well, I'm not facing up, or I'm not going to allow you to bowl round the wicket because I'm losing the ball in the red shirts. Yeah, that's certainly what they used to do. Always asked him to put a white shirt on.
If you're not going to move, I'll get you a change of clothes.
Oh, what a look at me person he is.
Yeah.
That is Paul.
Mayank says, Messi, how far back can you remember? I wonder how it must have been to be in England in the 50s and 60s. The cricket must have been amazing. Well, what a lot of people fail to remember is that TVs were not common in the 50s and 60s. We never had a TV in our house. So there was a bit of TV coverage of Test cricket, but most of the cricket I actually saw was county cricket. And I listened to Test cricket on the radio.
Overton, first ball of his over, short and pulled nicely from Jadeja, timed well. That's a great stop from Liam Dawson. Sliding down to his right, coming round. Back point, and just the two in the end, saved 2 runs there from Dawson.
Yeah, it was good commitment, but that looked very dangerous, jumping and diving and taking a divot. You know, you always have memories of Simon Jones at Brisbane.
Well, I guess if he's not bowling, he can take those.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't be saying that if you were a Hampshire fan or whatever 100 franchise he's playing for, the Southern Sex Attackers or whatever.
Overton in again and again. Short and Jadeja pulls this up in the air, and that'll be a 1 bounce fall directly behind the keeper.
It was indeed one of these.
90 miles an hour there from Overton. Had some real zip and just hurried Jadeja, who tried to get his bat round in the end, sort of helped it on its way.
I do hope the head of security there, who was sent off to tell some minion to go and get a shirt from the club shop by that entitled person, came back and said, well, we got the biggest we could do, you fat.
He should hand it back at least. He shouldn't be getting free merch on that. Overton again and a little bit fuller this time, but Jadeja back and has a wafted it outside his off stump, misses it, goes through to Jamie Smith.
Look, I'm going to say something here that might be controversial, because a lot of time people, say it's young people who are, antisocial and difficult. My experience in the shop, and most of the people in the shop in which I work, are perfectly courteous and perfectly good company and good to deal with. If we do get any entitlement and that kind of thing, it's almost always from a fat middle-aged bloke with a bald head.
Shorter again, and Jadeja does well. Hits it down into the ground, out to deep square. Take a single.
And of course I speak as a fat middle-aged bloke with a bald head, so I'm not picking on a minority in which I am not a part. But dear me, there is a real sense of entitlement in some of those blokes.
Just with all the cameras on as well, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
You, so.
Well, no, he's revelling in it.
No, yeah.
He's enjoying it. Could have walked. I mean, there's empty seats absolutely everywhere. Could just have gone. Anyway, we're doing what he wants us to do now, which is talk about
He's in our head. Rattled us.
Yeah, very good, Hector. Very good.
2 to come from Overton now. 20th over. Fuller and defended nicely there from Jarrell. Looking solid, 32 from 39 deliveries.
He's a good bat, Jarrell. He didn't do himself any favours in the first innings, but he's a good bat. We know that. We've seen him.
Well, he hasn't had a lot of time to show himself. I think he scored a double 100 at Canterbury.
Did he?
In the warm-up game with Nair, actually. Well, it was at least a big 100.
Yeah.
Past 150.
Yeah. The lime tree isn't there anymore. It's not the same. Canterbury.
Well, yeah. It got sick, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they used to have used to be something very unusual at Canterbury, which you won't remember, Hector.
Last ball for Overton, short and sort of died in the pitch. Jarrell just has to wait for that, sit back and pull it to fine leg for a single. End of the over. It's 320 for 6.
Jez, do you know? Go on. I just want to ask you before you do that: do you know what I'm referring to as something very unusual at Canterbury?
The tree inside the ground.
Yeah, there's something else that was unusual.
I don't know. No.
It had a black on white scoreboard. Don't you recall?
That's very unusual. Yeah. No, I didn't go. I never saw a game at Canterbury. Hastings was as far as I got from Eastbourne. Leah says, are we going to 7 o'clock local time again? Yes, we are, light permitting. Well, assuming that we need the extra half hour, which we almost certainly will. What's the point of Jamie Overton, says Tom Taylor? He doesn't have any points, he's a slab. Mine says, Messi and Madar. Sorry, Jay says to mine, Messi and Madar went to Sussex cricket matches at the same time. Mind you, Jeremy paid to get in.
Here comes Bethel, flighted nicely and defended on the front foot.
I went past Arundel Castle on the way to Chichester on Wednesday. Jez, you must have seen cricket at Arundel. Duchess of Norfolk's 11. She was always a decent bat, I felt.
Well, it used to be the Duke of Norfolk's 11
yes.
in my day.
And again, just flatter this time, and Jarrell sits back and taps that to catching mid-wicket, no run.
A bonus point if you can tell me the name of the Duchess of Norfolk, whose 11 it was.
No idea.
Lavinia. Lavinia, Duchess of Norfolk's 11.
Heard of that.
Yes.
Really nice flight there from Bethel, actually angling it in to the pads of Jarrell, but again, no run.
I wish I could get...
She wasn't a Mitford, was she?
No, she wasn't a Mitford, although Lavinia is very much a Mitford name.
Yeah.
I wish I could get rid of some of this rubbish in my head, because I might be able to get something useful in it.
Fuller this time and driven by Jarrell through the covers, out to deep cover, and he'll get a single.
Sorry, Jez, I jumped over your super chats and chats.
Mike was confirming that Trump did fire her. He said, I don't believe the numbers, they're rigged. We're really actually doing great. I don't know what the legal situation is, but surely the grounds for recompense for unfair dismissal have got to be extraordinary.
I don't think such things exist in America, do they?
God.
The legal system is to be bought and sold. There always has been, always will be.
And Bernard Murray said he should have worn blue, a good Evertonian colour, instead of red.
Exactly.
Bethel on the pads of Jadeja, flicks that through mid-wicket. He'll pick up a single. India just quite happy just to tick it over. All of a sudden they lead by 299.
Well, the only sort of storm on the horizon is literally the storm on the horizon for Monday.
And the new ball. I mean, this is a sort of holding pattern for England for the next 5 overs.
Yeah, very good. Very good, Jez. Well, they'll bring Josh Tongue back, having bowled 25 overs already today, or 26 or whatever.
Well, if Atkinson's fit enough for it, wider by Bethel, and Jarrell goes out to have a prod at it, finds backward point, no run. End of the over, 322 for 6.
Leah says, to be fair, you have to be a bit of a muppet if you buy tickets behind the bowler's arm for a test and then decide to rock up in a red shirt.
Exactly.
And Will Reynolds says, I hope they made him pay for the white shirt.
Yeah, I do.
I hope so.
Are there any red Muppets, though? I mean, are there any red Muppets? Obviously, there's green
call
Muppets.
him a Wiggle.
A pink Muppet, of course, Miss Piggy.
The red one with the orange nose.
The red one with
Can't
the orange...
remember the name.
Oh, God.
Red
Oh, yeah.
Not Gonzo. He had a big nose.
Yeah, there is a red one.
Yeah, that
Grover,
must
is
be.
it?
Grover.
Yeah, I think rings a bell. Overton, flatter, and Jadeja tucks that into the onside and runs off for a single. Overton chases it off his own bowling, has a fly at the stumps, but in the end Jarrell in comfortably.
Didn't Grover live in a bin? I think he lived in a bin.
That was Oscar the Grouch.
Oh, that was Oscar the Grouch, yeah.
Good God, you reckon you got useless information in your head?
Yeah. I'm very impressed with that.
And that's the lead of 300 as
300.
Well. There we go. Now, any further on is just more pain.
Oh, look.
For England.
Yeah, Animal. We're seeing Animal as more of a flame reddish orange. But yes.
Don't know who I'm thinking.
Animal was the drummer, wasn't he? He was also the drummer in Motorhead.
Oh, well bowled from Overton. Finger goes up, LBW.
That is out as out can be.
The away swing and gets Jarrell, but he goes upstairs almost instantly.
Yeah, he's just had a look and you can see that they're 6 down, so he's going to be the 7th wicket, so you must use a review, really.
Overton angled into the pads, but swung away, and Jarrell tried to clip it, missed the ball, and that looks pretty calm.
Don't play across the line is pretty important on this wicket.
Yeah. And that's exactly what he did. We'll have a look here.
Ooh. That's very much out.
Yeah, unless he got a tiny edge.
I don't think so. This is thumping into off stump. There's no edge.
This is India's last review.
Is it India's last review? Yeah, I might have paused because Washington Sundar's still to come.
There we go. 3 reds. And
Bang,
so
bang, bang.
Terrell goes for 34, and all of a sudden, just the 4 overs before the new ball, England might have an opening here.
Yeah, Sundar, Washington can still bat Centurion from the last match, coming in at number 9. That's not fair, is it? But yes, it was thumping into off stump.
Yeah.
I'm in deep trouble. Deep trouble. Will Reynolds says in capital letters, Elmo.
Oh, Elmo.
You fools. Grover is not red.
Yeah. Elmo.
He also said, didn't the Duke's knees go, so he had to stop opening the bowling and pass the captaincy to the Duchess?
Yes, indeed.
Bernard Murray wants to know, when does Hector reach puberty? That's very weird.
That's mean. He said something yesterday as well.
Harsh.
There's no need for that in the
well,
game.
you know you're properly famous when you've got a personal troll, you know that.
Yeah.
So you're all right.
Jealous.
Yeah.
A tremendous voice for radio, Hector. I mean, for a man whose name literally invites one's fear of hearing the voice, your voice is perfect. You know, to be someone who uses their voice for a living and called Hector is not an ideal situation, but it's marvellous.
What's the connotation of Hector?
Well, to hector someone is to berate them, isn't it?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Hectoring voice. We do have a new batter.
It's not a word that's used a lot these days.
His name for his granddad or something with like that. So it turns out that you are looking at Washington Sundar.
Well, an average of 43.
Yes. Prithee, I think you're right, Jez.
Sorry, I'm right in what respect?
Prithee, I said. It's a Shakespearean pun on the fact that I'm using a word that is not used very often these days.
Yes.
Sorry, we're getting a little distracted from the cricket, which has become interesting, Hector.
Yes, all of a sudden it's opened up a little bit, short and wide from Overton though, and Sundar pushes that out into the offside. They're going to run for 2, and that's smart running, and Sundar off the mark instantly.
Yeah, when he said short and wide, I was thinking of Duckett there. I mean, the ball has followed him around a bit today, but he wasn't fielding there. I think it was Zach Crawley, who seems to be either in or out. His fielding position appears to be either in the slips or on the boundary, which seems an unusual combo to me. Often when specialist slip fielders are not in the slips, they often field quite close in, you know, short mid-wicket or short cover.
Overton hitting the wicket there on his 3rd delivery in. Sundar back and defends. No run, 4th.
Yes, the lantern-jawed Jamie Overton. He's trying to disguise it a little bit with the beard, isn't he? But there's no getting away from it. Both him and his brother have these lantern jaws, which often come with the 6'5" physique, don't they? They look like a prop forward. Frank Cotton, he was one, wasn't he? He had the lantern jaw. He was a prop forward, wasn't he?
Overton shorter this time, and Sundar falls to his knees to get out of the way of that one.
Bernard Murray's suggesting you don't take it personally. He says, I'm offended. I troll everybody equally.
Yes. You don't discriminate in your discrimination. Yes. That was a decent bouncer, actually, from Overton. Sundar's having a look back. There's a half a word. Of course, Washington Sundar lined himself up with that interview before the last day at Edgbaston, I think.
There he is. Fuller from Overton hits on the pad, goes upstairs, but it looks like Sundar got an outside edge.
Yeah, it's outside edge. Goes down to Crawley.
Crawley comes round at deep point.
Yeah, it was the interview we did. It was the interview we did not at Edgbaston, at Lord's, when he said when India win tomorrow, and then was made to eat his words, and I think that riled England. But it was only a bit of showmanship, for God's sake. Have a sense of humour. Speaking of sense of humour, have we got any funny chats and super chats?
No, there's a certain amount going on internally within the chat, if you know what I mean. But we're pretty much up to date. What I should say is if Jadeja scores one more run, he will have scored 500 runs in this series and have an average of 100.
Not bad. I think he batted 8, did he, in the first match? I think he might have batted
right.
8 in the first match. So not bad for your number 8 to be on the point of out-Bradmaning Bradman, who, of course, had his average go from 100 and a bit to 99.94 on this very ground.
Which is kind of good.
I think it is kind of good, yeah.
It's like Warren getting out for 99 that people remember much more than him making a test century.
Indeed.
Root is on to bowl now. Bowler's 4th over of the innings, 4th over of the match. First ball is tucked into the onside for no run by Jadeja.
I've never seen so much joy in a cricket match as when Glenn McGrath made that 50. I remember watching it sort of the small hours of the morning. It was such a delight, and he so enjoyed it.
Wide of the wicket.
So unlikely.
Inside edge from Jadeja, and they'll scamper through for 1 into the onside.
I was rather spoiled by a year or two later Jason Gillespie getting 200, but you know.
Yeah.
Didn't have to take the shine off Glenn McGrath's 50. But he had a bat, didn't he, with 51 on it for a long time after, which was quite nice.
Oh no, Kieran. Kieran Roseblade says, "Hey up, lads, who's the new kid on the block? And what's his views on Cousins?"
Well, Sky have just put up one of their graphics, and it's most unlike Sky, and I hope you'll take this back for homework, Hector.
Yeah. Flatter from Root, and leaning down the leg side, but no run.
Because they had a typo on percentage. They missed the N out of percentage.
Oh, they did.
Largest something percentage.
Oh, nice.
There, you see, once you've
seen it, you can't unsee it.
Giving feedback on a first draft of a dissertation, you can't help yourself.
There you go, flighted from Root, angling in to Sundar, but no run.
We're due a change after this over.
Are we? Oh God, yeah, because we're on different timings, aren't we? Yeah, I think I'm staying in the same seat because I think I'm staying, but I'm not sure.
Yes, you're on ball by ball.
2 balls to come as Sundar pushes flatter delivery from Root out to cover, and he'll run through for a single.
Yes, I'm also covering Hector's last stint because he's got to get himself ready for a wild rave tonight. Is that right, Hector?
That's not true.
You might ask someone to let Raj. Oh, that's all right. He's coming because he's on socials, and Bear is on expert commentary, colour, and everything else.
Get us a wicket here,
Last
Hector.
ball for Root, flighted up, and Jadeja trundles down the track and clips it to long on for a single. End of the over, India 330 for 7.
So we'll bid farewell to Hector, stay off the Magic Smarties, and have a good night. Jez.
Okay, just a couple of messages, then bugger off.
Yeah.
Tom Taylor says, quality commentary. Thank you, Tom. Steve Bruce says, you absolute legends. I've just arrived home for your wonderful voices. Please make sure to like, subscribe, and send in your super chats. Support these great men. You are wonderful. Steve, thank you very much. The next one, Jay, is from Kieran Roseblade. Sorry. Yes.
It's Raj who's going to be doing the socials. Hello, Raj. I think it's first time I've seen you today myself, but it's good to have you here.
Yes. Hi, everyone.
How are we all doing? England aren't so bad here, are they, really?
New ball available in 2 overs, of 2 overs perhaps in 1 ball, because I'd be amazed if that was not another wide. They're not calling that a wide?
No, it's a test match, mate.
Don't know what shot he's supposed to play to that. It was Jamie Overton, and he was bowling to Jadeja, and he would have to have had Inspector Gadget's arms to get that, as far as I'm concerned. So wide on the offside it was. Jamie Smith sprawled, but he took it. Overton has 2 for 90 in his 21 overs and a ball. The Indian leads 307. He's in again, is Overton, and he pulls this one. It was short outside off stump, and he hit it well, and it went all the way.
Thinking who can chase this now?
I think England need to gather their thoughts overnight. I think the worst thing England could do would be to get India all out with about half an hour to go, because I think they'll have scrambled heads. I think if tomorrow, if they can gather their thoughts, Ben Stokes can talk to them, they're in with a chance, as this is full on the off stump, and Jadeja just runs that off the face of the bat down to third man, and there is a third man, it's Zach Crawley. Flings the ball in, hits the top of the stumps, but Jadeja's back comfortably.
Thing is, they don't want them batting for another 2.5 hours.
No.
Because then they'll be 400 behind.
Well, it's one or the other. England could easily be 20 for 3 tonight. Easily.
That's Hendo's thoughts.
After a shellacking.
What
Whereas
is the target that England would be comfortable with?
Well, England are comfortable with any target. I mean, they chased 370, didn't they?
Yeah.
They can chase. They have said that they can chase 600 as well.
Yeah, they've said that, which
I don't
obviously
think they can.
there's an
obviously,
element
but,
of bravura about that. Hyperbole.
But they got 2 days basically, haven't they? So I mean, it's not like time's against them. It's a question of.
Overton's in again, and he cuts this, does Jadeja. He plays that shot so well, as so many left-handers do. But he finds third man. If we'd had a third man out there all day, the Indian lead would not be 314, it would be 260, because I think there's at least 50-odd runs gone down there.
Yeah. I think England will be happy. Well, I mean, they wouldn't be happy. They'd have liked not to chase more than 250, but they'll fancy the chances at 350. Again, it'll all depend on how Crawley and Duckett open up.
With 10 batters, though. 10 batters, remember.
Yeah, but they chased down 371 5 wickets down.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get big scores, you don't generally use your tail, right?
No.
Generally, there's a couple of guys get big scores.
Except when it was bloody Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon.
Well, yeah, exactly. But that wasn't a big score there.
No, it wasn't a huge one,
It
no.
was 230 odd, wasn't it, or something?
So here's Washington Sundar. He's in. He slightly jumps up. He was hurried up there by Jamie Overton. But they got enough bat on it, died in front of him on the pitch.
Got to hand it to Overton. He's bowled a lot of overs today. He's still bowling at 80. He's only bowled an 89 mile an hour bounce the last over.
Josh Tung and him have kept going really well. Tung especially, I think it's been a heroic effort, particularly because his confidence must have been pretty poor after a shambolic opening spell on the first day. And he's certainly come back since then. And he's done well. And to be fair to Overton, 2 for 97. He's at the end of his 22nd over again. He's got some pace there. And Overton tucks him off his hip. They're through for a single. 79 overs gone. 338 for 7. 1 over before the new ball, if you take it. And Raj, we have your socials.
Yes. So we have a couple of super chats coming in.
Yes. Everybody knows the jingle. Just read them out.
Read them out,
please.
Yeah. So first one is from Camilio Cosia, on call for 2 hospitals for the whole weekend, including the Irish bank holiday. Thanks for your comforting cricket chatter.
Oh, thank you, and good luck with being on call. It's a Scottish bank holiday as well, I think.
Okay.
And then Jay Grover has to say, just because Camilio is doing something useful, he has sent 2 more pounds.
Oh,
thank you very
Jay.
Much.
It's that streak of generosity in Jay, isn't there?
He's a good man.
He is a good man. Here's another good man. It's Joe Root bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Washington Sundar. 2 left-handers in. That's why Root's bowling is off breaks. No run.
I think you need to get into bat tonight, and they've just got to hope that Crawley and Duckett, A, don't get out, and B, do their thing.
Well, yeah. Yeah, they're going to need to do their thing.
They definitely do.
This is punched by Washington Sundar. It's a bloody good shot, actually. It was more than a punch, it was a drive. And it's one of these. Bit of a part-timer's half volley, I thought there.
Yeah, well, Rooty. I mean, England have had a real problem here with not having the 4th seamer.
Yeah, I mean, they looked a bit thin, didn't they, going in?
Well, exactly.
This ball is defended, no run.
And I don't expect that they expected to have to bowl spin as much, but I mean, they've obviously had to juggle the seamers and make them work, overload them anyway. It's not been great.
Root's in again, and this is defended by Washington Sundar, who he was in at number 9, but really he's a number 6 batter, really, Washington Sundar.
Well, he came in the first innings at 5.
Did he come in? I don't think he came at 5.
Yeah, he did. I think he came in at 5.
Joe Root's in again. This is defended by Washington Sundar. There's a little bit of a gap between bat and pad, and Joe Root does have that quicker arm ball that can go through any gate that Washington Sundar leaves. As Josh Tung looking a little stiff, will have a new ball in his hand for the next over, one suspects. Joe Root's in again, and Sundar defends that with an immaculate forward defensive. It's the end of the over. 342 for 7, 80 overs gone. New ball's on its way to the middle. Raj.
Yes, Millionaire B is saying India should just baseball it and get 80 or 100 runs, considering they lost their last 4 wickets for only 20 in the first innings.
Yeah, that's true.
Will is saying it's a lovely bit of domesticity in an otherwise blood-soaked, depressingly blandness, and he has tagged Jay Grover. Kiran is saying, I thought Hector's last stint was against Achilles.
Oh, very good.
Oh,
Bit of
yeah.
mythology there. heroes and villains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are England missing a primary spinner today, apart from Vokes?
Well, they're missing a primary spinner because they're missing a bowler, I think. I mean, I think it's the right thing to do, and the pitch has shown this, is to go in with 4 frontline seamers. But Wokes has injured himself, so we do look short. But there's nothing in the pitch that has given any encouragement to spin at all.
No.
It's all been to seam. And here we are, at the end of day 3. So I don't think it was a bad call to go with an all-pace attack. But it does put the onus on the 4 pacers staying fit. And there we have Gus Atkinson on his home ground, bowling here, and with a new ball. And this is defended by Jadeja, who's calling Washington Sundar through. They wouldn't even have crossed there before they'd have been run out. And he just nods there back to his partner, acknowledging that was too tight a single to contemplate.
Yeah, we're not going to run out this innings, have we? A couple of close calls. Everyone was saying they missed a run out yesterday. I don't even remember that.
It was Ben Duckett. He would have been out by a distance. He had one stump to aim at. He underarmed it from point, but he was only about 5 yards away. That's yet another down the leg side. We've seen far, far too much of that, albeit Atkinson is somewhat immune to criticism because he's bowled his heart out and bowled well, but it was tucked off the pads for a single. He always walks back like a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders, even when he's taken 10 wickets, Gus Atkinson.
I know.
And he certainly is.
I worry about his mental health when I look at him.
Gus Atkinson?
Yeah, well, just because exactly that, he looks like the weight of the world is on his shoulders.
I think he's...
but he sounds like he's a much stronger person than he is.
Yeah, I think he is. I mean, not that the background counts for very much, but he's from the leafier part of Surrey, I think, rather than the mean streets of Croydon. He's in again. Not that makes a difference, as that's hit by Washington straight to the man at short mid-wicket, but he's too deep. They're through for a single, and a brilliant bit of backing up, actually, by Lee Pope there, saving 4 buzzers. You've got to be in on the 1 there, haven't you, Bear? If you're short mid-wicket, you've got to be short mid-wicket.
You have indeed. But these days, to be fair, even at ODIs, ODI level, they take stupid singles to very short people. I mean, everyone knows that these days.
Yeah, well, if you hit it and run straight away, unless you've hit it hard straight to the man, you often get in. It's just that momentary hesitation that can do you. Round the wicket is Atkinson. It's a half volley, and Jadeja, he has developed this late in his career where he hops into some of the shots. He kind of hopped into that drive rather than played it with any balance, and as a result there is no run. Mohammad Siraj there on the balcony, so he's padded up, so one presumes he's going to come in and bat. Well, they won't declare with a lead of 321.
No, they're going to get all that. But if England can keep them to 350, that'll be their hope, won't it?
They wouldn't be disappointed with half an hour's bowling tonight, India, I don't think. This is through to the keeper, and there is no run. 83 miles an hour, so a good 4 or 5 miles an hour down on yesterday.
I just have one thing to say. India is not England. India is not England to declare at 300.
No. Yeah.
Like England did in the first test, in the last Ashes.
Yeah, the jury's still out on that. I'd say it got us to a position where we're in had 50 runs in hand, and Cummins and Nathan Lyon to bowl at. And England would have taken that all day, every day.
Yeah, and Stokes dropped that difficult catch.
Yeah, Lyon and Cummins credit, not England's error.
Yeah.
As this is off the hip, down to long leg, where Josh Tongue fields it, throws it in, and will immediately follow the ball in order to get hold of it to bowl. It's the end of the over, 3:45 for 7. The lead is 322. Raj.
Yes, Sumit Singh is saying SWAT dance incoming. From Ravindra Jadeja.
Well, yeah.
But he only does it at 100 though. He doesn't do it for 50s. So he's 3 off of 50 now. He has 47.
There's one more interesting question for you both. Stalin Thomas is saying, if India pull off a win at the Oval and level the series 2-2, will Stokes once again claim moral victory, just like after the Ashes 2023?
Well, did he
Why
claim-
does England always feel they are morally correct?
Well, it's very boring as my first answer. Secondly, I don't think Stokes did. It's the press.
No, I claimed moral victory.
Oh, there we are.
You know, I mean, the fact was that we would have won that test in Manchester without a doubt, and it got rained out for the last 2 days. That's why we all claimed a moral victory. No, I don't think England would. Look, England could have won that last test. They dropped Jadeja straight after the first ball he was in. Would have made a big difference. I don't think the wicket was doing much outside the left-handers off stump. Everything that was happening at Manchester was happening outside the right-handers off stump. And actually, you have to say that Washington and Jadeja batted really well. There wasn't much an offer outside the off stump. The pitch was pretty dead, and they managed to get through to a draw. That's all well and good. England have won 2 tight test matches. India's
annihilated
in another one.
in that.
You know, and England could argue that they haven't got first choice bowling 11 here. India could argue that Bumrah's not available.
Tongues in round the wicket to Jadeja, who gets up on his toes and he cuts hard. He'll get 2. Oh, brilliant piece of work down there by Liam Dawson, I think, who owes us some. And Jadeja goes to 49. I mean, I spoke earlier to a cricket writer at The Guardian about something entirely different, but we both agreed that if India do get 2-2, it's a perfectly fair result for the series. I don't think any but the most one-eyed of England supporters would suggest that if India win this test, they don't deserve a 2-2 series.
No, I wouldn't. I'd be upset if they do, just because, you know, it's a home series. And, you want to
England
win
were in a very strong position.
That's going to be a 4.
Oh,
yeah, they were.
A 4, yes, you're right. So that will be Jadeja's 50. Let's give him this.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
Yeah, it's obviously a 4. It's obviously a 4.
Do you have that tone of the Bharat Army? Oh, Ravi Jadeja.
No.
You can use that.
I don't think we are getting the sword dance.
Wow.
We are getting it. Fantastic. He usually only reserves that for the 100. But I tell you what, it's probably because he knows he's not going to have time to get the 100. To be fair, what a series from Jadeja.
He's still yet to be dismissed in the second innings.
Yeah. What a series from Jadeja. I've always liked Jadeja, even when he was having a pop at Jimmy Anderson at the Rose Bowl when I was there. So Josh Tongue is in, and that's a decent ball actually, and Jadeja jabs the bat down on it, gets it to long leg, through for a single. I mean, Jadeja's my kind of player because he's always in the game.
Yeah.
He's always in the game when he's got the ball in his hand, when he's got a bat in his hand, whether he's fielding. You're never in any doubt. Is Jadeja playing today? Oh yes, you always know he is.
So were you an all-rounder in your playing
Me? No. I've batted 12 once, and I would only ever bat 11 unless it was a 12-a-side game when I bat 12. No. I could catch well, and that'll spurn some people to action. I could catch well, and I enjoyed opening the bowling, but I was no batter.
Yeah, going back to this point about England will feel. I mean, Stokes is such a massive miss for this game. He's back.
Huge.
He's been the best player for England for the series,
and the best bowler in the series.
Yeah, exactly.
Josh Tongue is in round the wicket, and he gets one on leg stump. There's Washington Sundar, and he lifts it into the wide open spaces at mid wicket. And I think the charge is on here. I think the charge is on.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
And actually, I also think a big thing, and we've mentioned this before, I think, partly because of the pitches in this.
Tongues in and beats the bat of Washington Sundar. It's a decent ball.
Look, over the last few years, I mean, the Ashes was a 5-test series, wasn't it? Did it have 2 back-to-backs? But the tests didn't seem to last that long because both teams were getting out for not much. So most of the tests were going 3, maybe 4 days. There were a couple that went to 5. But the fact is, this has been a really hard-fought series in a very short space of time with quick turnovers and 2 sets of tests. And both teams have suffered, to be fair.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're like 2 prize fighters in the 15th round here.
When it's come down to this last game...
Josh Tung's in, defended, no run.
I think India have probably got the better side. Whilst they're Bumrah down, everyone else is kind of available, right? And at least they've got guys who've been in the squad. Josh Tung's a bit iffy. Jamie Overton's his first test. Gus Atkinson's coming back from injury. So whilst you could say they could all play, they are clearly all test players. They're nowhere near, you wouldn't say, first team options were they available. And I think England will look to that. It's a pretty poor excuse in some senses, but it is
a nice bouncer from Josh Tung. An evasive action taken from Washington Sundar, but he survives. It's the end of the over, 354 for 7. Just in respond to that, they are in transition. They've lost Rohit Sharma. They've got a young 25-year-old inexperienced captain. They've lost Virat Kohli. Not so long ago, they've lost Ravichandran Ashwin. So both
he
sides
never plays in England.
Both sides can say that their ideal sides of a couple of years ago have not been available, and I think if India do get a 2-2 out of this, it's immense credit to Shubman Gill and some credit to the uncharismatic Gautam Gambhir. But we're throwing that forward.
Yep. There's an appreciation comment for you, Gary.
Yes. Thank you.
Hug Sheridan is saying thanks to Gary and colleagues for the very wide-ranging and celebrity Graham Thorpe podcast played at lunch. Mental health matters in sports, so important and maybe more considered these days.
Well, thank you very much for that. It was quite emotional to record it so soon after the news, but we feel we did as good a job as we possibly could. This is defended, no run, and I do appreciate those kind words.
Oh,
have you got any more, Raj?
Yes, there's a
not kind words for me. I mean,
there's a super chat from Jake Grover. He has sent £2 again. Thanks, Jay. He's saying Gary's catching fantasies are a moral victory.
Yes, very good. You've tied two streams together and managed to get a double jibe, one under each of my ribs. Very good. Atkinson round the wicket, and this is short, but India have played that sort of push off the hip all day, haven't they? It shows how England have bowled leg side.
I mean, this is it. I mean, we're all talking like India are going to win here. I mean, I wouldn't put England out of this.
No, but they've shown, for once I agree with the Wimbiz there, that had India at 77%, England at 22%. I think that's about right, 1% for the draw. So I'm not giving this test match to India, but I think in the spirit of speculation, and we do speculate a lot.
Look, we've seen England implode many a time.
Yeah.
But
and in fifth
I'm
test
hoping
as well.
they get their heads on and go out there and have a point to prove.
Atkinson's in. It's a half volley, but it's wide of off stump, and it's a fine sprawling stop there at extra cover by Jamie Overton. Fast bowler at extra cover.
I don't know. I used to like fielding at extra cover. Short.
I like being close to the wicket because you're close to the game.
Exactly.
When I did field on the boundary, I would occasionally fall into conversation with whoever was walking past. So that wasn't always
if I was out
agreed
deep,
by the.
My mind would wander.
Yeah, it wasn't always appreciated by the captain.
No, I didn't have a very good throw either. So
I
no
did
good out
chat
deep.
a lot to the umpire at square leg as well. This is gone to square leg actually, but there's no square leg. There's a deep square. He runs round. Is that Liam Dawson as well? No, it's Jacob Bethel throwing left-handed, and they take a single. The lead is now a triple Nelson, 3-3-3.
And the other thing, England have had real problems trying to get lefties out, haven't they? I mean, you think Stuart Broad over the years was a fucking genius at getting lefties out. We've really struggled. Joffre's been good against the lefties.
Josh Tung has been good against lefties.
He's been okay.
Yeah, he's been good. He does have that ability to bring the ball in and then angle it away. More Indians in the crowd, or Indian supporters, I should say, in the crowd than were there on Thursday. This is outside off stump. Goes through to the keeper. I was there on Thursday and I was slightly disappointed because Edgbaston had a really good atmosphere because there were plenty of Indian supporters at Edgbaston. There weren't so many at the Oval on Thursday, but there do look to be rather more.
There was a lot
today.
at Lords, wasn't there? It's 50-50. In fact, supposedly there were more Indians on that last day than
Was it? Oh yeah, because it was last day tickets helped. Yes, may not have been that many pharmacies open in London on the last day of the test at Lords. As Atkinson gets a beautiful ball, actually. It tucks up Jadeja because that swung and then went in off the seam. It did take him on the pad. There's going to be no chance of a review because we could see all 3 stumps when the ball crashed into pad. So it's the end of the over. 356 for 7. Your chats and super chats.
Yes, HTRP is saying, please India declare, otherwise England won't like it at all.
Yeah.
Bernard Mori is saying, just imagine the bear in the last Emperor scene when he's running through the sheer cloth, or is it the Simpson version of it?
Well, more like the Simpsons version of it, although I haven't seen that version of it.
Yes. The Simpsons musical version of Planet of the Apes. Occasionally I sort of upload some clips from that because it's so funny, singing Dr. Zayas to the tune of Amadeus. As Josh Tung is in, it's on off stump, and Washington Sundar, again as India have done, they've taken so many runs square of the wicket either side, just drops a bat on it, goes to backward point and they're through for a single. I mean, it's been a characteristic of Indian batting is how good the singles have been in this innings. They really have taken everything that's on offer.
That's the modern way of modern cricket, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, well, it is. But I think
England are pretty good at it as well.
They've been particularly busy, is what I mean.
Certainly lately.
Yeah. Some pensive-looking England supporters, including one Ben Stokes. Justin, he has an expression on his face that's somewhere between a smile and a grimace, and I can't quite work out which it is.
He seems quite happy, actually.
Yeah, well, I think it may be a grimace, but it may be a smile. Edged and caught!
Finally!
Harry Brook catches one at last. Outside off stump, Jadeja flashed at it. Bit of a tired stroke, truth be told. It went quickly, but at a comfortable height for Harry Brook, and that is the end of Jadeja. I think the end might come a bit quick now.
Well,
the crowd says you're out.
I've got to say, considering how Josh Tung was with his waywardness on day one, I've actually been quite impressed with him.
He has. He's shown some real cojones in coming back here.
He's got some really good balls as well. There's a lot of shit he needs to cut out.
He rather like Jeremy Hardy in Blackadder. I have to say, Josh Tung, I do admire your balls, because his balls have been very, very good in between some rubbish. Raj, do you think this is going to go quite quickly now? I think it'll go quite quickly now.
Indian blogger is saying it's still 50-50 according to me. England can chase 370.
50-50? Oh.
Yes. Bernard is saying my money is now on India to win.
Yeah.
Eric is saying England will fancy their chances.
Well, I think for England to win, the top 5 would need to score 260.
Yeah, I think they're going to need at least 1 Centurion, 2 Centurions. That could be enough to win
2
it.
Centurions, they win.
Yeah, but they need someone to score 100, and of course there have been a lot of hundreds in this series, and the pitch does look to be playing as easy as it has done. So
I mean, for me, it all comes down to if Duckett and Crawley, as so many times when England have chased big scores.
They're 160 for
one
or 160 without loss in 32 overs or something.
Exactly, and if that happens, you fancy
and also
England
the first
to win.
test match, and I think also in the first test match when they were chasing 370-ish.
Yeah,
they
did.
Exactly
well, the template was many years ago at was it Chennai on
Sehwag.
The famous Sehwag innings. We came out with an hour to bat, and he was 80 not out at the end, and what looked like an insurmountable target in those days. It was after the Mumbai attacks, wasn't it, when England went back? And people were saying, 320 or something like that. You're never going to chase that. Sehwag knocked it back to about 260, and I think Tendulkar and Yuvraj Singh got India over the line. It was a tremendous match in tremendous circumstances, and much as it's hard to like KP, I admired him enormously for taking England back there. Not all of the players went, but quite a few of them did, And if KP had said I'm not going, I don't think England would have gone. So
No.
it was tremendous stuff. We got 2 great test matches out of it. We've got a new man at the crease. And if I can find him.
Number 11.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. It's Mohammed Siraj.
Yeah, the most death metal of cricketers, I would suggest, is Mohammed Siraj.
I liked Mohammed Siraj.
I do as well. 2 slips, a short leg, a leg gully, and a gully. Wow, England attacking here, Mohammed Siraj, and that's a horrible ball down the leg side. But I'm going to forgive Josh Tongue because he's bowling 86 miles an hour, and this is not his 27th over of the day, but it's his 20th of the day, 28th over in the innings.
Yeah.
See, it was a poor shot. Jadeja's feet are together. He just goes with hands. It's almost kind of catching practice. He knows he made a mistake. He attempted to punch the bails down there. That's not going to help you. Of course, his job will be bowling soon as Siraj gets in behind this and pushes it into the leg side. Where Mr. Barnwell, the academy player for Surrey, who's been doing 12th man duties and doing it quite well, I would suggest.
Yeah. But he went right across his stumps there. If he misses one of those, he's plumb in front.
Yeah, we used to say that about Stephen Smith.
Yeah, but Stephen Smith and Mohammed Siraj.
I know. I was lining you up for that. There is a little bit of
a difference.
Little bit of a difference.
One would suggest.
Indeed. So, Tongue is in again with Steve Harmison side.
There you go.
Delivery. There's a big shout for LBW. It's been given out.
No reviews left.
No reviews left. Oh well. I thought that may have been going down leg side.
You haven't got any reviews,
standing there. He can't do anything about it though. He's got nothing left, and Tunga's getting the value for his efforts. I would like to see that again. I think I could see 2 stumps.
Yeah, but he was right back in his crease.
I think it's out. You think it's out, Raj? Let's have a look. We're seeing it again here. Raj, Tunga's in, not Raj is in. Oh,
yeah,
come on.
That's got to hit leg stump.
Probably hit leg stump. Well, even if it shows umpire's call, it's a decent decision. It's not a bad decision.
No.
So Siraj is out. We've got 1 W as the over, which is a single, a wicket, 2 dots, and a wicket. So India 357 for 4, and as I was suggesting, the end is coming pretty quick.
Well,
as indeed is the end of our spell.
Well, it is, and the lead isn't yet 350, is it? It's 330 something, isn't it?
1 ball left to come. It's a topsy-turvy series, and it's a topsy-turvy match to finish a topsy-turvy series. I mean, it's been a fantastic advert for Test cricket, and if only the ECB had allowed the canvas to be what it ought to have been, which is 8 or 9 weeks instead of this ludicrous jamming it into
5
as fast as they can.
6 weeks.
6 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they'd have had breaks, I mean, this is it. You wonder whether Stokes would have broken down, whether Bumrah could have played more tests.
It's still been pretty good. This has not been.
Yeah, no. I'm saying, but I mean, essentially, you want the best players on the park. And,
you do.
And essentially, what you've done here is limited both sides by the fact that
so it's Krishna in, and he gets a lovely leg stump half volley, but he survives, and we survive our spell. We're getting a new set of gorillas coming in, at least I think so. Raj, perhaps you could read out some of the socials while we cover it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So Mayank is saying, statistically speaking, Tongue has been the best fast bowler in this England team.
Today,
Eric is saying
we're gonna, what's the rotor now? Oh, look, there was an inside edge as well.
It's you're on ball by ball. I'm on socials, and Hendo is on summarising.
Okay, Hendo, you're coming in to do some summarising. Well, he got a little inside edge, so that's a little unfortunate for Mohammed Siraj.
Ooh.
But that's what happens when you burn your reviews.
Yeah.
And there were a couple.
And
they burned them.
There were a couple of really unnecessary ones.
Who burned them? Did Sean McGill, he reviewed, didn't he?
Jadeja did too, I think.
Jadeja did, but that was successful, so they kept that one.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Hold on, I shall tell you in a second.
I think Dhruv Jurel just blew the last one on one that was clearly out.
Sandra Asen blew one. Shubman Gill blew one and Jarrell blew one.
Yeah, and Jarrell, I mean, Shipman Gills was the worst. I mean, he was as fucking plumb as plumb could be. But hey, that's life. Washington Sundar. Well, he's only got Krishna to play with, so presumably he tries to get everything. Oh, he's hit that aerially. He's hit it out to deep mid wicket. We're going to have the obligatory not taking the singles. Oh, well, we're going to have an obligatory super chat too.
Let Hendo do the honours for it with Samantha.
Samantha has joined.
Yeah. I think Samantha gets a bit squashed these days.
I don't think Samantha was being very well looked after yesterday when I wasn't here. And,
no, she wasn't.
She's been telling me a thing.
She was being tossed around and played with.
Stop it out there. It's not funny. It's not funny.
Left alone outside the off stump by Washington Sundar, and there's no run.
So there's a super chat for us, Hendo, if you've got the necessary ding-dongs.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
And England still have 3 reviews.
Shouldn't there be like? None. I think if you've got 3 reviews
sorry,
left.
I'll read the super chat.
Go on, sorry.
It's from Mix and Boo's Clip Corner, who sends us $5. Says spectacles for Siraj. Yes.
Well, that'll work him up, I'm pretty certain. That's cut hard by Washington Sundar. Straight to the fielder at deep backward square. 3-0 balls left. I doubt he'll take a single there. So now it's basically cat and mouse. Can we get a couple of balls at Krishna? Will Washington Sundar hit 3 4s? Get them up to 350 lead? I mean, considering England's lack of paucity of bowling and the fact that they bowled like absolute twats in the first session of the day, you'd say a lead of 334 wasn't bad to get out of it, really, considering they're a bowler light. That's attempted pull by Krishna, but sorry, Washington. It's out to Duckett, who's the long leg.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got to look at the chances they've missed in the field, haven't you?
Yeah,
I mean,
totally.
You know, if they'd taken even one of those catches last night, they might be chasing 80 less.
Might be.
Or more.
Shipman Gill might have scored 100.
Well, he might.
No,
yeah, of course.
Yeah,
exactly. These things.
Exactly that. You'd like to think that, but I mean, I was a bit worried that they might end up with a lead of 450 because the bowling would get so knackered and there wouldn't be anyone to bowl. So I guess if they can get out with a target of 330, 340 in the end, they'll go, okay, not ideal.
Yeah, but
I mean, England might get to bat for 85, 90 minutes tonight and could well score 120 in that time.
They could also be.
They could also be 5 down.
They could also be 48 for 5.
Yeah, well, if they do, I'm expecting a rant from you. And
I don't think I've got the energy.
I'm sure you will when they play some really shit shots. Atkinson around. Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. I don't think it's gone far enough.
I think it has.
Oh, I don't
know. Oh, it has actually.
It's gone a long way.
It has.
Wow.
Well, it went a long way up and a long way out over square leg. 6 runs. Fans are loving it. Good shot. And there's still 1 ball left in the over. Now, presumably he's going to try and get that single. Everyone has to be sharp here.
That's a really, really good shot. I mean,
I think he knew it when it left the bat, didn't he?
I kind of felt like, with you, it had gone up a long way, but I still felt like it had distance, not huge distance, but it had distance enough to get over the fence.
I thought it had just gone straight up, to be honest. Right, last ball of the over. Atkinson is in, bowls it wide, and he can't. Oh, they're going to go for the run, and they get it. Oh.
That was an awful underarm at the stumps from.
Indeed, and it was a bye, which gives
Goodness
Washington the chance to get through. Well, that was a good call by Atkinson to bowl it so wide. To be fair, over to you, Messi.
I was just shocked to look at Washington's current test average is 45.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Well, I know. Has anyone been listening to... I mean, I wonder whether anyone actually listens to me on this programme, because I've been saying before this series, certainly before the series, or halfway through the series against New Zealand, he was averaging 70. Nobody seemed to realise that he's a bloody good batsman.
Yeah. No, we only know. I think he scored runs against us, didn't he? Did he play against us when we played in India? He was in the squad, didn't he? Get put in instead of Axar Patel
He
in a
may
couple
have
of
played
tests.
one.
And I think he got 70 or an 80 against us in one of those tests, and he looked pretty organised then.
Yeah, there's one thing about getting 70 once, and then there's actually being good enough to repeat it.
Yeah.
I don't expect to see Akash Deep getting too many 60s.
No, I don't either. He scored, didn't he get 70 or 80 in one of the tests in Australia as well, actually? Sundar, I think, in the Bowlers Gavskar Trophy that went past. Just
His
past.
high score in Australia was 62.
Okay. Well, that one's gone up again, and it's gone all the way as well.
Wow.
Well, he's doing his IPL batting here, one presumes. 6 more, lead 3-4-7.
Super shatta, super shatta, super shatta, super shatta, super shatta, rocka, rocka, super shatta.
That's well picked up.
Again, he looks like he's got under it. I mean, it's got great height on it, as well as enough.
Yeah.
As enough.
It's cleared the boundary by a lot, really, has it? Terrible catch in the crowd. Nowhere near it.
The bloke was about 65, Bear.
Well, I don't care.
It's coming out of the sky at the Oval after hitting an apex.
You want
Mars?
And he's had 5 pints.
Tongue in. Ooh, down the leg side. Could have feathered that through to the keeper, but he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, having seen Bear drop a catch at gully that went to a height of about 10 feet, but stayed there for about 15 minutes. And still failed to take it.
But you also saw me catch a blinding one-hander straight back at me, a bullet.
Yeah, off your own bloody bowling. Of course.
Yeah, well, that's always the way, isn't it?
That's the important bit. There was a lot of people going for it.
Do you know,
he got it in the end, actually.
Yeah.
It's really, it really annoys me when so many people go for it, because you're just going to injure someone, aren't you?
Yeah, eventually. He goes up and he goes again. Has he got enough on that one as well? I think he has. That's gone further.
Wow. Far out.
Just don't bowl it short.
Yeah, that's
Get over the wicket, because he's just helping it, isn't he? From round the wicket.
Well, that was over the wicket.
Was that over the
wicket? Yeah, it was over the wicket. But then he's bowling into the body, and if he gets it slightly wrong.
No, it was, yeah.
It's on his legs anyway. It's easier to pull, I think, than over the wicket, round the wicket.
18 runs in 3 shots. That could be crucial.
Could be crucial, along with the 40 million extras that we've given away.
Yeah, we have a new listener from Sri Lanka. Muniyandi Jacob says, "Hi, good evening, sir. Very different feeling in this test match. I'm Jacob. I'm Sri Lankan. Welcome."
Welcome. We were once on Island Radio. Do you remember that?
We were.
We had a prize going.
We did a competition with them. Yeah.
That's short and across him this time, and he doesn't attempt a shot at that one. No run.
Yes, we were indeed.
Jeff Perkins says Hendo left Samantha with some bunch of tossers.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I should. In the future, I certainly won't. I will take her home.
Then she will never be seen again. What will Sue say when you take Samantha home?
Samantha's just a good friend.
Yeah. That's short again and across. You're going to give us a wide? Yes. Another extra.
Jesus Christ. Jay Grover says, "I'm baffled by the fact that I just got offended on behalf of Samantha. I'm not a clever man."
I think you should be offended on behalf of Samantha. I think it's the chivalrous thing to do.
Yes, he's a chivalrous man.
He is.
I'll try a couple of Yorkers here. Don't let him get underneath it. That's short again, and that's going to be a wide again. You can't, just don't do it. Just try and bowl normally.
Do you know, just every time you think England have grabbed a little bit of momentum, it's like they just throw it away in an over or two.
Yeah, well, you kind of have to hand it to Washington actually for hitting 3 sixes. I mean, they're pretty impressive shots. He hasn't got anyone down the other end. He's got to throw the bat, and he's thrown it successfully 3 times.
It's all a bit Bazball. The last 10 overs are down for 56.
Well, it's not surprising.
Well, his other good shot I've noticed is he does like to go up and over extra from time to time. He plays that shot really well. Won't be able to do it with this ball, I don't think. Well, you never know.
Well, tongue is in. That's into the body. That's a better ball. He can only get a single there. If you do that first 5 overs, then 5 balls even. Well, you've got to make this ball count here, Tungy. He's going to get 1 ball at Prashik Krishna.
Yeah.
It's got to be full on the stumps, make him play, and either try and bowl him, get an LBW, or a little niggle behind. But you've got to make sure he plays. It can't be short.
Yeah, 15 runs off this over if you include the 2 wides, which of course you do.
425.
But you know, if they've got those 3, I mean, they got the 2 wickets in and over. If they got another one straight away and finished the innings, they'd have gone off with a little bit of a skip in their step, I think.
They would have done. Tongue in. That's down leg side. Waste of a delivery. Which means Washington will face up next over.
Will indeed.
Bernard Murray says, is Hendo upset about Samantha or about the bear being a cult leader? And Eric J says, Hendo is the voice of reason. And to which Jay says, he is indeed a voice. Indian Vlogger says, how would you guys rate these 3 batsmen, Rahul, Jaiswal and Gill, from best to worst? For me, it's Rahul, Jaiswal, then Gill. I'd go Gill first, then Rahul, then Jaiswal.
Well,
maybe.
You know, I think you've got... It's a very difficult one because they've all batted really well this series. You know, without Rahul doing his bit at the top of the order, okay, he didn't have a particularly good test here, but generally speaking, he's done a brilliant job. Gill has looked absolutely
imperious
gorgeous at times, hasn't he? Really has. I mean, that extra cover drive is truly.
And he's done. I mean, he's had a quiet test here as well, hasn't he? Considering.
Yeah.
Ken Stokes has stolen your glasses, I see, Hendo. Your shades.
Yeah, I took them off because I thought it was darker out there than it is.
Well, here comes Atkinson over the wicket. Oh, well, that's gone up.
It's gone straight.
And it's not gone far enough. It's gone over the top of mid-off. But he threw it back. They went back for 2.
Well, hang on.
358.
Explain this to me. Washington's firing on all cylinders. So first ball of the new over, Ollie Pope is up at mid-off and he hits it over mid-off.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
And if that had been a direct hit, he would have run out Prashik Krishna, but he didn't get a direct hit. And look, when England come out to bat, they just got to stick their batting head on and be cool. Now I'm not sure if they can do that.
Well, there you go then. You understand why I'm sighing.
Yeah, Atkinson is in. That's into the stump, slower ball. Just played out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I mean, he would have either had to take the 1, thus exposing Krishna to 5 balls.
Or he wouldn't have taken a run at all. No, very true. Well, obviously we'd like 100 from Root in the second innings. I'd like him not to have to bat, actually. That'd be quite nice. That's asking for a lot, isn't it? Opening stand of 358.
Have you seen Ollie Pope recently?
Yeah. Oh, edged. It's going to be 4 runs down at third man. The vacant third man. There's probably something else.
And he's going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
You can quite happily see England being 20 for 3 here, actually. But hey.
Just because you're sitting next to Hendo doesn't mean you have to take on his body.
Yeah, I like to be optimistic, but I've also seen England a lot. And, you know, India's bowlers will be well G'd up when they come out. Atkinson in again. That's slat. That's going to be 4 runs out through long, wide, long on. He's having a field day out there as Washington.
He is.
It's a really good knock, but it's unintelligible bowling and field placing from England. Actually, that was probably the best shot of the lot. But
He's just slapped it, hasn't he? He's timed it really well. It's just a length ball.
he's tiring, obviously, Atkinson.
Yeah.
But, but the kind of more reason for the skipper to be on his mettle and have people in.
Well, Popey isn't the best captain.
Why is he vice captain? Someone tell me. No one else wants to do it?
Well, the only other person would be Root, but he gave up the captaincy, didn't he? That's probably gone all the way. No, it has gone all the way.
That's 50.
That's a big 6, and it is a 50. Great innings here from Washington Sundar.
Yeah.
And the lead is now 3-7-2.
Well, it's got to nearly 400 now. We were just saying it only seems like
it was only 330. About
Let's
4
talk
hours ago.
about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
And to be fair, not one of those has not been a genuine cricket shot.
No.
Well, I mean, maybe the person who picked 344,234 runs in the GPL today had a point.
Forgot to put his commas in. Oh well.
Well, I mean, I think he's obviously been quite intelligent. He saw that England were a bowler or two short and thought could be carded.
Yeah, I mean that's the biggest problem England have had all day, isn't it? That they've been a bowler short.
You know, the whole thing about I forgot what I was going to say now. About England fancying any target.
Yeah.
I think 344,000.
Yeah, it will be a little bit too much.
A little bit.
Even for England.
I think they've lost the ball.
They have lost the ball.
They have lost the ball. Oh, that's good. I'll do a couple of chats then. Leah says, I thought Jay says, I thought the lack of shades and the cool of the evening might mellow Hendo out. I were wrong again. Sigh. Bernard Murray says, anyone remember ripping yarns in the episode The Testing of Eric Oathwaite? Does it remind you of Gary? Oh,
I don't want anything to remind me of Gary, thank you, when I'm not here.
Jay Graver says, I think Sue has enough shit to put up with without getting into a love triangle with a pillar.
It's a fair comment, I guess.
Listen, I'm not the first, and I won't be the last to get into a love affair with a pillow. I think we know that.
Tom Taylor says, very kindly, best commentary I've heard for a long time. Thank you, Tom. You are always welcome here.
Yeah, you are indeed.
Yep.
Well, that wasn't a genuine cricket shot.
Oh, sorry, no, I forgot about that one. But okay, 5 out of the 6 shots.
Last ball of the over.
Oh, there
it's
we go.
gone up.
It's gone long.
Has it gone long? Has it gone long?
There's no one back there.
There's no one back there, but they're only going to take one as well.
Yeah,
why not?
Because they were trying to stop the single, one presumes. So that they could have a go at Prasad Krishna. It's a bit dispiriting for England. The lead is now 3-7-3, 3-9-6 for 9.
What I didn't do was, and I should have done, because this was a pretty special half century, I should have done this.
You know you lift me with your 50.
Yeah, he seems to have got it wrong every time, Ollie Pope, with his field placings, doesn't he? I mean, this is it. If he's going to go large, you might as well have long on and long off all the way back, because he's not going to take a single, as you say.
Yeah.
So it makes no sense for the mid on and mid off to be up, because at least if he hits it up in the air and it's a long hang time and you're on the boundary, you get time to come in. It's a lot harder to run back.
There's a massive inflexibility in this England team, and I've been on about it many times. I think a lack of intelligence sometimes.
Yeah,
because all right. It's almost as if they're saying, with the third man situation, which I'll come back to after this ball.
Well, everyone's spread now. Tongue is in, and that jumps a bit on Sundar. Pulls his hand away. No run.
Lack of intelligence. I mean, this thing with the third man, the number of runs that have gone down there, but England steadfastly refused to put someone down there.
Yeah.
95% of the time, unless late on in someone like Jaiswal's innings or Jadeja, they'll put down a very fine third man for the uppercut catch. And it's like, well, when do you stop being stubborn and actually admit that you're going to save runs down there?
But what I will say, that one's into the pads. It's worked out fine leg, and this time there will not be a run, presumably, because they won't take it. But I don't think we're the only side in the world who's done that anymore. I mean, there's a lot of I mean, if you watch that, you watch the West Indies Australia side, there was never a third man down there. I mean, lots of sides, right? I mean, it's we've been having this discussion since Test match sofa days. I mean, there wasn't a third man back in those days either. It's kind of they made a decision to have more attacking fielders and let those runs go.
But even when they're not attacking, they don't have someone there. I mean, that's what I don't get. It's
well, because then essentially what you're saying, that one's cut and cut hard, and it's probably going to get 4. No, it's not. And therefore, will they take the single? No.
I'm very much with Hendo on this.
Well, yeah, a lot of people are, but then you could say that a lot of the times, if it's off the outside edge and it goes through the slips, you're putting the fielder in a position for a
not
for a good shot.
I'm not arguing put a third man there instead of a slip. I'm saying put a third man in there if it will create pressure and not give them an out when the pressure is on.
Okay, that one tries to run it down a third man. Could have got a nick through to the keeper, but didn't. There's no run.
I think the whole attitude is that, if he's edged it and it's gone for 4, whether it's an unintended edge and he's got a bit lucky, or whether he's played a controlled shot between, say, the end of the slips and the gully, that in some way those runs count for less. But if you were playing that number of games and smashing them through the covers, you'd have someone that. On the
well, you
boundary.
would do. That one's nearly chipped back to the bowler. It's trying to manufacture a shot. So we got to this position again where 5 bowls have been bowled. 5 balls have been bowled even. Now we've got last ball of the over. What's he going to try and bowl? You're better off trying to give him a 4 here, aren't you?
The thing that strikes me, Hendo, is that these days the stats analysis is so detailed on so many things, and yet today they showed the wagon wheel for Jaiswal. 2/3 of his runs were in that quadrant behind point. It's just crazy.
Well, the other thing was when they came out to bat last night, I thought to myself, and in fact Dinesh Karthik said on commentary that he felt that Jaiswal was going to go for it, and I thought he was dead right. Now, he didn't put a man back at deep backward point. First ball, I think, first or second ball he received, he crunches a cut shot. I'll come back to this. Hang on, let me.
Right, here we go. Tongue, last ball of the over. What's going to happen? It's gone straight up in the air, but it's probably gone over to the infield. Is someone going to get back? Oh, they've crashed, but they've caught it. They do get the final wicket. Washington Sundar is caught. He's tried to clear it on the leg side. It's gone way up in the sky. Way up in the sky, little darling. And Pope and Crawley have gone for it. Crawley has managed to hang on to it while they crashed into each other. England are going to be off the field, chasing 374 to win.
Yeah, all right. I'll just finish the thought before we come back and talk about that innings. But, he crashed his second ball. There was a brilliant piece of fielding by Duckett at gully.
Yeah.
Grabbing it, and it ended up being a maiden, I think. But even on the basis of that shot, they didn't put a man back on at deep backward point. Now, surely, even just for a short while, it's worth having that shot, that position, because that's the way that Jaiswal will play. He'll go, he will flash at stuff outside the off stump, especially if it's short and it's rising. And it'll either go down flying, might go flying through the covers, but sometimes he'll aim to get it up and over and we'll go for the 6.
Josh Tongue got a 5 for actually, 5 for 125.
There you go.
Well bowled, sir.
Undeserved in my view.
I'm not sure it was undeserved. I think it's been a bit wayward, but it's actually bowled some pretty good balls.
So much rubbish.
Yeah, but he's bowled. Yeah, but I mean that's. This is it. I said that in the first innings, but he bowls wicket-taking deliveries, and actually, if he's a fast bowler who's there to take delivery, if you have more bowlers, you may bowl him less often. But if he's bowling wicket-taking deliveries, you want to do it. No one called for that.
The hilarious thing about that is that England could have taken out their number 1 and number 3.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Fallen into each other, broken each other's arms or something.
A good catch, but dreadful cricket. That's appalling.
It's fortunate that Crawley's so tall because his hands were above
Yeah.
Pope. Otherwise, they'd have got themselves in a muddle and it would have been dropped.
Oh, goodness me.
That partnership, by the way, was 39 runs from 24 balls. Krishna didn't score and he faced 2 balls.
Yeah, there you go. Well, if England lose by 30-odd runs, you've got to look at it, haven't you?
Well, it's good innings from India. 4th up, highest total of the game, 396 for 4. Does that say that the wicket's getting easier? And that's the question to be answered.
I think it has been easier today, but I think you also have to allow for the fact that England were hamstrung. I mean, look, Bethel and Root between them, as not even the 5th bowler, as the 4th bowler, have bowled 9 overs.
Yeah, totally.
Overton 22, Tongue 30, Atkinson 27.
Yeah.
And that's on top of their efforts in the first innings as well.
Yeah.
So, and I think you were right, Bear. You couldn't really bowl Bethel and Root for any length of time because they weren't going to take wickets.
No, and you had to take wickets.
And you had to take wickets, yeah.
England have been hamstrung, and that's allowed India to get away. But then also England's poor fielding, poor catching.
Well, of course, yeah, absolutely.
The easiest of those catches was probably Dawson's, and he shelled Jaiswal last night, didn't he? And as you say, you take that out, and you'd hope that if England could have created pressure if they got Jaiswal out last night and had Gill in last night, and didn't let Akash Deep get fucking 66 this morning. I mean, the first session this morning, England were all over the place. To be fair.
I think you can say that you want a particular bowler to bowl from a particular end, but do you go out there and bowl Bethel for 1 over and allow the night watchman to swing at a few?
No.
You could argue maybe 1 or 2 might have gone up in the air, but surely on that basis you would have had a couple of people at Cow and long on for him. So it just struck me as a bizarre decision to take, even if the reasoning was to move ends for Gus Atkinson. And as it happened, it didn't help because we didn't get a wicket until 1:45. So
no, exactly.
We're actually due a change.
Who's on next?
Me.
Hendo, Raj, and Hector. Need to let Raj back
Gary's
in.
taking Hector's place, I think, for now. So Gary will come in and replace me. I'll let in Raj, and you can crack on.
Okay.
Cracking on being the operative words.
I'll do a couple of messages before I go, if that's okay.
You can.
Jay Grover. Jeff Perkins suggests rather than love triangle, which might be make other parties feel left out, it should be a love polygon. And Perko also thinks I'm a bit mean. He says that where's it going? Come on, Messi. Tongue paid good runs for that 5 foot.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think actually England's bowlers, they've been a bit wayward, bowled too much down the leg side today, but at the same time, it's a real struggle because we knew we were a bowler short really, and hoped to get something out of Bethel and Root. But then you lose Wokes as well, and England were down to basically 3 bowlers.
Monumental effort from Josh Tongue to bowl 30 overs.
Yeah.
Monumental effort. Deserved the 5 wickets. Okay, there was some dross in amongst them, but it was a pretty big effort. 90 overs out of 88. That's huge. It reminded me the catch. I think Crawley did call for it, by the way. You do see him call for it, but maybe Ollie Pope was concentrating so much you didn't hear him. Who ran into Terry Alderman with that catch in Australia and put Alderman out for a year?
No, that was a fan ran onto the ground.
Was it a fan? Yeah, maybe it was. Yeah, it was.
Possibly what you're thinking of was Steve Waugh and Jason Gillespie.
Steve Waugh and Jason Gillespie, yeah, because when I first mentioned it, I thought it was Gillespie, and I thought, oh no, it's not, it's Terry Alderman, because I had the picture of him walking off with the arm in the sling. But you're absolutely right, Hendo. You're probably there, were you?
No, I wasn't for that. That was in Sri Lanka, I think. The Australia when War,
Steve Waugh,
War and
Jason
Gillespie.
It shows how nasty it can be.
Yeah, totally. And wasn't there Surrey players? Didn't 2 Surrey players, or was it Essex players?
No, it was because it got very
Burns.
Yeah, it got very nasty. There was concussion. The game was stopped. It was a Sunday. I think it was Rory Burns. I don't know who the other person was.
Who the other one was. Yeah,
it might have been someone like James Benning. Although I'm not sure. But yeah, the game was stopped. They drove an ambulance across the pitch. It was like it was a village. But all was well after a concussion test. Well, Raj, what's your prognosis from here? Who's going to win?
India.
And India.
But I still think that India is 225 runs short because England can chase anything around 600 as they have said already. So let's see.
You're marching in the regiment of the Bharat Army, is that right?
Yes.
Very good, very good. Well, quite right too. Hendo, you and the bear a bit like kind of water and ice or something, like Derek Small says about David St Tubbins and Nigel Tufnell in Spinal Tap, because the bear is always optimistic. You're often on the other side. Are you on the other side today?
I think it's going to be very difficult for England. In a sense, you can't even say if England get off to a great start, because we saw them get off to a great start in the first innings. I do think that the pitch and the conditions maybe have become a little better for batting. Well, quite a bit better for batting, although India are going to have fresh bowlers, unlike England, really.
There is still some weather around tomorrow as well. There should be some rain in the afternoon.
It's absolutely critical that England do not lose 2 wickets tonight. One could almost argue that it's pretty damn critical they don't lose 1.
Well, I seem to remember whenever England played the West Indies or Australia in the late 80s, 90s, that whenever England came into bat late in the day, they would always be 27 for 3.
Yeah, there's a sense of when I first started going to the Oval with my kids. That's probably about 20 years ago now. We had a joke that Surrey were always 24 for 3, and it's amazing how often they were 24 for 3. One of the first matches I took my elder boy to, Kent were 24 for 3, and I think they were 27 for 8 before Rob Key and James Treadwell. Key made 100, Treadwell made 70 or 80, and a match that appeared dead in the water was suddenly alive again and turned into a decent game. Surrey got over the line. I think it was Abdul Razak came in and did Abdul Razak things, hitting sixes to win the match.
Well, Winviz is firmly in Raj's camp. He thinks he or she or it or they or any other thing that you can think of.
The algorithm.
They think 20% England, 79% India, and a 1% on the draw. Anyway, the 2 batsmen are out there. These are they.
Are we getting played in 7?
Cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crowley must fight to survive.
Sorry, Raz, I don't know whether you can hear the jingles at your end. It's quite difficult sometimes.
I can. Sorry. I was asking, are we getting played till
7?
Well, we think so, unless the overs have reset and they might bowl them quick. I don't know. Nobody quite knows when there's a change in innings as to how many overs are left in the
2 overs are reduced for the over.
Oh yes,
but for the innings change.
But whether. Yeah. So
I think Messi was saying 7 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, it will be 7 o'clock.
Time. Bright sunshine, the OCS stand shadow is looming into view, and Akashdeep is on his way to bowl to Crawley. He leaves it outside the off stump, and through it goes the keeper. This is the other batsman.
Don't give in, don't just say fuck it. They have professionals for this. Don't give him the ball, not at all. Don't give it to Bandukit.
That's a new one. Has that been sent in recently?
Sounds absolutely quackers.
Indeed. Boom, boom. 2 slips in a gully.
Ben.
And India not making the same mistake by going over attacking. And in fact, although Crawley plays a very pleasant drive off the back foot through extra cover, there is a man also back on the cover boundary.
You've always got to have someone back on the cover boundary for Zach Crawley, because he hit so much there. It was a jazz whale.
Remember the first Ashes Test match, the last Ashes tour, Birmingham.
Yeah.
First day when the
first ball of the day, huge roar. I was there. It was a huge roar went up.
They didn't do that in the first innings.
Nope, they didn't.
And he did crash a number of fours through there, and so they have learnt their lesson. 3 slips in a gully for Duckett as Akash switches to round the wicket to the left-hander. It comes into him and jabs in that slightly ungainly defensive manner that he has up to mid-on. We should jingle up the bowler, who's had a very fine day today. Here he is.
I saw cash deep, but no one believed me.
Not only was that his first and maybe only 50 in Test cricket, it's his highest score in all first-class cricket. Apparently he got a 53 once in domestic Indian cricket. This is down the leg side, and Jarrell has to dive across to his right.
No great pace or carry for Akashdeep early on here. It's a good sign for England. It means that we don't have what sometimes happens, is that when when new bowlers come onto a pitch, all of a sudden it goes from sleeping to an all-night rave. But the pitch looks very dozy at the moment.
It's been looking more like a pitch that we've seen throughout the series than the one that we've seen in both first innings. Oh, now there's an appeal for LBW there. They're having a second go for a catch inside edge. Akash is signalling to Gill that maybe it was too high.
Yeah, I don't think Shubman's all that interested.
No, not in the least bit interested.
It's a good ball.
Yep.
Came in a little bit.
And also, you wonder, how do England approach this? Do they approach this the same way? On the basis that... Actually, it's not a bad shout. On the basis that they kind of felt they had to go after the ball in the first innings because it was doing a certain amount. If it actually does less, do they need to stick in a bit more?
England will just play as they always play. They'll just try and hit everything.
You won't be able to hit that. It's far too wide. Won't be a wide as such in this form of the game. And that's the end of the first over. England 1 for none. Who's on the socials? Raj?
Yes, I am, yeah. Mayank is saying England could either finish 40 for 4 by stumps or be 95 for no loss.
Yeah, that's true.
Citizen Silva is saying, just a casual chase of under 600. Should be a walk in the park for baseball, right? Time to back all that talk with some actual batting. Let's win this in style, or at least make it past lunch tomorrow.
Yeah.
On the baseball front, if that's what that particular tweet was saying, I think England have talked the talk a few times. We seem to be getting a lot of sort of flack aimed at England on the basis of, you talk a good game, and that is true to a certain extent. Don't always produce.
What did England chase at Headingley?
371, I think.
I think it's 374 is this chase. So it's not bravura for them to say that they're going to chase it, because they can literally point to an earlier test in the series when they did so.
I just think that this is going to depend a little bit on the weather. This is driven again by Crawley, but he's only going to get a single for it. Prasid Krishna is opening the bowling from the pavilion end.
Do you want to play dirty with him? Do you think you can handle him? Prasid Krishna.
And that's already 6 runs, and a momentum shifting 6 runs, which have been saved by putting the man out at deep extra. Had England had those similar thoughts to Jaswale third man.
Absolutely. This is what I mean about England don't. There's bravura to a certain extent, but there's just always intelligence.
Just 2 slips in a gully, though.
Yep.
370 ahead.
Turned down the leg side. Very fine indeed. I think he got bat on that ducket. It's gone to the boundary. It's 4 runs. And all of England celebrates.
Now my innings going. Great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Loved it, really.
I think for baseball to work, they need a certain type of pitch and conditions. It cannot work all across the world. So,
it's
yeah,
worked.
that's my opinion.
It's worked plenty of places.
No, it can work in Pakistan on all those flat highways, but it cannot work in India. It cannot work in Australia as well.
Krishna again picked up off his legs. Lovely shot. This one from Duckett. He'll be pleased with that. It's gone behind square, and it's another of these.
Well, they're 2 4 balls that have been bowled and they've been put away. So it's a good start, and Duckett does score extraordinarily quickly. As an opener who scores a strike rate of 90, it's incredible. But this is how England play. I mean, India have started out with 2 slips in a gully. This is already what baseball does to you. In no other time in history would any side have 2 slips in a gully with 370 on the board.
Onto the back foot.
So that's a moral victory. That's a moral victory for baseball as well.
Well,
it's a strategic victory for baseball because it does get rid of the close catches, and I do find it surprising that India have gone a gigantic mountain to climb, 374, and Shubman Gill is telling Crawley and Duckett that he's worried about it because he's got 2 slips in the gully.
I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with being a little bit worried about it, and if it does, as we just said an over ago, flicked away, but a good field position chosen by Gill. He puts the man at backward square leg about 15 yards deeper than he would have been, so that if he does clip it a little bit uppishly, he's possibly in the market for a catch.
Well, possibly, but the other thing you would say is that's setting the field for a bad ball. It's setting the field for a leg stump half volley, which is what was bowled.
Well,
surely this is a hit to nothing here for this hour. India have got to attack. They've got to think an edge that flashes through 3rd or 4th slips has got to be caught. We've seen enough that done that.
That's played to backward point by Duckett, and that's the end of the over. 10. Oh no, still 1 ball to go, is there? No,
nope.
That is
No,
it.
it's
9
over.
off the over. 10 for none. But Gary, we're just saying in the previous over where Crawley had smacked 2 drives that they've saved themselves 6 runs, and they've stopped. Hang on, and you yourself saying that stopped England getting off to a flyer.
Yeah, it's too defensive now. 1 man out at deep extra cover, especially for Crawley because that's his shot, is fine. What I wouldn't have is compensating it by only having 2 slips in a gully. I would have 3, maybe 4 slips for this period now.
We have a couple of super chats as well. But
super chats.
Let's wait for that.
In comes Akashdeep bowling to Crawley. Lets this one pass outside the off stump. Let me just do a little super chat jingle.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Super chat gain. Super chat gain.
Jay Grover is again his kind. He has sent £2 for Gary saying bravura.
Bravura. Very good.
Mutli Vaughan, Eric is saying in today's game, would you rather be Steimer for PM or sleep over at Jimmy Seville's?
I didn't get that entirely. It's a horrible flash outside the off stump. It was a wide ball. It was fading away further, and it's a fair enough shot in one way.
You've got to move your feet a bit, I think.
But you have got to move your feet, and
he doesn't do that, Crawley. We know that.
Well, he plays. I mean, even stuff that he plays off the back foot, he plays off the front foot. Although you wouldn't say he necessarily gets very far onto that front foot. He's just already on it to a certain extent.
If that flashes through vacant 3rd slip, I would be very annoyed if I was an Indian fan. I really would be.
Here is Akash in again, and he plays that in a nice controlled manner. That means that the man in the deep has to go running round the boundary to his left, but he's not going to get there. That has gone for 4. So first boundary for Crawley. Very nice stroke.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Siraj choosing not to dive there, which I think is sensible given the amount of bowling he's going to have to do. He put the foot at it and missed it.
Yeah, sort of his foot overran it.
Yes,
Hit the sort of heel, didn't it?
He did the Cristiano Ronaldo celebration yesterday. Well, that was not very Cristiano Ronaldo with the boot there.
Crawley on 6, Duckett on 8, England 14 for no wicket. Akash in, and that leaps on Crawley. Jumps, and I think it's hit him on the bottom hand.
Where's that come from?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's a curious one, and England won't want to see too many of those.
There was the odd one early this morning that jumped a little bit, but not to that extent. I mean, that just took off. That exploded from the pitch. That must have hit some indentation.
Exploded somewhat, and also, whoa! Ooh, I think it's actually up on his. It might be up on his elbow,
on the bicep.
Inside of the butt. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Quite high up on the bicep.
And he's a tall man.
Yeah.
Might have been even more difficult for a slightly shorter batsman.
And he was playing forward to it.
Akash in again, just straying onto the leg stump and tickled away down to long leg. 15 for no wicket, England. And a no ball, which is handy. Well, England handed enough extras to India, so some sort of repayment in kind would be...
It's a little bit of an untidy start, this, isn't it, from India? No ball. It's a huge no ball as well. That rather half-hearted, but nevertheless understandable bit of fielding from Mohammad Siraj. And a field that is, again, as we can see here with Duckett on strike, it's set for him trying to hit sixes, which he might try and do. But I mean, do you need a mid on and a mid off? Surely one of those could go in at third slip.
In comes Akash, bowls. Oh, that's just popped up off his pad and landed in front of Akash as he follows through. Now, I did notice they put in a leg slip, which I think is actually quite a good. Oh,
it is, yeah.
Because he did glove one in that area in the previous over, but at the same time he had a man at long leg, and he wanted to have Mohammad Siraj behind square on the onside in that sort of halfway house position for the clip, but then realised he could only have 2 behind square on the leg side.
Yeah.
Had to push Siraj in front.
Yeah.
Here is Akash. Now that's flown! Well, he's got 2 to fly from either side of the wicket. And Duckett is a bit nonplussed by that. And that is the end of the over, and probably a good thing for England. 16 for no wicket after 3. Raj?
Yes, one of my good friends from my uni, John Slynn, is saying, if England lose a wicket tonight, does Duckett get another cuddle?
Yes.
It's a very good point.
Kingdom of Games is saying, hello Guerrilla Cricket, thanks again for another brilliant stream. Robert is saying, do all think that England will win from Robert Drumble in Grimsby? I don't know what
I don't think England will win, but they've got a chance. They've got 2 days if the weather stays fair.
England can win, and they've won from this position a few times before, so there's precedent.
Krishna starting his second over, wide of the off stump, crunched away out into the deep. Washington Sundar, I think it is, doing the fielding on the cover boundary, just the one. I don't know whether he'll get a cuddle. If he gets him out again, I think it will be full tongues, won't it? More than just the cuddle.
Hendo, you're the one sitting with Samantha, not me.
That's true. Crawley 8, Duckett 8. But England will be slightly worried about those 2 deliveries from Akash. I mean, that one that... I suppose you've got to allow for the fact that Duckett's a lot shorter than Crawley. But the one that Duckett faced seemed to go past him at sort of
Head height.
temple height. Yeah.
It was from just back of the length.
Yeah,
not really.
It wasn't short.
No.
Into Duckett, and Duckett plays that with the open face. Almost, it always appears to be on the move slightly, already running when he plays that shot. He's almost so in control of it. Down to deep backward point for a single. 18 for none. Well, Prashid had a very good first innings, didn't he? 4 for 60, was it? I think 4 for 61. I must admit, when I saw him included in the team instead of Arshdeep, I was a little surprised.
Well, his figures do.
In again, full driven. Again, not much foot movement, not much timing either this time. But it will bring him another single into the deep.
His figures are not really reflective of how he's bowled, because he had that spell at Edgbaston when he was instructed to bowl short, and England just cashed in and took him for 8 and a bit
Jamie
and over.
Smith,
There were times when he bowled well as well, and he's got a bit of pace, he's got a bit of aggression about him, which is what you need. I wasn't entirely surprised India went back to him, especially again at the Oval, where they know it's going to be a shootout between the seamers.
I didn't think Kuldeep would come in, but I did think Arshdeep might get a go because of his variety. But the left arm, quick, defended back to Krishna, and he's deceptively quick, isn't he? I mean, every time
he is quite sharp.
You look
definitely.
at him and you think that's not particularly quick, and then a speed gun comes up and it's 88 miles an hour.
And it's one of those things you see with the naked eye, is that he looks quite quick with the naked eye. Television inevitably foreshortens things, and it's sometimes quite hard to judge on the telly as to how fast a bowler is, but I can promise you, the naked eye, he looks pretty sharp.
And he's quite tall.
Whippy, he's got a whippy action.
Here he is again in. Oh, now that's a horrible shot, but he's got away with it. I don't really know what he was trying to do there. Maybe he was trying to pull it, and he got through the shot. The ball toe-ended towards mid-off. I was just expecting a fielder to come into view and to pouch an easy catch, but it's fallen safe.
If you give Duckett width, he's going to go for it, and he's going to hit the ball hard, and it could go anywhere really, from square all the way round to back towards the bowler. He won't care. There's only one fielder in front of square on the offside. If he misses him, and he did miss him, he's got runs even with a mistimed stroke, so he'll say the odds are for him.
Krishna in, punched again, backward of square on the offside, and that's a very good shot from Crawley in comparison to the previous one from Duckett, and it's brought him another one of these. Yes, Raj.
David is saying Brook bowling donkey drops and Stokes offering handshakes with over an hour left, and 2 Indian batters batting at 90s. Baseball or bad sportsmanship? I think it is bad sportsmanship from Stokes.
You think he shouldn't have offered the handshake?
I really don't think.
Didn't have to be taken.
They weren't in their 90s. I think they were
80
late
and 89.
70s.
85 and 89.
Yeah, 85 and 89.
And to be, I've said this several times on the show. If it had been reversed and England had been batting and had declined the handshake and had said, well, we want our batsmen to get hundreds, they'd have been accused of being selfish and putting themselves before the team.
I don't think so.
Full flicked away through mid-wicket. Well, we'll obviously have to disagree on that.
I
2 runs to Duckett.
The thing is, to impose your handshake onto the opponent team is against the spirit. Like you cannot impose
absolutely
your
is
things
not.
onto the
he offered the handshake as any captain would in those circumstances. It was not bad sportsmanship. It was not bad sportsmanship to decline the handshake. They had the right to decline it. They did decline it. What came later was a bit of handbags. But there's nothing wrong at all with offering the handshake to conclude the game, and nothing wrong at all in saying, look, we're going to stay on and we're going to do this. Both captains have the right to do that.
I think it was. I was a little bit surprised when Stokes did it initially, but at the same time, the game was dead on its feet, wasn't it? As a contest, this is defended into the offside, and there is no run. I think I do think that there is something afoot in the cricket world to blame England for everything now.
The other side of it is there is a big now celebrity culture, especially in Indian cricket, as there is in other parts of sport, where the player is bigger than the game. So, these milestones matter because they'll be on the memes and they'll be on the promotions.
I think many times we've said, it's a team game. We've talked.
Well,
about
I agree
that.
with you.
Down the leg side.
Then why do you have an honors board in place?
Yeah,
to recognize the 100
because
and 500?
the history of the game, it matters in the history of the game, because you want to see it, but you don't want to see not false hundreds, but weightless hundreds. Nothing is on it at all.
Look, as a batsman, in my youth, and obviously not played at that level, but I can remember games that I've scored 70-something that were much better than the hundreds that I've scored. So it's purely about the situation. Akash deep bowls, it's jabbed away behind square down towards long leg. Will they get back for a second? No, he's just jogging in there.
Ian Botham used to say, I don't often agree with Botham. Botham used to shrug his shoulders and said, it's one more run, 99 or 100, what does it matter? And I've always been of that view, and I've said that here a number of times. But if India wanted to get them to the 100, they had the right to decline the handshake, and they did, and that's fair enough.
And
but it's not bad sportsmanship to offer the handshake, for God's sake.
And England, having slogged themselves with the ball, trying to get wickets, had the perfect right to then say to India, right, well, here you go. You want your 100? Have him. And we'll bowl a few overs of filth.
But you cannot insult the sport.
Oh,
yes, you can.
Come on, that's not insulting.
If you really want to,
that was garbage cricket. That was not intellectual cricket.
If you want
to disagree with us, that's fine. But I'm not going to get into an argument because this has been and gone. I think that there's been elements of bad sportsmanship from both sides in this series, and you have to accept that.
Yeah,
and you have to accept that we've played a lot of games in a lot of heat. We've had full 5-day games. Players will get a little bit antsy, won't they? Flicked away to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
If you really want to insult a sport, you play on for personal milestones when the game is finished. That's the insult.
Listen, I think you can argue both ways. I don't think Raj, I don't think you're entirely right. I don't think we're entirely right. You can argue it both ways. Anyway, on to some more tweets.
Yes, there is a super chat from Jay Grover again. He has sent £2. Can't swear, so I think he has written some random words. Some random words. I cannot pronounce that.
Okay.
And yes, Raj will have no trouble pronouncing that. Okay, Lockie is saying. John Kevin is saying Indian batsmen put their personal stats over the team, as did Gill, who wanted a triple 100 before declaring much earlier.
Listen, I don't think that now is the time to get into those arguments. I mean, I think those arguments have been and gone, to be honest. And you can have your viewpoint on it. I don't want to drag it up again, and I don't agree with you, Raj. But I'm not saying that you can't I'm not saying you can't have your own point of view on that. Driven back to the bowler by
Hi, Steve.
Duckett.
Hello. Hi, Reg. How are you doing?
Who's on now then? Who's on now then?
I told you India will go for a draw. I told you.
Are you winding up Hendo? What are you doing, man? I'm only joking.
Messi is about to come.
Messi's joining us as well? Oh yeah, me, Bear and Messi. Well, this has got interesting, isn't it?
Cheers, guys.
England not totally slogging, which is always good to see. Playing some reasonable shots and definitely going for anything they think is on offer.
Well, yeah, the pitch definitely looks a little
calmer, except
calmer
the couple that took off.
Well, the couple that took off did take off, obviously, but
no takers for Samantha now.
I guess it's been rolled for the fourth time. There's a bit of sunshine. It's dried out. I mean, around the wicket, attempted Yorker, clipped into the leg side by Duckett, only as far as square leg down. There's no run. And they were saying there's some indentations that might play up, and the odd one has jumped, and the odd one's kept low, but it'd been very few and far between. England have got to get their head down. Both sides scored 250 in the first innings. India managed to get nearly 400 in the second. India, as we were just discussing over there, have
yeah.
only got 3 seamers, the same as England,
Yes.
on a wicket that's really not very helpful for spin. So
And not their top-notch bowlers either. Bumrah out.
yeah, round the wicket, Duckett defends back down the track, and there is no run. I think England really just want to get through to tonight.
Yeah,
without
and
losing
very
it.
wise. That's right. I think wickets, yes, as we were talking earlier as well, wickets I think are more important than runs right now.
Exactly. Well, they've got 2 days.
Yeah.
and
Well, what is the
and
rush?
this session.
You don't have to Baz ball.
No, I mean they've essentially got 6 sessions.
Well, they're
left.
still scoring 5 and over.
Yeah.
Hey, it's not 8 though.
I don't think Crawley and Duckett can score at less than 5 and over while they're together, can they?
No, and if you offer them anything,
against the nature of things.
Yes.
And as they were saying, I mean, India have actually got quite a defensive field. They've got people out in the deep, much like Australia did against Bazball. Well, I don't think he really played
Wasn't
at
that close? Yeah.
No, he pulled
He
his
just-
bat inside.
yeah, he kept
through
inside.
the keeper, and there's no run. I didn't quite get what I was talking to Steve, so I didn't quite hear what Raj was saying, but I gather he thought
It was the same old argument. We don't really want to go back there again.
Yeah.
It was all about the Stokes thing and the handshake.
Oh, the handshake.
We've been there, we've done
Been
that.
there, done.
I think
Move on.
Exhausted it. We don't really want to get everybody uptight about it when it's the past. I think Hendo was the diplomat in it all.
I just wonder if we get more super chats if we get a Hendo rant. You know what I mean? That's all I'm thinking.
That's what we need.
Is it a marketing ploy?
Lots of super chats towards the end of the day. Duckett facing up, Krishna in on the back foot, forces it up, can't beat cover.
I'm
and
thinking
there is no run. I mean, they've got a leg slip, haven't they? They've got an odd field here.
Yeah.
Leg slip, couple of slips, gully. A few spread. But I'd like to see England try to get through to the end of play without losing a wicket.
That would be a very good statement.
And so far they've done all right. I hope that's not the kiss of death, touch wood, and all the rest of it. Well, the floor's wooden, so we're always standing.
We're
on
always
wood,
standing on wood. Yeah.
It is a good thing. Don't have to go far to do it. What have they got? They've got a long leg. They've got a square leg. I like the square leg to Duckett though, because he does when he clips off his legs, he's usually quite insouciant about. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's a full bunger.
Got away with it.
It's stopped by the square leg, and there's no one. He plays square, but he does play quite loosely square. It's not like he tries to keep it on the deck. And that is one position where you might actually get him to clip it to you, sweetly timed, but straight at the man.
I'm interested in the leg slip. That's an interesting position for
Well, he's been
Duckett.
strangled a few times, Duckett.
Yeah.
I mean, there aren't many batsmen, if you get it on the hip, refuse the little
Indeed, yes.
clip round the leg side. Kind of has come back into vogue. Over to you, Messi.
Yes, indeed. Leah says, am I the only one that thinks Prasad bears a striking resemblance to Glenn Maxwell?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not on that. I'm not on that page.
The Sauceman says, I'm happy that Salman Butt isn't playing. Imagine the commentator when Tongue was bowling. Where are we? Leah says, I'm beginning to... Oh, no, sorry. So here's to Raj.
Over the wickets. Defended back down the track. Fielded by mid-on, no run. Carry on, fit some in. Might as well.
Yeah. Leah saying, just call me Leah. That's a hint to Raj, so that he understands what a handle means. I'm not going to go on the stuff about the handshake and all that. Mike says, I don't think the England side, even with Stokes Archer and Wood, will win a test in Australia. I'm not so sure about that. If they've got a full-strength bowling attack, they're formidable.
I think they got a chance. Oh, that one leaps a little bit at Crawley. Catches him probably high on the inside thigh. There's a kind of half-raised hand by Deep, but not a chance. No run. Yeah, I think, we're projecting forward now, and the series isn't really over. It's caught him in a back leg, actually, but high.
Very high.
Yeah. I think the Ashes are going to be interesting. As we said the other day, I mean, Stokes hasn't played in an Ashes series since 2013. He was banned for fighting for the next one, and then he was injured for the last time we were over there. So
that's right.
And he is a vital player in England, I presume. Oh, big swish, big swing, no ding for there from Crawley. I presume it's going to be like this series, though, isn't it? It's back to back to back to back, isn't it? Or is there a little bit more than that?
Yes, not quite as bad, but pretty close. So there's a Perth test. Then they have, I think, a couple of day game in Canberra before the Brisbane test. They go to Adelaide quite quickly, and then they have a break before the Boxing Day test. And of course, the Boxing Day test and Sydney test have always been very close together.
Yeah. So they've got basically 3 that are kind of a reasonable distance apart, and then 2 at the end.
Yeah.
Well, no, because that's clipped up to mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, because the Sydney test is the New Year's test is the last test, isn't it? Because they start basically middle of November.
That's right.
That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
It usually starts on on New Year's Day, doesn't it? The Sydney test.
No, not New Year's Day, because the Boxing Day test goes 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Yeah,
so you've got to have
2 days.
the 31st, the 1st, and the 2nd off. So it won't start before the 3rd.
Okay. Yeah, the Boxing Day test is easiest to remember.
Yes.
But hopefully with Stokes' bowling options, he won't have to bowl as much as he has done. Anyway, that's a good ball from Akashdeep. Beats the outside edge of Crawley's prod forward. And there is no run.
And it is exactly 111 days until the first test starts here in Perth.
Fabulous.
So it's not that far away.
First test timing, 2 o'clock in the morning, I think, in England. Ugh, fucking idiots.
We got a super chat from Jay.
Okay.
Who's sent us a $5. He says it's a super chat for no.
Well.
Super chat gain.
That the jingles are a bit loud at the moment.
Well, they're okay. That's down the leg side. Crawley.
They're just
doesn't get them. There's no run.
They're distorting a bit, which they don't normally. He says, super chat for no Hendo rant, because I'm a fragile little flower who is buffeted by the winds of aggression.
Oh, fuck off, Jay. How dare you say such stupid words.
Hawkster says, my problem here is that England could look at doing a boycott with 2 days left, but they won't. Well, I think that's not a problem. I think they're a much better chance of winning if they don't try and do a boycott.
Well, indeed.
Dan De Castro says Bet365 believes England has a 40% chance.
Wow.
That's a lot for quasi history by heaps. Highest on this ground, which she thinks is 270-ish.
Yeah, it is. But things have changed since England have played. They've chased down 370, 380. What, 4 times in the last 5 years?
Yeah, a few times, yeah.
Anyway, this man's coming into bowl.
When you gotta find your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. His mama's here.
He gets such a shape in to duck it, jabs his bat on it, it goes back. He looks a bit worried, but no problem. There's no run. I'm surprised they didn't open with Siraj.
Yeah, me too. Straight to the stumps.
Yeah.
Little bit of movement. He's going to be a handful.
A little bit of in swing.
Yeah. Maybe a little high actually, but certainly in line with the stumps.
These are the best batting conditions we've had all match, basically, aren't they?
Yeah. There's a bit of shades of sunshine at different times, yeah. Anyway, Siraj is in. It's on the pads though, and he clips that out to the man at square leg. They've got a funky little field down the leg side. I think it's
there's
quite
a real
good.
cordon out there, isn't there?
They've got a man down a long leg. They've got a sort of 3/4 backward square leg and a sort of normal square leg, which will frustrate Duckett. I just don't. What I don't want is Duckett playing any fucking scoops, sweeps, whatever those things are. He can play sweeps to the spinners all day long. I don't mind that.
Or running down the track.
Yeah. I don't want him playing any weird fucking scoops and shit until he's on 150. So that one's driven sweetly inside mid-off.
What a beautiful shot.
That's a lovely shot. Jabbed. His bat never comes down very straight, does it? But it is a good shot, and it's gone all the way to long. That was a good shot. 2 full by Siraj. And punched straight down the ground. He certainly looks like he's got his match face on, does Duckett.
Yeah.
And he likes finish the series strongly, no doubt. Started it strongly, fell off for a couple of tests. Got a good 40 in the first innings and then gave it away. That one's on his pads, clips it behind square. Don't think they went for. Oh, they did get through for the single. Yeah. Okay, Crawley's on it. He's prepared to take the quick single. I'm going to move on to 32.
Another good thing about the England openers, a left-right combination, so he's going to have to reset the field.
Not only that, it's the height difference as
and
well. I think.
Of course,
I think that makes quite a big difference for the bowlers because you just can't stick on a length when there's, there's what, probably a foot difference.
Yeah, they really are the tallest and the shortest.
Yeah. So I mean, one guy's half volley is another guy's back of a length. Siraj bowls full and it's defended by Crawley and there's no run, and that must be difficult for bowlers.
Yes. Yeah, but it's a bit like the Peter Reid principle, having a big un and a little un.
Yeah, exactly. Totally.
It sounds ridiculous, but actually it's very effective.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, two batsmen who look almost identical carbon copies of each other. You basically set the same field.
Yeah. And fast half bouncy pitches, probably even more exaggerated. Siraj over the wicket to Crawley, who lets that through to the keeper, and there is no run. Maybe England will treat Siraj a bit like they treated Bumrah and see him as the man to see off.
Yeah.
I mean, if England can get this deep into tomorrow,
Oh, it's game on for
sure.
Yeah.
A, it's game on for sure, but B, India will suffer the same problems that England suffered. I mean, I guess they'll trust Jadeja more to hold up an end, but and he might get a wicket. Same with Washington Sundar.
Sundar will bowl as well, absolutely.
I mean, Sundar looks so unthreatening, and yet he's got what, 6 wickets?
Six wickets, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, and he really shouldn't. I mean, all he bowls is basically drifters.
He does get drift, doesn't he?
He does get drift, but he doesn't turn it. Anyway, Akashdeep is going to continue around the wicket to Duckett. That's onto his pads and looks to turn it into the leg side, but I think Hugh ended it back up to mid-off and there's no run.
Leah says, looks like I'm free for the Ashes if you need some bodies to feed the overnight wood chipper.
Well, we probably will.
Richard Forster commenting on my suggestion that England might do well in Australia says if they've got a full strength bowling attack is a big if, Jez.
Well, it is, but they've got 4 months to get them fit. 3. Defended by Duckett out to the offside and there is no run. They reckon Stokes' shoulder will take 6 to 8 weeks.
Really?
To properly heal, yeah. I think he's got grade 3 tear, I think. But he'll get himself up and running. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, hopefully he doesn't have to bowl so much. I mean, if you've got Gus Atkinson available and you've got Jofra Archer available and maybe
and Mark Wood,
and Mark Wood and Joss Tongue, and you take out Jamie Overton as well.
I wouldn't take Tongue to Australia. I think he'd be absolutely slaughtered.
I don't know. I think he bowls magic balls. That one's defended back up the track and there's no run. He's never going to be unexpensive. That one's defended up to mid-on, there's no run. But if you need wickets, I mean, I have to be honest, got 5 for 125, it's an average of 25. He bowled nearly 30 overs.
Yeah, it is pretty good average.
So, at the end of the day, he's gone for what? Just under 4s and over. It's not the worst, considering how badly he sprayed it. But he's still got 5 wickets.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the thing was, he was just continuing to spray it. And I think when you got someone that unpredictable, it's a real liability in the team.
Well, the thing is, you need wickets. That's beautifully
very nice
defended back down the ground by Duckett. He's not full shot, but he should get a couple. And he does.
Yeah, I think
moves on to 20.
Tongue did have periods where he was bowling pretty tight. Certainly in the second innings when he opened, he was a lot tighter.
Yeah, his opening spell in the second innings was his best spell.
Yes, and obviously that reliability is an issue there. So I think you can't read into too much. I think he just started off so badly.
And he bowled. He managed. He bowled the whole day, and he was up
and he was
at high 80s.
Yeah, he was in the high 80s.
know.
Yeah. I would take him. I
would
think.
take him.
Yeah. In fact, I think we're going to have to.
And I probably wouldn't have said that in the first test. I wasn't that impressed with him, but this test,
Yeah, he's done better this test.
He's done this better, even with all the spraying about.
Mm.
Over the wicket, clipped into the leg side, beats the man at mid-on, should run all the way to the boundary. Maybe not, actually. No, it's not.
It's
maybe
just
he got a
holding
little
up,
touch on it, Jadeja. But they'll come back for 3 this time. And Jadeja having to chase it down. England move on to...
Looks a little tired.
37. I'd worked out that 321 runs were scored by India today. And England are on 37. So what does that make? 358? Currently, I think we're nearly past everybody, if I'm correct.
358 runs in the day. Wow.
Yeah, there's only one person left, Millgate, on 364, which means England can only afford to score 6 more runs in the next 25 minutes. As Akashdeep comes in over to Crawley, he tries to force that through the offside off the back foot, but times it slightly wrong and goes up to mid-off, and there's no run, and that ends the 9th over, 37 for none.
Scott Harrison says, will they really not take Wokes? Played all the tests this summer. Harsh.
No.
He's got poor results, and his results overseas in the past have been awful.
Awful.
Richard Forster says the jingles are definitely too loud.
I've turned them down now.
Good. England need to take all the bowlers in the country.
That's what.
That slip diff.
That is my.
There's a lot of logic to that.
That's my theory. You just bung them all on a plane.
Joffre and Mark Wood are not going to play all 5 test matches.
Definitely not.
No. Yankee 7000 says there's an old test match server jingle, forward of the floor. And Scott Harrison says, I've got a feeling the Ashes might be about form. If 2 or 3 of the English top 6 hit peak form, could be some serious scoring going on. Yeah, I think Root will make a shitload of runs this time.
I'm hoping so. I really wanted to get 100. I wanted to put that 100 overseas in Australia. It's the only place he's never scored 100.
I reckon he'll get 2 or 3. I really do. He's too good not to. Che Grover says, fucking hell, Hendo sounds like a minor bird, and Gary's voice permeates like some cancerous scouse miasma. I mean, it's like having a sitcom next to the cricket.
Siraj is in, defended by Duckett out to cover, and there's no one. Was that Jay by any chance?
It was. They're having a Barney in the corner, are they?
Yeah.
So I guess EastEnders
nothing changes.
Brookside.
Jay Grover's got a serious point. He says, what do the grades of tear mean? Don't ask Bear to explain, because he will explain even though he doesn't fucking know it.
Well,
it's just they're different levels of
exactly.
seriousness.
1's not bad and 3's bad, as far as I understand.
That's one of your best explanations ever, Bear.
Absolutely. Scientific to a point. I don't even know what 2 is. 2 is, could be bad, might not be.
And Jay says, that's me done for the day.
Siraj is in. Flashed
sorry.
at by Crawley, Duckett even. He gets a fat outside edge. It goes airily, probably through where a second gully would be, though. And there's 4 of those runs. So we're now on 362, and Richard Millgate literally has 2 runs to play with. But we'll play
the tension. The tension.
2 + 2 is on man.
Don't you get a bit yippy about the GPL being won?
Yeah, I hate it when it's won. We're the bank. It's like being a casino. And I don't like it when a bank loses. Although I don't mind it when it gets starts about 200 quid. Then you think, then you get everyone piled in at that point. So it's inevitable that it'll get bit won at that point. That's clipped out just wide of mid-on. Who manages to get across to stop it, but that'll be the single.
But when it's won, that's when you cash in.
Well, no. The problem is with the GPL is that people play until it gets really big, and ideally, I mean, as I explained to Endo, that we were going to make thousands of pounds off it. That if you had 1,000 people entering every day, someone would win every day.
Yes.
And you would make a certain amount of money every day, but not enough if you play. Xavier stalwarts like Messi, who's probably won it about 5 or 6 times, but probably.
No, it's cost me 10. Well, at least.
Well, there you
2
go.
times.
It's like a casino, Messi. You win every once in a while, but you still.
And I haven't done it for the last 2 weeks because I'm stony broke.
Siraj is in. Ooh, that one seemed to come back a little bit, but Crawley played it up to mid-on, and there's no run. England weathered the early storm with the early new ball. Touch wood again.
Yeah, they've
Bang my
done
feet on
well
the floor.
so far, haven't they?
They
It's
have
been
done a
pretty
reasonable-
sensible. They've gone after things that they legitimately should be going after, but otherwise they've been steady.
I mean, the other thing that's noticeable, and this is really what I don't understand, it's like fair enough that the pitch might die down and there might not be so much movement off the pitch, but it was hooping around swinging for 2 days, and now it seems to have stopped.
Yeah,
But,
yes.
You know, okay, it's sunny, but it's been overhead today, and it was swinging, but only when it had gone too far down leg side. And the odd one was swinging when it was straight. Like Josh Tongue, that ball that Jadeja got away with his LBW. Well, he didn't get away with his LBW because it was outside off stump. But, you know, things like that are quite odd. That was defended into the offside. Crawley's calling for a 1. Duckett's saying no.
There was no run. Yes, no run there.
I misrepresented Jay. He didn't say he's done for the day. He said that was his one serious point for the day.
So he kind of is done for the day, being serious.
Well, England have crept up 8% in the WinViz. They were at 20. It was 80-20, wasn't it?
Yeah, again, this is all about wickets. That will
It is all about
steadily
wickets.
climb as they amass the runs.
Yeah, and don't lose wickets, of
Yes.
course. And then they'll lose a wicket and it'll swing
it'll
violently the other
it'll
way.
probably drop 20% or something crazy.
Well, it shouldn't do for a couple of wickets. Siraj is into the high pad of Crawley. Just drops out on the leg side, and there is no run. End of the 10th over. England are 42 for none.
Michael Ogle says it's the length of the muscle tear and whether the insertion of the muscle into the bone is fucked or not. Higher grades mean the tendon is ripped and takes longer. John Kevin says the form Raheem is in, he has to be a shoe-in to go to Australia. Got 13 wickets in a century the other day. He's got several centuries, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, they might take him. I don't know. I haven't seen him bowl recently, but whenever I've seen him, my problem.
You don't rate him, do you?
No, it's not. I don't rate him, but what I notice is that when he bowls a leg spinner, he tends to bowl a little bit flat. He does have good pace, but he doesn't rip the ball across the seam. Like you watch Warney bowl, he doesn't bowl with a scrambled seam. You see that ball rotate on its axis, and you can see the seam.
He uses the seam as a
that one's prodded at by Duckett, but it's played inside the line, and there's no run. That one did swing away, but it started wide and went wider. But you watch him bowl, and when he bowls his leg break, the seam is all scrambled. So he doesn't get rip from his leg break. He bowls a good googly, and he bowls more googlies than he bowls leg.
Yeah, that's right. It's more a stock delivery, isn't it?
And he needs to get the leg break sorted. I mean, he's a leg break bowler, right? And he bowls the action. Just fucking learn to let the ball release out your hand correctly. I mean, surely someone must be able to teach him that. Then he'd be pretty good, I reckon. That one's played up towards mid-on. There's no one. Look, he is young.
And he is young. That is the important point to remember. And most spinners, I mean, they really don't come into their own until they're about 25, 26. You know, they've got a lot of years behind them.
Well, again, which is why I don't mind England concentrating on Shoaib Bashir. I think Shoaib will actually bowl reasonably well. I think he's learned how to bowl. He's got a doozer now, which is quite entertaining, which he seems to have a reasonable amount of control. And if you watch him bowling recently in this series, when he was bowling around, there's an appeal from behind, but Prasid's not gone up, and and they're thinking about reviewing, but I'm not sure they're going to. Prasid wasn't interested at all. Well,
Perkett says, does taking all the bowlers in England to Australia include the bear?
Yeah, I'll go. Let's have a look at this one again. There's a bit of wobble seam. It's miles away from the bat. I don't know what they heard. But Drew Jarrell was very excited.
Not even close.
It wasn't even close to the bat. I'm going to have a look. No.
That's inches away.
Yeah, it was. It's a good 2 inches away. Oh, that one's jumped on Duckett. He's dropped his bat, crashed into his bottom hand.
Yeah.
And he shakes it. The other one is jumping. I presume that will calm down as the ball gets older. But it is a new ball. He takes off his helmet.
Dara Azizi has joined us from the depths of Arizona. G'day, Dara.
All right, Dara. How's law enforcement today?
You arrested anybody for getting the numbers wrong?
Yeah, exactly. Now let's hit him on the ring finger of his bottom hand. Painful. And physio is out there. Give it a bit of spray, he'll be fine. He's a hard man, Duckett.
Yeah.
Tough
Lucky
nut.
Six says Duckett and Crawley are the Bonnie and Clyde of English cricket.
Yeah, I like that.
Kate Eleanor says, I left my dad in the car with only the gorillas. He enjoyed it very much.
Oh, really? Good.
I'm pleased to hear that, Kate.
Ah, lovely. Well, I'm enjoying a Chardonnay that's been in the fridge. I think we won it. It's a fucking one of those.
Hardy's.
It's a Hardy. Now we won this at one of those
Night Watchman.
Night Watchman quiz nights, probably about 4 or 5 years ago. It's been stuck in a cupboard ever since, much like most of the other booze that's knocking about that isn't beer. And
well, I was very pleased at the Night Watchman quiz I went to. I won this year's edition of Wisdom, which is not cheap.
Wow. Yeah, that's
In the raffle, not in the quiz.
Oh, okay.
I hope it's in the quiz, but the raffle was good.
Does that count as a win?
Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm getting quite bored of those quizzes now, I've got to say. We did them for years. They stopped during COVID, and now they're not at the Oval anymore. I don't really have the energy to go to them.
Mike has taken a very selfish view of life. He says, with the first Ashes test happening on the same day as my cousin's wedding in Nagpur, I hope it's a 2-day calamity. If I can't enjoy it, no one can.
Wow.
And Jay wants to know who you're going to fight in Australia.
Me? I'd like to deck Warner.
Well, I mean, given Warner's not playing, I mean, Warner will make some stupid comments just to stir people up. But
exactly.
Of the players, who are you going to pick up?
Labuschagne, Smith.
Labuschagne
both of
will
them
probably
get
get
a
a
bat
game.
round the head from me. I'm
Yeah,
not
fair enough.
going fisticuffs with those two. It's bats, bang, straight to the head. Sam Constas might become a new one if he plays. I'm hoping he does play, to be honest.
As Perko says, who isn't the bear going to fight in Australia?
I like Pat. I like the bowlers, actually. I've got a lot of respect for the bowling unit, not so much for the batting. I like Alex Carey. I think he's useful.
Yep.
Travis Head annoys me, but he is very useful. Smith is annoying. Can't,
Travis Head is kind of the only batsman with any real form at the moment, isn't he?
Well, yeah.
Cameron Green's coming into some
Oh, he's
form
coming
now.
back, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, but that was against West Indies, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, but they've got some one-dayers starting this month up in the Northern Territory and Northern Queensland.
Mhm.
So we're playing in the middle of bloody winter.
Middle of
which
winter.
is sort of handy.
That's
Wow,
insane.
it's not really middle of winter up in Darwin, is it? It's never over
No,
30
no,
degrees, is
no.
it?
I think they have.
No,
is it 2 seasons
It's the
up
only
there?
time you can play up there, because otherwise you're in the wet.
Yes. That's
You
right.
need
There's
to
only,
play
there's only
water cricket.
yes.
Yeah.
There's only 2 seasons up there, isn't there? I've met someone from Darwin, and they reckon it's either the wet season or the not wet season.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right.
And when it's wet, it's 46 degrees and
yeah.
wet, isn't it? And 100% humidity is one of those types of places.
It's so horrible to be in.
Have you ever been out there? I've never,
No, I've not been. up there.
Well, I mean, I told you, my last time I went to Australia was when we went to Perth. That's worked into the leg side. Duckett's going to scoot through for a quick single. That means Mitchell Millgate, with 13 minutes to go, should hope that no more runs are scored because we're on 3-6-4. Yeah, we were going to hire a camper van and drive from Perth to Darwin.
Right.
But we never did.
Oh,
it.
you wouldn't want it. Fuck.
Oh, crikey.
You want to be glad you didn't.
I thought it'd been
I
quite.
mean, some people enjoy it. If you've got enough time, enough money to stay in some of the nice places.
And reliable air
It's a bloody
conditioning.
long way.
Well, yeah, that's why you stay in a camper van, isn't it? That's driven up to mid-on. There's no run. You don't need somewhere to stay. You stay in a camper van. Well, it was 3 blokes that had all been farting in a camper van. It would have been quite horrible.
Jesus Christ, yes. Oh. Still, you were only 20 or something, weren't you?
When did I go there? No, that was 2001, I reckon. So I'd have been, 30.
Oh, right.
I think
That was your encyclopedia selling?
No. Encyclopedia selling was my year off after school. Well, I went out and stayed in Bondi, and I stayed in a hotel in Bondi and spunked all my money that I'd saved up for a year and a month staying in a hotel, which was really dumb instead of going to youth hostel. I was a dumb 18-year-old. That's thrown wide by Siraj to duck it.
It is a beautiful beach, Bondi Beach.
It was, but the
done
first
some
day,
walking around there as well.
I arrive in Australia. Well, firstly, the night before I went to Australia, I came into town, got fucking mullered, absolutely fucking hammered.
That's the tradition. Yes.
Got the milk train home at 5 in the morning. Got up at 9 in the morning. Got taken to the airport, still drunk. Travelled for 25 hours. Got to Sydney. Went to the hotel. Realised I'd left my plane ticket at the airport. That's clipped to me with Wicket and there's no run. So I had to get a bus back to the airport. Fortunately, someone had handed it in. Got my bus ticket back and my plane ticket back. Went back to the hotel. Went down to the beach. Fell asleep on a grass bank at the top of Bondi. Woke up. Next morning was throwing up with sunstroke. So that was my first 4 days. I was just ill.
And people wonder why the Brits abroad have a bad name.
Then spunked all my money. The guy I went out there with he was 18 we were at the time. He'd had a fucking 15-year-old girlfriend, got fucking lovesick and came home after 4 weeks. That one's worked off into the offside and there's no one. And I decided that even though I'd spent all my money, I couldn't find a job. I'd gone out there to play. Ostensibly, I was going out to play cricket. That was the whole idea. And we were supposed to have gone out in November, but he broke his arm before we went, so we didn't end up going out to the beginning of January. And then, so he got lovesick and said he was coming home, and I was like, "There's no way I'm fucking having saved up for 4 months and whatever, working shitty jobs to get out here. I'm going home after 4 weeks only having stayed on Bondi Beach." Found a job selling encyclopedias, so I did that for the next 5-6 months. And they pay for all your accommodation and took you around places.
Yeah,
I was pretty shit at selling encyclopedias, it has to be said. Siraj that's worked into the leg side by Crawley, and there is no run.
So 3 years later, I went to Australia on a cricket tour.
Ah, you see, there you go. That was
first night. Absolutely pissed.
Absolutely. So you should be.
We were in we were in King's Cross for I think it was about a week, sort of acclimatising. That was an experience.
I don't know. You just can't let the Poms in the country anymore. Oh dear. Mike says England should charter a plane, fly out 150 players and have them playing 3-day games all over Australia, when inevitably England are going to be shite on the first couple of tests and need to be sent home.
Well, maybe. That's left alone outside the off stump and there's no run. I mean, history would suggest that would be the case. I mean, we haven't won a test since 2010, 11. I think we've only drawn one since then, haven't we?
Yeah, one of the series we lost 4-0. Yeah. It's usually 5-0.
I think that was the MCG, wasn't it? On that fucking
when that's right. Alistair Cook batted for about 6 days.
I think you hung on for a draw at Sydney too, didn't you, in the end?
Oh,
not sure.
Last series, I had a feeling.
Left alone through to the keeper and there's no one. I do remember actually on Sydney, wasn't there a chance of us getting a result at Sydney in one series and it mizzled? And it was mizzle, and it literally was mizzle, and we didn't go out for the entire last day.
Sydney weather in January is shit. It's either raining or you actually fry.
And then there was also that game at Sydney, wasn't it? On the last day when Australia were going for the win, and the bloody tarpaulin had a hole in it, and there was a fucking big puddle on the length. And they got out the air dryers and the fucking leaf blowers and said it was dried out, and it acted like it was darting around all over the place. It was really fucking dodgy. I seem to remember that being an issue as well. Siraj,
it would have been.
hands on heads. I don't know why. It's just left alone. By the way, the GPL is safe. We are now on 365, and Richard Milgate's last guess is out. That was worked into the leg side by Duckett. It'll be a single.
Nick Vickers reckons 3 Blokes Farting in a Camper Van is a great name for a docu-series. Well, I mean, it's sort of men behaving badly, but in Australia.
Yeah, there are lots of places I'd like to do road trips, though. I've always fancied driving across America and also doing the Pacific Highway, which is shorter. I mean, it's only about 900 miles, so it's not really that much. It's like going from here to John O'Groats, or Land's End of John O'Groats, but quite beautiful. We did do a fair bit of driving. We did hire a car. We went up to Monkey Mire from Perth. We went down to Albany and then all the way up to Monkey Mire, which was quite nice.
Yeah, it's nice up there.
Yeah, it is. Driven nicely by Crawley. Can't beat the man at mid-on, who has a shot at the stumps. It's Siraj, but Crawley's home safely. England move on.
And of course, this time next week, I'll be on my way flying to Perth. So I'm doing the direct London to Perth flight this time.
You're doing direct?
Yeah.
Oh,
so when are you coming here, Steve?
So it'll be the 8th or the 9th. It'll be the 9th of August.
And what do you got planned?
I'm straight on a plane to Melbourne, I'm afraid.
Oh, you bastard!
And I'm back to work on the Monday. So I've got a whole 24 hours to recover.
Oh, jeez. Are you working in Melbourne, are you?
Yeah.
That's where you live, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Round the wicket. Goes away from Duckett, but starts wider and goes wider. And Duckett doesn't need to play at it. There's no run. Everything's slowed down, basically.
It has slowed down, hasn't it?
England
Even
aren't
the run rate,
aren't interested in scoring any runs, really.
46, that run rate's dropped down. It's
just under 4.
Just under 4, isn't it? Yeah. 46 without loss.
Well, England will be happy. They've got
I'm perfectly happy with that.
New ball's now 12 overs old. It'll be 14 by the end of the day, probably.
I feel quite calm, which is probably a bad thing
Well,
to feel.
I've got to say, for me, oh wow, that squirts off the outside edge though. It was a very full ball, but it went all along the deck out to third man, back on point where I think it's Washington Sundar fielding. It's a single. For me, Duckett is the key to Bazball, really.
Yeah.
Crawley goes at Bazball pace because Duckett allows him to, because Duckett is just a naturally quick scorer. I think everything slows down when Duckett goes, especially in the modern era of Bazball, even though it's only been going for 3 years. Everyone else is not prepared to play like that, except for Harry Brook, who is just a mad
He's on
fucker.
another planet.
He's on another planet. And Jamie Smith can as well, actually. Oh, now that's high and into the pad of Crawley, but it just drops out into the offside, and they'll get through for a leg bye. And so, whilst Duckett is there, I always feel that score will move along at a decent rate.
Yeah.
And England won't get bogged down because it's just not the way he plays. And I think once he's out, things can do. And then I always look to Root. And once Root gets in, I always feel comfortable.
Yes.
Once Root gets 30, you think, well, he's not going to really get out, is he? Although he did in the first innings, didn't he? He got about 28. It's quite a rare thing that he gets out if he's not out early, that he doesn't get.
It was a hell of a delivery, though.
It was a very good delivery, and one probably Pope was a very good delivery as well.
Yeah.
That's dug through the offside. It was kind of shoveled by Duckett. They're going to get 2, maybe 3.
Maybe 3.
Probably 3, probably.
No, they've stopped it.
They've stopped at 2, which is fair enough. And the score moves on to 50 after 13 overs.
Nick Vickers says, I found a full set of encyclopedias by the bins a few years ago. Knowledge does feel more real when you look stuff up in them. Well, when I was a kid, that was the only source. If you didn't go to the library, we had a copy of the Encyclopedia Britannica. It was a bit out of date, but, it was better than nothing. No internet, nothing.
Exactly.
Hugh Sheridan says, one of Ben Fogle's New Lives in the Wild programs a few weeks ago was about an extraordinary woman who has lived decades living off the grid by herself in Northern Territory, Australia. Worth a watch?
Did she have a pet alligator? 5 metre long Nile alligator, or not Nile alligator, obviously salty.
Leah, for now, talking about alligators with Dara.
Well, crocs actually.
It's crocs.
Well, Siraj.
Boxing Day Test.
Hold on. Siraj in, left alone by Crawley, and there's no run now. Presumably, Crawley's going to waste time, and it should be. I'd feign some cramp.
Is it time for cramp? Is it?
I think it's time for cramp.
Do you think Jaiswal should go and help
exactly.
him? Yeah.
I'd start bending over double if I were you and stretching my hamstring.
Yeah. Mark says Boxing Day test in 2017 was a draw because of rain on day 4. I was there all 5 days and it was worth it.
Yeah, me too.
It's quite an occasion, the Boxing Day test.
I love the Boxing Day test. It is superb. Yes, I should have 5 days this time as well. So yes, I won't be able to commentate then.
Well, the Melbourne pitch is quite lively, I hear, to drop in these days.
Well, the drop in, that's right.
They're excellent. Crawley's pulled away as Siraj reaches the crease. Points behind him. Probably nothing there, but you know. And Gill sort of cocks his head to one side, crosses his arms and goes, "What? But fuck off," is all I can say to that. And he's got a wry smile on his face now.
Maybe there's another red jumper appeared.
Well, you know. Maybe that man behind there has taken off his white shirt.
Because he's hot.
Yeah. Crawley's having a smile as well. Everyone knows.
Oh, here we go.
We all know what's going on. They've looked at the clock. There's half a minute to go. 5 balls to go. It's never going to happen in a minute.
Yeah, they were never going to get another over in any way.
No, they weren't. Right. Siraj is in. If a wicket falls now, it'll be the end of the day anyway.
Yep.
Driven by Crawley up to mid-off and there's no run, but I hope one doesn't happen. That would be a virile fillip for India if it did. But England might be quite happy if they get to the end here. Well, highest successful run chases.
Happy. Yes.
India at Edgbaston in 2022. Oh no, that was England. Oh, this is for England. They chased 378 at Edgbaston in 2022. They chased 373 at Headingley in 2025. They chased 362 at Headingley against Australia. Siraj is in. It's played into the offside. Not a single up to mid-off and there's no run. So England have chased basically at least 3 scores. I think there's another one at 332 in Melbourne in 1928.
Yes, the 373 of course was in this series. So
Yeah.
we've even done it in this with this group of players.
Exactly. So there's 3 scores around about here that England have chased in the last 6 years. So of course the Headingley test was Stokes going ballistic and he's not here, but the other 2 have been in the Bazball era and have been recently, and they also chased 299 on that list against New Zealand.
I think Brooke is due a ballistic knock as well, isn't he?
Well, I'd like to see it. Crawley covers that one up nicely, up to mid-on. There's no run. This pitch is certainly not as lively as it has been on the first 2 days of this test,
No.
which gives you some hope.
It'd be interesting to see tomorrow because there's likely to be more cloud around again tomorrow. See whether that has an impact. It seemed like today the period after lunch was the most.
Well, what's most interesting, Messi, is that
Samantha.
It's not so much as happening on the pitch.
2 balls to come.
No.
Off the pitch. First 2 days there was a lot of jagging around off the pitch. It just doesn't seem to be that today. Which, okay, there's a little bit of swing in the air, and that's fine, but I mean, a lot of it's out of hand anyway. If the movement isn't there off the pitch, it might be easier to bat, and it might be.
Yeah, it's very much the reputation the Oval has, isn't it?
Yeah.
Getting easier.
Well, it was juicy. I mean, it was very juicy, and it had 8 millimeters of grass on it on day 1. It was very green. It's now not so green, you know. Bowled him, and that is the end of the day. Crawley has been bowled, a Yorker from Siraj to end the day. Good ball. And Crawley will be a little upset. Maybe he can stick his arm out the umpire and it'll be a no ball, but it's not. And that'll upset England. They've done pretty well to get there, but hey ho, that's the way it goes. Someone has to come in and get themselves in tomorrow morning, and it'll be Ollie Pope.
Start again. Yes.
And what it is, his home ground as well. And he had scored a century here before. He played all around that.
He was
really,
nowhere
didn't
near, was he?
Yeah, he wasn't anywhere near it. Good ball by Siraj. And a good end to the day by India. But England will feel reasonably happy at 50 to 1. They haven't been 28 for 3, which is what we all feared. Crawley will be a bit upset to go off at the end of the day. He's got 14. He faced 36. But he's done a job to a certain degree. England have used up what will be. Well, Siraj will have to open up tomorrow morning and have a ball to bowl in this over. But 14 overs to bowl with a new ball. Take another 15 overs off this ball with only the loss of maybe 1 wicket more. England may well feel that there's an opportunity here. Duckett's still there, and he'll go like a train with a bit of luck. It was just a very full ball, and he played all around it.
He wasn't even close.
The good thing is, too, that the weather forecast for tomorrow has improved slightly, and it looks like it'll be a fine morning. Chance of some showers in the afternoon, particularly around tea time, but nothing serious. So we may get occasional showers, but it doesn't look like there's going to be anything that's going to stop play for too long. So I reckon we'll get a result tomorrow.
Okie dokie.
Yes, indeed. Well, thank you all, folks. This is my last
That's
day.
all, folks.
Thanks, Steve. It's been great.
Thank
we'll
you
get
all
you
for your
on
hospitality.
On Zoom for the Ashes
Our pleasure.
when it's not in Melbourne. Then
Let's
we
see.
can get you on Zoom from Australia when you're not working.
When I'm not working,
Absolutely.
There has been lots of stuff on YouTube. I haven't read a whole lot of it. There's a lot of discussion about encyclopedias and road trips. But thanks for the commentary, says Sean Elliott. See you tomorrow. Tar All says Jay, off to much dodgy horror movies again. Once again, thanks for entertaining us, Gorillas. Says not that Jeff Thomas. Not that I gave any commentary, but sentiment remains, says Kate Eleanor. Sorry.
Bless you.
Bless you.
And thank you, Gorilla, she says. And thank you for keeping my dad company. Still convinced you are being paid for your time. I wish.
I wish we were getting paid for our time.
There is one upside, though, because it means no fucker can sack us no matter what we do.
It's very true.
Be sacked,
Well,
but,
you forget I'm the cult leader. I could get you all.
You are not. To be a cult leader, you have to be super charismatic. And look, I love you very much, but I wouldn't put you in the super charismatic category.
No, I'm not really. And I can't be arsed most of the time. That's the problem. So I'm not very good as a cult leader. But I like the idea of it. You off. See you later. Gary's off. We're off. I'm not in tomorrow.
Thanks, Gary.
Which means you might not see me again until the ODIs.
September.
September.
Yeah. Well, have a good holiday in France, Bear.
Yeah, I will try.
And thank you. Thank you while you're here. Thank you for all you do, because the new studio, everything that's been involved with it, this whole series would not have been able to be done unless you'd got the studio up and running.
Well, that's
and
very
coming
true.
in almost every day to get us going.
Well,
get us going when you're remotely. So just thank you, mate, because you do a fantastic job.
Why, thank you, Messi.
Absolutely.
I appreciate
Couldn't
it.
agree more. We should all buy the T-shirt. We're only here because of the bear.
Yeah, well, you know.
That's the merch we need.
You know where
isn't it?
they are. You got to, what is it? I can't even remember what the place is now.
Red
Bubble.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it.
There's a link on the...
There's a link everywhere.
Yeah.
Just go buy your T-shirt, super chat, become a patron. That's the most important bit.
Get on the
Patreon.com//
Patreon bandwagon.
Cricket. And Hendo, you're running the show tomorrow. Is Tony in tomorrow? Yeah. Tony and Hendo are in tomorrow. Joy.
Safe hands, just like England.
I'll be on TeamViewer at 10 to 11. And I will see you all. If it's still going on Monday, I'll be back. But if not,
excellent.
Until I meet you all again, have a good time, peeps, and see you again soon. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara.